It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year the cards are freshly shuffled, and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.
Beautiful, beautiful scenes over the Western Cape as the mountains peek into that early dawn sky. Absolutely glorious, glorious. Hello and welcome to day two, stage one of the Absa Cape Epic. And it is Mirandal Wine Estate here in the Western Cape hosting stage one for the first time in the history of the Absa Cape Epic. It has for 8 years, 8 times in the past, hosted either the prologue or the grand finale, or both in as many years. But this year, it breaks new ground by hosting the first of the marathon stages today. And it is going to be a breathtaking, tough, brutally hard day for the riders. And we hope a day that you'll enjoy with us as we bring you coverage of this 21st edition of the Absa Cape Epic. It is early morning here in the Western Cape. Beautiful scenes, and the riders, well, sleeping over in Mirandal for the first time after the prologue here in Mirandal yesterday. And they'll wake up today feeling relatively fresh, but perhaps a little bit nervous and tense ahead of the first real test of this year's journey in the 21st Absa Cape Epic. Lights starting to sparkle through the race village, and the eyes are sparkling of a man sitting alongside me because he's really excited about today's stage, as we all are. Benno Willett, welcome back again. Benno, fantastic day in Prospect today.
No, it's another beautiful day here in the Cape. The sun is just about to come out, and the pro riders today, the first ones to take off. Very exciting as well. Yesterday, those were the ones coming or going off the stage last, coming in last. As the amateur all left in the morning already, this day today, the pros are taking off as the very first riders of the day.
They do, and it is those riders in that elite peloton that we are going to be hearing from and seeing from first. Yesterday was extraordinary when we had the Willie Vittoria team take the overall lead, and the yellow jerseys by 20 seconds from Scott Stram MTB Racing, with Honeycomb 226s in third place. Let's go to that start and hear from some of those riders with Max Clear.
Marco Chabert, stage one, this is where the action starts.
Yeah, stage one. quote-unquote real epic starts today. It's going to be a battle. We got wind, we got climbs, got technical downhills. Everyone's fresh. Yeah, keen to get after it.
Nasty little climb coming into the finish as you go back up the hill here. You come right past the finish. Bit of mind games.
Yeah, there's a couple of climbs before that one, so yeah, let's see who's at the last one. I mean, there's plenty other before.
Good luck today.
Thanks.
Mark Pritson, good morning. You must have had a good sleep last night and probably a lot of thinking.
Not too much, to be honest. Doesn't change anything. Just the plan stays the same. Long day today and a long tour ahead. So, yeah, I think we're going to take it day by day and just see what comes.
Let's talk quickly about what happened yesterday to Vessel. You guys had a technical. Take us through that.
Yeah, so Vessel had a rock go over his wheel into the back of the frame in between the back wheel. It was a bit of an odd one, but luckily he got off the bike quite quickly and then decided to, look at the problem, then try to ride through the problem and cause a bigger one. So yeah, it cost us, I'd say, about 20 seconds in total. So it wasn't the end of the world, and I mean, if that's the mechanical we're going to get, so I'll take it any day.
Good luck out there.
Thank you very much.
Matt Beers, new dawn, new day. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be quite a cool stage. Obviously, we haven't done a whole lot of stages out here in Durbanville, and like linking quite a big local trail network is going to be quite cool.
Any changes to the bike setup at all?
Not really. Pretty much the same. Put a smaller chainring on because it's going to get steep and nasty out there today. The back end of the race is really hard, so you kind of want to just keep the legs a little fresh. But yeah, it's going to be everyone wants to win now, so it's going to be a ding-dong out there.
When Matt Beers talks about a smaller chainring, what does that mean? Because Matt Beers' smaller chainring is very different to everybody else.
Yeah, we had some cool 40s on yesterday. We couldn't show for it too much, unfortunately, but we went down to 38 and maybe 36 end of the week, but we'll see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Some of the major protagonists ahead of today's stage there. Good to hear from all the South Africans there. Marco Hubert and Mark Pritson and Matt Beers. Well, there was an interesting development yesterday. Perhaps, there were so many things that happened yesterday. Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto in their very special Ciavita yellow jerseys, rolling up the cross-country specialists. And the Italians, Willie Vittoria, will be in those yellow jerseys. How long will they look after those yellow jerseys for? What do you see their plans? I mean, they are acknowledged cross-country specialists. It's their first Absa Cape Epic. They're heading into a big marathon stage today. What do you think their plans are?
Well, they can just ride with the bunch and keep an eye on the bunch, and definitely not going to be the ones leading at the front. The wind picked up quite a bit this morning. Not bad just yet, but you always keep an eye on the flags around you. You don't want to waste any energy, and when you have the yellow jersey, you just try to protect it as much as you can. So you're going to be like with the main players within the bunch. Keep yourself safe. Make sure you have no mechanicals, so you keep a good line. But you're not going to see those two guys at the front too much. The gap is only 20 seconds, so the ones to watch for them is definitely the Scott SRAM, MTB Racing, and Nino and Filippo. Those two guys, pure racers. They're going to go. They're not going to just sit around.
And how much of a defense do you think Avendetto and Brido will put up when that does happen?
As long
will
as
they let them go?
They will go with. They will stick on their wheel as long as they can. That's their free ride, and they're strong and cross-country riders. And you can see, like 10 years ago, there was no rollers at the start. Like the bunch, they kind of like got off the line easy. But now look at this. This is completely different now. Like they go from the get-go. Like the legs are already warmed up. They're ready to go. It is a cross-country start from a few seconds to go.
10 seconds to go to the start of stage 1 in the 2021 Absa Cape Epic. 49 elite men lined up and primed to throw it down. And away they go. Yes. It is racing time here at the Absa Cape Epic in 2025. And our elite men are on the charge. And as Benno has just pointed out, there's a great change over the years in the pace that they leave the start line here. It used to be fairly relaxed and chilled. Now they are all guns blazing from the off. And no one wants to get left behind in this group. That is for sure. You sit at the back of this group at your peril. You'll soon be caught by the amateur men who will leave soon after them. In the red jerseys, prominent already. Nice to see the honeycomb 226s, Pritson and Vesselboort, also the blue of the Buko team as well. Early days as they head off around the trails of the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club for the very first time. They're exploring the virtually entire network of this incredible trail. Clippeable Trails will be there first. They'll also get a slightly different view of the Dorstberg climb today as they head off. What a beautiful morning it is. The wind was blowing quite a lot early this morning. It does, looking at these blue gums, yeah, it's still there, it's still blowing. But it's going to be, I think, aside from the wind, I think it's not going to be intensely hot for them. I think it's going to be ideal conditions.
No, it's going to be perfect conditions. The sun is just about to come up. This is also a bit of a dangerous moment that early on because the sun is in your eyes. It's very low still. It's just coming up and you're riding in the bunch. And you can see they're already doing like 30 and plus kilometers an hour, all close together. The roads are windy. They're going from wider to smaller and the other way around. So this is a moment where you need to be so switched on. Like the start is incredibly fast, and it's also a start that a lot of the marathon riders and gravel riders need to get used to it. Even road riders, like we had Nibali here before, he was surprised how quick those guys go off the gun. And there's no waiting around. Look at this, the already racing aerodynamic position. There is no gifts given. It's all on.
Yeah, Marco, you bear there, tucked in already, hands tight in and trying to maximize the aero position. Look at Matt Beers ranging up on the eye. He never likes to be anywhere other than at the front, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the farther back you are, the more dust you're going to breathe in, and that's all affecting your efficiency as well. And we talked about efficiency before. It's all the small little things that count. If you can't see properly, if you can't breathe properly, it's going to affect your performance during the week. And again, like it's all those little wires that you see that are holding down the grapes. If you cut the corner here, bam, you're going to find yourself on the ground. Jaroslav almost lost the Cape Epic. I remember going into Lawrenceford years ago.
Remember that, yeah.
It was like a kilometer to go, and he had a huge crash just because of one of those wires. That stuff you need to be aware of. You do not cut corners in those areas that can and you ride quite quickly.
Yeah. And I remember the champagne stung the grazers on his
yes,
arm.
yes.
Yeah, he was so sore. But it was sweet in the end, a victory for Jaroslav Kulhavi. It does seem like a long time ago that he was here, but remember this race is, I'd say 21 years, but it's only 21 years. And he was one of the greats of the race, three-time winner, Christoph Sauser. He won it with Howard Grotz, of course, his first year. And part of that great specialized legacy that they have at this event. So what we're going to be doing over the next couple of hours before we get drilled right down into the serious end of the racing later on with our coverage. It's a long stage. It's over 90 kilometers, 2,750 meters of climbing. Lots of sharp, pointy peaks in that profile. We'll be bringing you some of the other starts, the amateurs and the other riders, the masters, the grandmasters, the vets, the weekend warriors who put themselves out over the last year, committed to preparing for this event and are on the start line. But this is the amateur men and the top category leaders, and in the blue, looking spectacular in their blue, and he's quite used to wearing that blue nowadays, is Carl Platt, because he's been the dominant figure in that Grandmasters team, and he's there again with Kalle Freiberg, beg your pardon, in the NTT Masters jersey. He and Kalle Freiberg lead that from Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall. That could be a good race. 1 minute and 31 seconds the gap. Dorsberg is the top of that peak. If you weren't with us on the prologue day, where were you? Because this is the place to be, Mirandal. They rode to the top of that and all the way around the Mirandal to come back here on that prologue, which saw the various category leaders anointed. Away they go in the amateur men, and they are charging. Amateur men and category leaders, if you like, not all the amateur men, because that's a very, very big field, but they are charging off. These are the former pros, wannabe pros, and nearly pros.
Yeah, the ones that don't have a UCI license are in this bunch as well. The level is very high, like even for those amateurs, considering that they most likely all have a job at home, families, whatever. Like finding the time to do some proper training for those people is definitely tough. Time management, I think, is one of their best skills to have, and then after that, probably riding a bike at a high level. And yeah, you can see also those guys. No one is waiting around anymore. Like there's no easy going into anything. Like everyone is super excited. They know now that the equipment works. They got a bit of a feel of what the terrain is like here. Yesterday in the prologue, the 26 kilometers, there was really just like ease into it, and you kind of like know now what you signed up for sure. But today it's a whole different level. I mean, this is going to be 5 hours plus for most of the riders, amateur riders. Yeah, the cut-off time for them is 9 hours 15. So that just shows you as well, like how big of a difference there is between the pro riders right at the front to the back markers. Pro riders will probably finish around the 5 hour mark, maybe even below, where the others are out there for a good while. So also a couple of water points, yeah, for all of them. Amateurs, they are always looking forward to those water points. That's where you get pretty much everything you need, from sweets to biltong, the local dry meat that everyone likes so much, to filling up your water bottles. Even mechanics are out there that service like mutual support if you have any issues, but that's most likely not being used by all those pro riders at the front. Even back in the day where they had like a gentleman agreement, everyone kind of like stopped and took their time. Those times are long gone. Like the Cape Epic became such an important race for everyone. And again, every second counts, and if you can manage your filling up, your fueling, your bike, whatever it is, better than another, why would you wait? So I would say 5-6 years ago, no one stopped anymore. They all have their own feeding tactics, and that all became part of the game, and then those guys are just going to fly. There's feeding zones as well, so that's also... Oh, we have the first mechanical already, and it looks like...
That's Mbuko. That's
Mbuko, yeah.
Rudy Kuhn, and that looks like Loert Goosen. They are in trouble. I'm trusting that that's Rudy Kuhn and Loert Goosen, and yes, it is. It's the number 2 in Mbuko Chem Champ team, and that is a real problem for them. Because they are riding in support of Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, and so it looks like front wheel puncture.
Front wheel puncture, and one of the guys turned the bike backwards on the trail. That is never a good sign. If they know that they can go forward, they would go forward, but if someone points the bike backwards towards the start in this case, that is not a good sign. So I hope the guys going to be okay, will be able to fix it and go on. But now they are at the very end of the race, and they're also not allowed to draft after any other team, because you only
out of category, yeah,
to do it within your own category. So it's going to be a tough day for those two.
Right, our Aramex UCI women's racing women are lining up, and in the Evita orange leaders jerseys, Sophia Gomez-Viervan just showing it's a bit chilly out there. She's alongside Annika Langveld. They won yesterday's prologue by the narrowest of margins, 3 seconds from Eve Forte, Chem Champs Margot Mokheti and Samara Shepherd, with Efficient Infinity's Vera Lossa and Alexis Carter in third place. But there's only 5 minutes right down to the 7th place team, so plenty of racing here. And in fact, down to the top 10, just 7 minutes between the top 10. So Fasoli and Walter in Cannondale ISP 2 are in 10th place. So plenty to race for here, and we're expecting some really exciting and enthralling racing. Annika Longfeld back in the leader's jersey. Away go the Aramex UCI women as they head off on the first marathon stage on the Absa Cape Epic in 2025. 92 kilometers, about 1,700 meters of climbing, and it's going to be a fascinating day of racing for the 18 teams that make up the Aramex UCI women's category. Roll away in the sun as it rises over the Boland, creating a wonderful atmosphere and a magical feel around the Absa Cape Epic. Every year, this time of year, bar one, it has been a superb light. It creates that gorgeous light leaving summer and heading towards autumn. The light is spectacular. That one year was, of course, the year in the October Epic happened. Totally different terrain and the landscape. Away they go. And the batches will keep following for the next hour. The riders will be leaving. Over 1,500 riders in 750 teams will be leaving the start here. Some of those will only be rising just about now, enjoying their coffee and breakfast, because they know they're going to be starting an hour and a little bit longer. So on the bikes, and one of the teams that were perhaps a little bit disappointing in the women's race yesterday were the Buff Mega Moped, as another mechanical might be one of the honeycomb riders, and they have two teams in the in that amateur category as well. They have both two teams that both on the podium there, Christian Jans van Rensburg and Carl Mitchell, and Detroit van der Berg and Casper Krier. But the chase is on now for those who get those mechanicals early on.
Yeah, that's definitely not something you want on such a long stage. And again, who knows if the partner actually knows that that there's a mechanical. You're riding in the bunch, like you're not always looking over your shoulder, making sure, because there isn't anything technical so far. So you kind of like, you most likely think that your partner is going to be in this bunch, be riding together, and whenever there's a single track or wherever there's like a bit of a gap, you try to find each other again. But again, the sun is low, it's a lot of dust, so to lose your partner within a time like this, that early on, is quite easy, and they can't communicate between each other. There's no radio, nothing like that. So you really need to keep an eye on.
Oh, in this batch are the mixed leaders. That's Ulrika Harms and Pretorius and Alexander Lawrence just behind her, looking on in the red, white and black top there, showing it is a bit cool. That's Samantha Sanders, and Rian Weideman is her partner. There he is, Rian Weideman of Toyota Gazoo, and they are going to be chasing hard today, because the mixed is also nicely positioned. Bearing in mind yesterday's stage was only 26 Ks, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. The Neo Energies E4 team of Harms and Pretorius and Lawrence have over Toyota Gazoo's Weideman and Sam Sanders. And then Pedro and Gabriela Frola from Brazil are in third place in that very competitive mixed category. So we'll be keeping an eye on that race and all the other different categories as they race away here. Still very, very strong races in this bunch.
Yeah, even Bart Brenkers, you can spot him just behind there as well, getting his
there he is,
There he is, taking a gel bar. He knows that there's a long stage coming, and breakfast was probably already 2 hours ago, because that's what you want to do, and now it's just filling up a little bit more.
Well, the Kings have risen to the front here, because it is Nino Schurter, it is Lucas Baum and Wout Allemann en bloc on the front of this pacing group at the elite men's category.
Yeah, they don't give each other an inch, like how tight together they are. It's actually cool to see how they ride together, and also the ones that maybe were a little bit disappointed yesterday, you can see them right at the front. Leader jersey, of course, also right there in the pack. Again, they're not going to be up front, but they will make sure that they position themselves very safely within the bunch, making sure that they don't lose each other, and yeah, here we are, the next bunch taking off.
Yeah, you mentioned Bart Brenchens, and it's not that often that Bart is not inside the top three in his category in the Grand Masters, but Bart didn't perhaps have the best days yesterday. 5 minutes down on the leaders, Yvonne Zagasti and Kare Argaard of the Albea factory team. So Bart Brenchens of KMC Ridley motorbike team are in 7th place in the Grand Masters. So some work to be done for the Dutch legend, who just loves winning, absolutely loves it. Couple of choppers up in the air, bringing you the images out on the route. We'll be crossing to them intermittently, not all the way through the day, but they'll bring us magical visuals of the riders. Bart Alleman is on the front here, the Belgian marathon champion. This event is recognized as the marathon discipline and falls under the UCI marathon rankings. So national champions of cross country or any other discipline cannot wear their national champions jersey. But you see the Belgian champion as well as the European champion in there. The Italian champion is in there. The South African champion is somewhere there as well in Wessel Buerta. So plenty of national champions and plenty of former national champions. There's a German national champion, Andreas Servold, right at the back there. A tough day yesterday with Jakob Hartmann, that Andreas Servold, former world champion. As they head in and out of the shadows and the sun, it'll soon just be sun today because it doesn't look like there's going to be much cloud around today.
No, it looks like another beautiful day. I'm not sure if we're going to reach the 30 degrees today because it's actually a little bit cooler than expected, but it's definitely going to be warm enough for those boys. And as you can see, like everyone is like right at the front. Every move will be watched at this stage.
Gega joins Lucas Baum at the front as it starts going uphill. Maybe a show of strength, show of force. You guys thought maybe I was quite on my game. You watch me, and this is the German pair just putting themselves right at the sharp end, as we know they do.
Yeah, I think he was very unsure about starting the Cape Epic, but with the performance yesterday, they were not too far behind. They actually had a decent start yesterday in the prologue, and I think that gives him a good is more self-confident with it. He knows that maybe I'm not that bad that I thought. You know what? Let's do what we did before, and we just take every single day as our best. And you can see he's motivated. He's not shy to be at the front. I think he's in good spirit, and we all know how important the mind setting for something like this is.
Absolutely. Just news from out on the course. We caught glimpse of the Mbuko Chemcham team in distress with a mechanical. We have word that I think it was the Mbuko 1 team of Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia. They are back in this lead bunch, so they are intact. So the yellow jerseys move to a prominent position, and Luca Braido and his partner Simone Avendetto, one of the subplots of this event in their first Absa Cape Epic race. They are cross-country specialists, both inside the top 10 of the world rankings at the moment, and Braido, a World Cup race winner, Avendetto, very competitive, right up there at the sharp end, very often in the World Cups, but testing themselves over this massive event, the race that measures all here on the southern tip of the African continent. And we'll see how they go in defense of those yellow jerseys. 20 seconds. Can they hang on all the way through on a 96k day? They may well today. Tomorrow even maybe, but probably not. And then as we get deeper into the week, it might start taking a toll on them. Bearing in mind that in 2 weeks' time, they start just over 2 weeks' time, they start their World Cup campaigns. So they've got to have sort of that cap on as well.
Yeah, definitely. They have to manage that. They have that in mind as well. So they're not going to take too much risk. They're going to be more careful about, losing a wheel or anything like that, because they do know that in 2 weeks' time they have to be at the start line in Brazil.
Green there of the mixed category. They will be leading this race off. Also in there in the yellow jerseys there, Oliver Munich and Cameron Roach. looking very relaxed in their trail kit.
Yes, those guys are the ones to watch when you, if you look for style, it's those guys there. Not just the riding, it's also the stuff they wear. They always, some of the guys that stand out, the way they ride, the stuff that they wear, always with a big smile on their face. Here they are, look at that.
Yeah, flying mullet, developing in Munich, and Cameron Roach just behind him, and then the rest swarm around the corner. This is a very competitive batch, and they will be bringing Presmon Sundi was in there as well, the Zimbabwean champion. So yeah, strong competitive races in the various categories. They'll be keenly aware of who their rivals within their categories, and it's that's the race within a race, keeping an eye on your category rivals along the route whilst trying to bring your best. So a little bit of a select group has maybe got a bit of a gap here. There you go. Big and powerful.
5-6 teams right there at the front. Couldn't spot the gap now between this bunch and the ones behind. But yeah, the speed is high. They're still climbing. There's quite a very fast, loose downhill coming up just after 10 kilometers into. That was also something that we mentioned yesterday in the race briefing, where also the amateurs need to be very careful because it's easy to lose a wheel. It's very steep. If you come in too fast, it's going to be hard to reduce the speed when you have to, and especially when you're riding next to each other. So there's a couple of tricky sections coming up right at the beginning.
Just to fill you in on the general classification after the prologue yesterday, William Vittoria in the yellow jerseys there, Luca Brido and Simone Avadetto, 22nd lead over Scott Stram MTB Racing, Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter, and then Honeycomb 226s in the red jerseys for the Absa African jerseys, Mark Pritson and Vessel Buerta, 1 minute and 4 seconds down. In Buko Kemcha, Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, 1 minute and 10 seconds down. And a real sleeper team in this, I feel, is Cameron Ben Oliver, Milto Q NZ Cycling Project. The New Zealanders 1 minute and 15 seconds down. Orbea Leert Speed Company 1 minute and 30 down, hence their position at the front there. They want to try and eat into that. Then down to 2 minutes and 19, Topado Kenda 2, Dorigoni and De Cosmo. Topado Singer, that's Stibjan and Ravensteiner, 221 down. Outright Toyota, that is Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson, 233. And closing out the top 10, Klimatizia, Aubert, Poro and Stutzman, 254. So less than 3 minutes between the top 10 teams. On the right-hand side, your elite women and Toyota Specialized have a 3-second lead over E-Ford, Kem Champ, Margot Muschetti and Samaro Shepherd. Efficient are there. That's Losa and Alexis Scarder. Canadell ISP 1, Calderon and Kotakas, 3 minutes and 12 down. The first All-African team in the red, and that is Bianca Hall and Haley Preen of Titan Honeycomb. And they are 3:17 down. The Bull Swiss pair are 4:01 down. The Buff Megamo pair 4:56. That's Rosa van Doorn and Janina Wurst. Topado Kenda 5:25 down. Sosna and Peretti. Alceris Dimont Merida are 6:56 down. Detkova and Kahulkova. And the top 10 closed out by Canadell ISB 2, and they are 7:08 down. Fasolis and Walter. Top 10 in the race here. In the elite women. Beautiful scenes, isn't it spectacular?
Beautiful.
Spoilt every year with these views, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. We just need a window in this container here so we can actually see Table Mountain right from here.
Absolutely. So we're with the men now.
But with the women, it's already a tactical game because, we saw yesterday Sophia and Annika, they went super strong from the beginning, but they kind of like paid the price a little bit towards the end of the stage. They were at some stage 51 seconds ahead, and that's actually the downhill that I actually just mentioned. Also, Dusty, super fast, and you have those little bumps, so you kind of like want to preload your bike, and you don't even want to take off, otherwise you fly too far, and with the wind you find yourself even in the fencing most likely. So You want to preload your bike, you jump over, you don't want to get too much of airtime on those kind of things.
Problems here for Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen. It's a flat for Hayley Preen, a rear flat for her. That's a real disaster for the Titan Honeycomb team, the Absa African leaders, and they are going to have a long day. I think that might be them up ahead there. They're going
I think they just got back on the bike.
And this is Juanita McKenzie and Michelle Reed, who are in the back of that group as well. But yeah, problems. Yeah, there they are. Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen, leaders in the Absa African jerseys. Yeah. Get a puncture this early on. It's nothing's ideal, but you've got a little bit. You've got time.
Yeah, you have a bit of time to make it up again. And just coming back to the tactics I mentioned earlier, like the Toyota Specialized team yesterday going so hard in the beginning, but then slowing down a little bit towards the end, where Samara and Margot, they kept their pace from the beginning. They really had a very consistent pace throughout this entire stage, and they only lost 3 seconds by the end of it. So now this morning, what are you going to do? You're going to go with Team Specialized at the front there, but then maybe burn your legs early stage and then not being able to stay with them later, or you ride your own pace at all times. So that's already a little bit of a tactical game, and you need to know your own body. You're going to look at the watts and the heart rate, all those kind of things. So there's much more than just looking at the arrows in front of you. There's so much information an athlete needs to kind of like keep track of while they're riding, and yeah, just know your own limits.
Well, news is that Mark Hubert was the man who punctured, and Imbuko 2 team, Lutfussen and Rudy Kuhn, donated a wheel. And this is going to be a theme, and it's already a factor.
Yeah.
Having a support team, having a second team in the race here. Scott SRAM don't have one.
No, they don't have one. And I mean, we're talking about open roads here. Like you wouldn't spot anything that could damage your tire. It's very weird that there's so many mechanicals that early on.
Just caught a glimpse there. Lucas Baum on the right-hand side there. Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter alongside him there. Nino looked to be having a word there with Lucas Baum. Not sure, but now Colombo gets on Baum's wheel. It's going to be intense racing here, the rivalry.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that we're... Oh, there's Gary.
There's Gary, yep.
Yeah, there's he.
And the yellow jerseys are in there, no problem at all.
Bob Megamore riding behind each other. So yeah, like I mentioned, like sometimes you don't even know if your partner is right there. You assume, again, because there isn't anything technical, you wouldn't assume that anyone could have any mechanical, but... Yeah.
Okay, Marco Hubert is, he's off the back because he had that mechanical, and say he is on the wheel of Poro and Stutzman. Well, he's at the moment on the wheel of Stutzman, and chasing for all his worth to get back to his partner there. And you caught a glimpse a little bit earlier of Tristan Nokia looking over his shoulder, trying to make sure that he's back. And that's the chase he's got on his hands. See where the helicopter is? That's where the group is. These are the worrying times for these teams. Yes, it's early, but you're you're expending more energy. You're burning up fuel in trying to catch your way, make your way back. And Marco, look at him. He really is full on.
He's really flat out. And as long as you can see them, there's still a chance. You're still gonna try. And once you're on those wheels, you need to relax a little bit as well. But those legs are burning. You don't get to that front group, as they're not chilling either. They also have their own tactics. The speed is high. It is flat here. Riding in the bunch gives you an aerodynamic advantage as well. Those guys are flat in the wind, and Tristan is right there. They're not working really together here, but they will try to get on the front, or to the front.
He's regained contact. Axel Rudel Cordona of the Bulls was catching a ride with them as long. This is the area, Tygerberg Hills, Tygerberg Valleys, mountain bike. It's just a lot of hills, a lot of climbs all over. They snake through the farms. They've been through the Klipheuvel farms and trails. The likes of Kontermanskloof and Hoogekral are going to be used, Hillcrest and various others. This is this wonderful expanse of land, no more than 20 kilometers from the center of Cape Town, that makes up some 200 kilometers of trail here in the Durbanville and Tygerberg area. Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club, some 8,000 members get to enjoy these wonderful trails, and guests, of course, as well. So there's been some action already in this elite men's race. This group is not the entire group, that's for sure. But the pace seems to be just a fraction.
Yeah, it looks like they slowed down a little bit because more teams are catching up
back,
to it.
yep.
Yeah, they're coming back. Yeah, they're all probably already tired from like just getting back on their wheel, but you can see the speed is like on and off. Like all depends who's right at the front, but this is above close to 40 k's an hour. No, that's more than 40 k's an hour. The way those guys are moving, this is big chain rings. Pushing there, most likely, I think 40, 38. I think Matt Beers told us earlier at the start that he went from a 40 to a 38 chain ring today because of the climbing. But even there, like if you have a 38, 10 chain ring combination, you can easily pedal up to like 45, 50 k's an hour, and those guys are moving.
This is perhaps the stage is over 92 kilometers, and there's no question that the back half is the more gritty, the more the tougher. The big climbs come there. The Rhino climb is in there. The Bloemendale and of course the Barry Stander climb right at the end there. So some really big ascents to deal with later on. This is perhaps the more forgiving section. Marco Hubert back in harness. He's got Tristan Nokia and Axel Rudel Kortenaar on his own there, the Bulls rider. Not sure where Simon Schneller is at this stage, but he's not in that group. So chasing on is Clementizia Aubert, that's Miguel Munoz Moreno and Luis Francisco Perez Martinez, the second of the Clementizia Aubert teams. Would they be, you look at Aubert-led Speed Company. They don't have a designated second team. Clementizia Aubert have two teams here. What's the dynamic there?
I guess it's the way you feel on the day.
Okay.
I guess it's hard to make out like it's the Cape Epic, right? It's not just a one-day race, and anything can happen. So like limiting the one team just because you think the other is stronger, or sacrifice one team over the other at this early stage. You kind of like leave it up to the athletes, their feeling, and you try to work together as much as you can if you have the two teams in the race. As a single team, yeah, you have to ride very differently. Like
so if Aubert-led Speed Company had a mechanical, Clementizia Aubert would say, sorry for you, and all they go.
Yes, most likely.
Yeah.
Most likely. I don't think...
Might have the same equipment, but sorry, we're not on the same team.
But we're not on the same team.
Yeah.
There is sometimes, especially towards the end, where everything is on the line, and then you already know, like at this stage, everyone is riding for the GC.
Exactly.
Right?
Everyone's in the pot at the moment. Everyone's got a chance.
Everyone has a chance. Like the little time splits from yesterday, that's nothing. Like 2 minutes, even 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the first stage, it's nothing. Like everything is still wide open. 5 minutes on the last stage, yeah, that's a whole different game. But at the moment, yeah, you have to find yourself. And again, they wouldn't change out wheels or anything like that. Like they're all in it for their own right now.
Going through maize fields here in stage one of the Absa Cape Epic, which is, perhaps you wouldn't associate maize fields with the Western Cape, but yes, there's some massive maize farms here providing sustenance and food for the world. On the front are the Honeycomb Hutu Sixers team of Mark Britson and Wessel Buerter.
And I think those guys, I mean, Yes, they are in the African jersey, but I don't think that's their aim right now. For them, the African jersey is like almost not a given, but they hungry.
Absolutely.
Like they have the best shot African team ever had to be in yellow, right? Like we haven't had that before, that close of a chance. And those guys, they aim for more, and it's early stage. And again, the time gaps are so small. So.
Something to be said for anonymity, not being known in a group like this. I mean, 40, 50 teams arrive at the start. As another batch heads off from the start. It's 7:35, and they'll be going. And as we watch them slow, the starts get slower and slower, as expected. These are all amateur riders, but the leading amateur women's team are in there. That's BAC HM Medismart, Johanna Lopez and Gloriana Quesada. There's 17 amateur women's teams, and they are the leading team in that, all in white. But they will go slower and slower as the day goes on. But I was just talking about the anonymity, not being recognized in that group. 50 teams arrive here at the Absa Cape Epic every year, and there's a whole lot of it that no one knows. And particularly the European and overseas teams come here, and they recognize some of the South African teams, the well-known ones. Others, they're not quite sure who they are. You don the red jersey. We know who they are. That we can see them now.
Exactly.
So if you're leading the African jersey and you want a GC aspiration, you can't hide. Because you're very recognizable. Yeah.
As soon as you have one of those leader jerseys, you like the bullseye, you know, like the one that everyone wants to target, and it doesn't make it any easier. Yes, the tactics change when you have the jersey, but it does not make your day any easier, because now all of a sudden you're the one, and you have the thing that everyone else wants. So everyone is going to work against you as much as they can, right? So
yeah. The master women roll up to the start line there. Let's go to Max Kleur at the start line, catching up with some of the riders.
Motorhome life. How was the motorhome last night?
Well, I'm a princess, so it was fantastic. We had AC yesterday while it was so hot. Last night, I had a little more protection from the wind. It was awesome.
Expectations today? Did you have a good day yesterday?
Yesterday was awesome. It was our first mountain bike race, actually. We're just training for the last 5 months. And we did really well in a mixed state. We finished 12th. We didn't expect that at all. So today is just enjoy it and see how far we can go. Not push too hard, because there's still 7 days to go.
Where are you guys from?
I'm from the United States.
And I'm from France.
Amazing to have you. Enjoy.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Good morning. Good morning. Are you guys?
Oh, wonderful. Nothing like doing the Absa Cape Epic as your first mountain bike race.
So it's incredible how self-confident certain people can be, or maybe it's better not to know what you get yourself into or what you sign yourself up for, and then you just give your very best. You be careful, and then you probably have the time of your life, because it is amazing. But I must say, like, not having ridden, not raced a mountain bike race before, having 5 months to get ready for the Cape Epic, coming from Europe as it seemed like, hats off to people like this. And again, like, those are the people that put so much effort into it, and the people we want, the people also I love spending time to, because their stories and the way they tell them is almost like little kids at Christmas, you know?
Yeah,
like,
real excitement, isn't it?
This passion about it.
So a little pinch point there with that A-frame, and the whole bunch get in there. The first ones can get over easily, but you need a bit of speed to get over an A-frame, and some had to get off, and look at it, strung out. Yes, it's a nice fast road down here. So a little bit of a point there. Right at the back of that was the Computer Mania Cannondale team, Daniel van der Walt and Urshan Spescher, just linking on to this lead group here, which is being at the moment led by the Absa African jersey wearers, Honeycomb 226s, and then it's the Oberliet Speed Company team of Lucas Baum and Gail Gega, who have been prominent in the first, nearly 40 minutes of racing. They have been nowhere else other than in the front couple of riders. So they're making their intentions clear, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Another group here, the master women are in this group, as I said, the leaders, Especialisma, Tatiana Furlan and Kelly Kuman. Let's go back to Max at the start and find out from some more characters in this race.
Like this?
How was last night? Where were you? Hotels, tents, camper vans?
We stayed at home, at my house. Yeah.
Locals?
I'm local, yes.
Local is lekker.
Locals like all my home trails.
How many of these Absa epics have you done?
First one.
First one.
First
Both
one.
of you novices?
No, my teammate has done it before. It's my first one.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, Buffalo Foundation from Plet, I remember, right? The Quano team.
Yes, it's a Quano team from Plettenberg Bay. So we are Buffalo Foundation trying to raise the funds for the academies, which all the academies for Buffalo Foundation, which is in Plettenberg Bay, and also we have other two academies here in Cape Town, which is Songezo and Jim Ike Academy.
And how did you guys go yesterday? Did you have a good day?
Oh yes, we had a good day today. I mean yesterday, but he was starting to pull, and then I had to tell him to, hey, back off a little bit. Remember, we are here to finish, not to chase each other. Yeah, but generally, we had a good day.
So Buffalo Foundation, they say in the Buffalo culture, you've got the old bull and the young bull. The young bull's wise, and the old bull's wise, and the young bull, wait, not so much.
Exactly. This is exactly, you're right there. Yeah. So the young bull is want to go, and then the old bull is like, hey, easy. Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks so much.
Well, Sipho is a wonderful character. He's a coach at the Quano Academy in Quano Kotula in Plettenberg Bay. And Colin Shave and the entire team at Quano Kotula doing an unbelievable job with that Quano Academy for over 10 years. Bringing riders through and offering them opportunities not only to ride but also to be educated. It's a proven formula that we've seen used through the Songo program and
Traditional
various
hard
other
day out
projects
at the
and
Absa
like.
Cape Epic.
They do
It's
a wonderful
loop
job.
course, Mirandale Wine
Right, let's have a look at today's map and the stage. Lombard's Terra stands up there. That's the Toyota Tough. That'll still come. This is where they are heading down. You can see the arrow on the orange trail. That's where they all are pretty much riding at the moment through those farmlands, the maize fields and farmlands through the towards Malandshoogte, which is a familiar terrain. They were on that yesterday, and then heading back towards Mirandal, Hoogekral, Kontermanskloof, Hillcrest, into the trails of Bloemendal and Lombard's Terra. This is the profile, and as we said, it's backloaded today.
It's fully loaded. Like, yeah, it's a long stage. Lots of climbing, lots of fast roads, and again, like, there were a few teams already having mechanicals early on, but the tough stuff is all still to come. So it's going to be a very interesting stage today. There's 3 tech zones for the UCI teams, so meaning that is where all the spare parts are within a box. As a staff member, you're not allowed to help your team at all, not even talking to them or giving them advice while they are in the tech area. But the athletes pretty much can find in there whatever they need. There's spare wheels, there's tire plugs, there is sometimes even clothing, because you're also not allowed to give or hand out any of that stuff during the stage. So if you know that the weather can change or will change, whatever it is, you load your stuff into those feed boxes, tech boxes, and the rider can grab it out of there or put it back in there. But you're not allowed to hand that stuff over. Has changed a little bit. There is water points and feed points now as well that the teams can use. So past times you weren't allowed to do that. Then they had the feeding package that you can book through the Cape Epic. That means you could drop off your bottles, and that's still available even for amateurs. You can book that service for a amount of teams. That means that your own water bottles will be standing there at the table and they will be handed out to you. Now, I can see today there's actually 3 feed zones, and it's most likely because all of them are accessible also for staff members, meaning that staff members of each team will be out there handing out the water bottles to the athletes. Again, it's efficiency. Time is key. So that's why it's worth the effort sending out there your staff members, making sure that the riders can grab them as quick as possible without losing any second. So it's a huge logistical game in the background that you need to be aware of as well. And Aramex is actually a sponsor of the event, and those are the ones that take care of bringing all the stuff out there to the water points, meaning that the mechanics in the morning, the day before actually, have to give in the spare parts, the boxes and everything. And I saw some of the teams yesterday, they were here at Merendal the entire day, prologue, washing bikes, and then get ready for the next day with putting everything into those boxes. Aramex then takes that stuff in the morning, 4 o'clock, they already meet, they go out there and make sure that everything is set up for those teams. So huge logistic stuff in the background that's happening every single day.
And you know, it's fascinating to get that insight. And it doesn't necessarily mean the bigger your team, the more, you know, the better you'll be. It's about efficiency. It's about being organized. It's about getting the people at the right places, getting the right stuff in that box, and, so that your riders are not left waiting for equipment or looking. This is our elite women's team, women's race. The women are charging along in the Aramex UCI women's category, and the leaders in that bunch, pretty much all the teams in there. Perhaps one or two are. It looks like the red jerseys of the African leaders are in here. They did have an early puncture. There they are. Bianca on the left and Haley Preen, and they are intact in there. So the ride is on, and we saw such a good ride from Samara Shepherd and Margot Moschetti yesterday. They very, very nearly won the stage in the prologue. 3 seconds was all it was between those two. And we may well see them, we may well see Van Doorn and Wurst come to the fore today after Buff Megamo team perhaps didn't have their best day yesterday, but I don't think it's their type of day. It's Rosa Van Doorn, the European champion. All looking comfortable at this stage.
Very comfortable. And you see the Toyota Specialized team, they're sitting in, they're not at the front anymore, they let the others do the job right now. Yeah, one of the team tactics. If you feel strong and well, of course they will go. But at this stage, they just need to protect. They just need to protect that 3 seconds and wait for a good moment to attack. You also want to see how the others are feeling. Are they smiling? Are they suffering? Are the two of them having a good day? Is one of them off? It's all, they don't speak very much, but they do have a good eye on each other. Like this is all part of the game.
This is the long train in the men's elite race with the picker in Stellenbosch looming in the distance there on the right, and it is that direction they'll be heading later on this week. But for now, it's all about the Tigerwig mountain bike trails, Durbanville Hills, and today's first big marathon stage. The first time that this part of the world, Merendal, has hosted a full marathon stage. They all grind to a halt and get over that A-frame, and then they'll wind it up again. The open fields, lots of open, relatively flat riding at the moment, nice and fast, but it gets much harder as the day goes on. It's managing those efforts, making sure you've got left in the tank for 67 more kilometers. They blitzed through the first hour here. My word, they really have gone fast, haven't they?
Super fast. Well, the motorbike is fun launching it off there, but I also think that's probably the next evolution when it comes to Cape Epic racing.
Not motorbikes.
Not motorbike. No,
Good,
not
sorry.
motorbikes, but something that comes from motorbike, and I'm specifically talking about the Dakar, like how specific their road book is. I wonder if that's something that we will ever introduce into this segment of racing, because if you know
self-navigation or knowledge?
No, more the road book, about knowing all those little steps, like a
Okay.
digital road book that you may have on your Garmin. I don't know if we can ever get to that evolution, but knowing all those little key segments, like having your tactics that specific, nailed down to the track itself, who knows?
Interesting, yeah. Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd just having a word here. You saw Samara getting a little bit closer. Now they're smiling and having a chat. And behind them, Gomez Vierfa and Langveld keeping a watching brief and trying to listen out.
Yeah.
A New Zealander and a French woman in conversation there. They're looking very strong. And look at Annika. Well, she's like, why didn't I come back 3 years ago. I'm cruising here. They're rolling down the hill here. Hang on, it's going to get tougher.
Yeah.
Little sign there from Sophia, just showing that the road is about to turn, so giving a warning to the rest of the peloton. Good etiquette in the bunch.
Yeah. Also a good moment for all the other teams here right now to attack and just try to get away, because now you have those two teams that close together. They're going to watch each other, and could easily be that that is the chance for a third team to just launch it and try it out. But maybe not that early in the stage. Still a long way to go, but you can see like they do.
Exactly. I was about to say, Bello, yeah, you could just sense Samara looking over there. They really are keenly aware of what's going on. They're looking for an opportunity here.
Yeah. No. I wonder if Samara went to a French course over the winter or anything like that, or you have your own specific language to talk, but it is key. Like you want to keep your tactics close to you and your partner. You don't want to spread it too far out though. There's a glimpse of my wife in there as well. Cherise is in there. Had a good ride yesterday. Even that she was like looking after Sia quite a bit. There was quite a show.
Yes, Sia Kulisi was there.
Yeah.
And Cherise was, I think, self-designated to ensure that he was looked after. And we even saw him ride a bike off the start line. One day maybe that'll happen. So Cherise is riding here. You sitting here. It is a school day, I know.
Yes.
But you've left some people.
No, this would not be possible without the help of family. So we have Cherise, her dad came in, flew in just a day ago, yesterday, actually, 2 days ago now, and he's at home looking after the kids. Kids are at school by now. I really hope that they did manage to get there. And they love being involved, and they have a great school series here in South Africa, in the Cape. Yeah, we definitely more on the road on bikes than we are at home. That's for sure. And it's such a beautiful lifestyle. Like the power of a bicycle, it can take you so far, and it can connect so many people, and it's a healthy lifestyle. You know, it's just nice to surround yourself with people that think alike and share the same passion, and the world of cycling is just such a huge one all over the globe. So no, we're so pleased in the position we are in, and also very grateful.
Well, we're very grateful to have you here. And down goes one of the leaders. In fact, yes, Verfan went down there. So a little bit of an incident there, little narrow on the corner.
In the corner,
shade, yeah.
You see the corner, but that little ditch was in the shade because of the mice field. It's incredible how quick something can happen. And luckily it's a small little thing, but again, like maybe that's the trigger for the front to go, because leading team, where are they? They're not here. Guys, let's get it together.
Yeah.
I'm sure they can close the gap, but those are
little opportunities. Yep. A little bit of pressure on the front.
The hammer out, it's an opportunity. Like, this is racing, and gifts are only for Christmas, and you take an opportunity when you get it. So that's the dynamic of racing.
Absolutely, and I think it was one of the Canadale ISB riders, perhaps Calderon, or her partner Kortikas, who went down with them there. So the men dropping down out of the trails, the Clippeval trails, in a long line. Lots of these A-frames through this. This is not an A-frame, it's an L-frame. Taking them out of the farm and onto and across the road. Lots of road crossings today.
Lots of road crossings today. The roads are still open. Yes, there's police and marshals, hundreds of them actually, navigating the riders through. The pro riders do not have to stop, but maybe the back markers, sometimes they may have to stop, let the traffic go by. It's a Monday morning, so everyone is on the way to work, needs to get their job done. But the pro riders, they're not going to stop them. Traffic has to wait. And thanks to all those marshals and police people out there taking care of the athletes.
So this is the back end of that women's Aramex women's UCI group. Yeah, you got a sense that men's group had got a lot bigger now. I saw some riders who weren't in that initial pace-setting group. They've all seemed to have come back again. So it's Constantine at back, and perhaps also this group as well. The elite women. Yep, no problem there is Anneke Langveld and
right
Sophia Gomez-Viefan. They're back in here, so there wasn't too much of a press on the front.
No,
from,
but again, making sure that they position themselves. Again, the farther back you are, the bigger the risk that someone is going to have a fall in front of you, and you don't want to do this too often. Like every time you have to catch up again, it's more and more energy. So, and again, they also go forward again to make sure that, hey, listen, we back again. So slow down, long way to go. But it does look like pretty much the entire women's field is together here.
Yeah, they are. And although it's been sort of fairly open riding, those little pinch points like the A-frames and that little river crossing does sort of bring the group back together again. Constantina's back and forth, and perhaps with 75, it was 73, 75 k's to go. A little bit too early for Shepherd and Moschetti to put their hammer down just yet. But they are keeping a very close eye on the orange jerseys, bearing in mind that the gap is just 3 seconds when they went into the day stage.
As Matt Pierce.
Yep. Mr. Beers, the defending champion, 3-time champion, and an absolute powerhouse on these type of roads. This is his game.
That is his game, yes. That is his game. Wonder if...
Problem here. This is Sorbia Liet Speed Company. Big trouble here for Lucas Baum and Gail Geiger. A little quick look at that front tyre, and he's on his way. Has it sealed?
Yeah, hopefully they got some air in. The bunch is right there, so they must have been one of the first teams at the front. Now they're just on the back mark here, but it's also nice. At the moment it's wide and open, and that's also why the teams most likely came together. The front slowed down a little bit, and as long as you can see them, you will try to get back onto it. Once you lose them out of your eye, it's hard to judge what's the better thing to do. Are you gonna try and find them again, or you just ride your rhythm? But as long as you can see them, hope is there, and you will try to get back on the bunch. All together, quite a few of them back together, single line.
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen in both the men's and women's races through drama with the Mbuko Chemchamp team. We've seen, I think we saw Calderon with a little bit of a graze on her elbow just before that fall from Sophia Gomez-Viefan. Now the issue for OBSB Liet Speed Company. So yeah, little things happening all the way through the race. And Tristan Norkier, well, they've had their issues today of the Mbuko Chemchamp team. He goes to the front now. Where is Marco Hubert though? Where is Marco Hubert, his partner? Because that is the beauty of this event as a team event. You have to be with your partner, within 2 minutes of your partner at all times in this race. Yeah. Mirandal, meanwhile, that racing's going on. We're nearly an hour into it, and look at this bunch, and there's another bunch behind them and another bunch behind them. They'll be heading off at 8 o'clock this morning. These riders have just got through their prologue yesterday comfortably, making sure they are all intact and in place, and then this is when the race really starts. They all know that. They know this is the business end of the event. Our cheerleader from Exara, Sipo, doing his thing and encouraging and cheering along the riders. Exara have been part of the Absa Cape Epic for over 10 years and providing opportunities for youngsters to get into the sport. They have to be under the age of 26 to race the Exara category here. They have the Exara Mountain Bike Academy up country, but then there are various other, as we heard, the Kwano Academy, the Songo Academy, the Pedal Project, and various others. So opportunities for them to race for glory here in the Exara Academy. Let's go to the start and Max Kleur.
Here we have the Uzwe team again from yesterday. We saw you before the prologue. The smiles were big. Today they're even bigger. I'm worried about you too. You're obviously staying in hotels, right?
Oh, yeah. No, we went for comfort, and yeah, we had a good night's sleep. Ready for today. We know it's going to be a big one, so yeah, we're just going to have a good one, eh? Steady day.
We saw the wind this morning. I was terrified, and I'm not even riding, but it seemed to have calmed down quite a bit.
No, I think it's going to be perfect weather. As long as it stays a little bit cool, we're good. We're good to go. We've got our hydration packs and no wine today. Yesterday was a little bit of Merlot. Today it's straight water.
Are you sure?
Dead sure.
All right, here we have a team from the United States of America. How was your day yesterday, and how was your night last night in the tents? The wind was up. That must have kept you. We lost it?
I just want to see the bike number.
Okay, bike number. All right, from the other side of the Vein Gordijn and the Boerewors curtain, Nelspruit and Mpumalanga Bell cycling. How are you doing, guys? You looking good? You get a good night's sleep?
Yeah, perfect. Last night I've good sleep. After this it will be tossing and turning, trying to hydrate in the heat. But no, so we're ready for today. First long stage, so we'll take it easy.
This is your first ever Absa Epic. Has it lived up to expectation, everything you've heard about it? Does it really live up to everything you've heard about?
Yeah, so far I can't complain. It's been really, really easy. I can't. The prologue has been super easy. I don't know what everyone's complaining about. So we'll see how the rest of the week goes.
A message to the international people watching this race and an invite to them to come out to South Africa and take part in this incredible event?
Yeah, remember, Africa is not for sissies. It's tough out there, but enjoy it.
The message is out there. So the GIC Grand Masters of Beer Factory, Ibon Zugasti and Kara Argard are the leaders in those purple, mulberry, whatever like you want to call them. They are the race leaders. And it's great to see Rob Sim back here, presidential team. Rob Sim and Udo Boltz, a legend of the event, and they're in the mix there. They started the day 3 minutes behind. And Strada Wheels, Steve Callandon, Richard Freshwater are in third place in the highly competitive the Grandmaster men, the GIC Grandmaster men. Say competitive, 132 teams in the Grandmaster men's category, and we're talking 50+ riders here. So this is some serious racing here. But the men in the lead there are Beer Factory, Ibon Zugasti of Italy, and Kara Argard, the Norwegian, with a 3 minute and 3 second lead over the Rob Sim Udo Boltz combination presidential team. Rob been back and forth to the sport and very much a prominent racer in the Masters over the years and vets in various races, and a little bit away, and now he's back and highly competitive. The great Grandmaster category does give riders that extra duration to their careers if they want to carry on racing. They're getting towards the end of the Grandmasters. Well, you know, another 2 years and I can be the young man in the great Grandmaster category, 60+. So, yeah, it inspires them to carry on riding, which is not a bad thing at all, as Benno was saying now. The bike, what a beautiful, beautiful instrument it is.
No, it is, and I guess it's also beautiful that you can have all those different racing categories, because the problem with racing is once you're affected by it, you're not going to just shake it off, right? You always have that in you. You always want to measure yourself with others, but also see where your limits are, and that is exactly what all of them are in for, you know. I think that's Christoph Sauser there and his partner within this bunch, as far as I can see. Oh, that must be those guys. Yeah, Carl Pratt at the front. And I mean, you would think those two should be tired by now, doing the same old every single day. But racing is never the same. It's never the same. Every time you're at this start line, it's a new opportunity. You learned a little bit more from your previous race. But just because the previous race went well or shitty, doesn't mean that the new one is going to be the same. So now racing is a beautiful thing, and again it also keeps you on your toes. It keeps you young, you know, like all of those guys, they probably still in their mid-20s, the way they ride and the way they enjoy themselves. So
yeah, I mean, on the front there, Charlie McFall and Craig Uriah now for the Masters, NTT Masters, the team GIC, one of our Absa Cape Epic sponsors, Craig and Charlie. Craig has won this category before, so he's got a new partner there in Charlie McFall. He's ridden it, of course, with Mike Posthumus, one of the great coaches. So now they're all sort of punching together. And Christoph Sauser riding with Corey Wallace, the 24-hour solo world champion legend he is. And in the blue, distinctive they are in the NTT Masters leaders jerseys, the legends Platt and Freiberg. 1 minute and 31 seconds over Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall. Czech Rocket, Swiss Diesel, that's Pavel Gonda and Tobias Luti. They are just 2 seconds behind Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall in the NTT Masters category. Tech Zone here, what's going on here?
That's a tech zone. That's what we mentioned earlier. You could see the Aramex truck there. That's where all the spares are. This is only available for the elite riders. Those guys, those categories, the other race categories do not have this service. Those guys do need to take everything with that they may need. That can be from like as simple as a chain link and the multi-tool to CO2 bombs to tire plugs, all sorts of things. You also need like duct tape sometimes to, if you have a big sidewall cut and you need to put something bigger in than just a tire plug, that's also something that you take with. Zip ties, that's another one. And yeah, there's so many things that can happen out there, and you want to be prepared as much as you can.
So you just saw a little bit earlier, they were on the road and two big trucks came down the road here. It is Monday morning here, well, pretty much Monday morning wherever you might be, just about to. And it is a working day, the farms are busy, there'll be traffic on the road, farmers sending trucks all over the place. So yep, that's another factor they've got to be aware of here. Very, very much a factor. You've got to be incredibly careful on public and open roads.
Definitely. Like, yes, we are. It is the Cape Epic. We are the highlight for sure for the week, but there's also others that still need to do their normal job. And there was also within the briefing yesterday, you need to be careful. You on your bike, you know how vulnerable you are. You are gonna come off second best when you have a collision with anything out there. Even, and we saw in the Cape Epic, a wild animal can finish your Cape Epic. So you do need to be aware of that. And just, again, like look at your surroundings and don't try to pick a fight. You already know that you're not going to win.
Yeah.
So the traffic is going on, but again, there's so many volunteers out there. The police is out there. And the people here are very friendly. They all know how important the Cape Epic is for the environment, how privileged the Cape also is to have all these international people coming here for the Cape Epic, but also for training camps or anything else. So the awareness of cyclists here in the Cape has changed a lot as well, with all the work that the city puts in, everyone around it. And yeah, it gets safer every year, but still you do need to be careful when you're out there.
We are back at the start with the bunches riders leaving and preparing for their big marathon stage. Really a tough day out for all these riders, but there'll be excitement in them as well, because this is what they have trained for. As you heard that somewhat tongue-in-cheek comment at the start a little bit earlier from that rider. Oh, what's it all about? What's the fuss about? That prologue's easy. It's an easy ride. They know that today is when all that training, they start to delve deep into that box of fitness and training and mental strength and nutrition training, and put it all to the test today. They'll be out there for 5, 6, 7 hours, some of them. And it is going to get hot. It might be relatively cool in these parts right now, but rest assured, midsummer in these parts, it is going to get very, very hot indeed. So they've got to be well prepared, well hydrated. Looks like this could be our last batch heading off here at 8:10 from the start. And those flags and umbrellas flapping in the wind, but people are wearing just one light extra layer, which suggests that it is just a little bit cool at the moment.
Yeah, we're not far away from the ocean, so you definitely have a bit of a sea breeze here. Also well known for the wine that we got here. Like, that's also why it is important to have your wines above a certain level on the slopes. It all affects the wine as well. And Marendal, they're well known for their great red and white, and the wines that they produce on the farm are also outstanding.
Yeah, those slopes. Let's go to Max Kleur at the start.
Gentlemen from the other side of the Boerewors curtain, Joburg, we've got a newbie here. We've got 3 attempts, no finishes, which is going to change this year, 100%. How was yesterday?
Nervous, eh? Anxious. That downhill, you don't find that in Joburg, eh?
Woke up in Blouberg this morning, a bit windy?
Bit windy, but beautiful day. So blessed to be out here and ride today. Looking forward to it.
Lots of guys from Joburg down, and obviously just so great to see the mountain bike community together. This is an event that everyone talks about, but as a newbie, does it live up to expectations so far?
Oh, beyond it, to be honest. I mean, I've been down here, I've done, you know, the other events down here, but this is next level. Next level. They're up at a big time. Big time, yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the dance floor, stage one. How was yesterday?
Oh, it was absolutely fantastic, eh? Brilliant weather, wind stayed away. It was, very good conditions, eh? And the trails were just amazing.
Tomorrow is going to be interesting. We know that this time trial, everyone's starting to talk about it, but the focus is today. You good to go?
Yeah, I'm not looking past today. Today, just get through, take it easy, zone 2 as much as possible.
So apparently you've got lots of experience in mountain biking. How long have you been riding a bike?
I've been riding a bike since COVID. I'm a COVID cyclist, but I started mountain biking a month ago to partner this guy to the Epic.
1 month, you're brave, eh?
No one wanted to join me for this escapade, but this man stood up to the plate. So well done, Graham.
Good friend or stupid friend?
They say sometimes there's no excuse for stupid, right?
Yeah, no. We'll see. We'll see at the end of today.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we've got Marissa and Zintler here. We've got the She Untamed Mustangs. Giddy up. How was it yesterday?
It's a lot of fun. I do enjoy the shorter courses. Obviously, with the XCO background, it's a lot of fun for me.
Zintler, your day yesterday. Looking forward to today as well?
Looking forward to today. Yesterday went really well. As you heard her, she likes the shorter courses, so she did put the hammer down. But in a good way, it allowed me to push myself. And today, just ready to get going.
Marissa, we saw a lot of the She Untamed women up at the top saying farewell to all the riders, the elite riders today. It's quite a vibe. You guys have got a really good vibe going, don't you?
Yeah, we definitely do. And it's actually amazing to see how everyone's grown. I mean, even the riders that are currently riding the Cape Epic, there's such a camaraderie in the group that we are helping each other. Everyone's growing. Everyone's ready for the race. And it's just so good to know that you're supported by other women.
So many bits of advice and tips coming your way from different people. How do you know which ones to grab onto and which ones to throw away?
I grab onto all of them. Everyone has a different piece of advice. Everyone has their own certain wisdom that you can draw from. I promise you, I draw from everyone, and everyone's such, as Marissa said, such great support and just such camaraderie and a sisterhood within the She Untamed squad.
Good luck out there.
Thank you so much.
Well, from one extreme to the other, that's the last batch leaving, whilst the men in the elite race are 58 Ks from the finish. An hour and 12 minutes into their ride as they head up the single track through the Renosterveld here, and they're starting to string out a little bit here.
Yeah, now with the single track, again, it becomes longer and longer. There's nothing you can do. So getting in there first, or at least at one of the first teams, is key again, because once you're at the top, it goes straight into a downhill again. The gaps get longer, and getting to the front from there is always a huge effort. So yes, you better know where the single track is coming up, and all of them do know. So they have race briefings the night before. Those kind of key segments everyone will be aware of, and you do want to be, you want to position yourself not too far in the back. So all those small little notes will be written down. The riders have like little stage profile pictures on their bikes as well. You probably saw them in some of the bike checks, and it's all part of the strategy here.
A little bit of a gap there. These are the Fair Cape trails, the Fair Cape dairies they went through yesterday, and they're riding these trails so wonderfully again. The Loebscher family creating fun for the riders, not just these, but also those who are part of the Tigerberg Mountain Bike Club.
There's Stefan Sam on the e-bike, just at the back. That's the footage we're getting of his bike.
Stefan Sam is with us, as we say. Sam met ons here in the commentary box. Stefan, good morning.
Good morning, everyone in the studio. Nice windy day out here.
Hello.
And how, yeah, it looks beautiful out there, and it looks as though it's been unbelievably fast this morning.
Yeah, it's crazy fast. Like we're in a single track, but still a really big bunch. And the first part of the course wasn't that difficult. Probably gonna stretch out now more. but the wind is pumping it. You can see the dust. It's like hard to spot the right line and be focused.
Stefan, we did see an early mechanical for the Mbuko team, and did you see that? Were you aware of that?
No, I just started from the first water point. I heard it on the live show, so can't tell you what happened exactly.
It's nice to be a retired rider on a mountain bike. You can start from the first water point, eh?
Yes, absolutely, and I'm having fun.
There you are. The intensity, the pace here. How do you see the yellow jerseys going about this race today?
I think they probably will keep the jersey today because it's the first stage. They're still fresh. It's a long stage, maybe something unusual for the cross-country riders, but we'll see how it goes. They also do big hours in the saddle. We'll see. It's going to be interesting. Of course, like the decisive mountains, they come towards the end, and everything can happen. We all know that.
Yeah, the big climbs come later. Yeah, absolutely. The terrain, it's obviously pretty much dry and dusty as we saw on the prologue, and again here we've seen there was a little bit of a crash in the women's race. We've also seen a puncture and a mechanical in that race. So looking after equipment and making sure you get the lines right, key today.
Absolutely, especially now when it's so hectic and everybody's trying to stick to the groove and riding close together, and you really don't see. It good can be that the guy in front of you just pops up a rock and you ride over it, and there you have your puncture.
Well, there's a long line. This bunch is very big. We're looking at it from the helicopter now, and a very big bunch all together now as they head through this single track. Not too many opportunities to pass at this stage. Looking at who's in front there. Lucas Baum looks as though he might still be on the front there. Yep. All right, thanks very much to Stefan Sam out there keeping a watching brief on the back of this very, very large bunch of riders as they head up this single track. All teams sort of fragmented a little bit in between. There's Scale Gege. He's quite a long way behind his partner, Lucas Baum. And there's the Mbuko men. They're in there as well. There's Martin Stosek and Andreas Servold. They all seem to be intact here all together. The explosions will go off later. There's Stefan. So I think he was at the back of that early group. They've been caught now. Timothy is catching them behind. He'll have to fairly shortly move aside and allow them all to integrate once they onto Stefan's back wheel. That's building up nicely. Really fast start and then into the single tracks. It's all come back together again, and we've been talking about the King of the Mountains, the Rhino climb, still to come at around about 57, 58 kilometers. That'll be an opportunity to earn an extra little pocket money, but also perhaps an opportunity to launch an attack.
Yeah, definitely. It's another small little race within the race that you want to go for, pocket money, and it's always nice to be called the king of the mountain, the queen of the mountain. You take it when you can, and if you can get that with like an extra attack, positioning yourself in the right spot just before that climb. And also again, it's halfway through the race, so you want to test the others. You don't want to bring the entire bunch. Oh, there's another mechanical. It's Rabensteiner.
Yeah, that
was that? That was the Italian national champion there.
This is a familiar trail for them from the prologue, so they will know where they're going here. But yeah, that again, a mechanical. When the pressure's on a bit here, they've got to be very, very swift and quick about getting that sorted out. When the team have a mechanical like that, who, you know, it's always a question with is there a designated mechanic so that they can get to it quickly?
Well, it's interesting because they just formed the team like the day before the race, right? So They're not on the same equipment. They most likely have their own stuff with, and they, of course, they share the knowledge, but most likely the parts and the things they need to fix, each of them is responsible themselves. Besides the CO2 or tire plugs, there's not much more you can share between each other. And again, it's a team effort, so you need to fix it as quick as you can. You also maybe make sure that in this moment the other person gets a bit of nutrition in, because it is a good time. If you can't help, then look at yourself and then maybe get a gel, and then you're the one that paces back. It's all tactics. It's all tactics. You make the most out of the situation you find yourself in, and you try to get back on those guys' weeks.
Combined 18 Absa Cape Epics between them, Simon Steve-John and Fabian Rappensteiner. So never mind, they've got plenty of experience to lean back on. They won't be panicking. There won't be any major distress. They had a pretty decent day yesterday, Fabian Rappensteiner and Steve-John. They finished 2 minutes and 21 down on the overall leaders in 8th place. So nice job by the Singer Torpedo team. With our Aramex Elite Women's Race, and it is the second place pair of Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd who are making most of the pace here on the front. Not that it's express at the moment. They are just setting a tempo with the orange leaders jerseys back in there. So they are coming in towards the tech zone, and more problems for the Titan Honeycomb team. This is bad news for Bianca Hoare. And another puncture, quick with the bomb.
Yeah, didn't go in straight away.
Yeah, off they go.
Hopefully enough to keep her going.
So their tech zone is coming, so maybe that'll be their savior. And that was just a little bit earlier. So, in fact, I think they've just been through the tech zone. I'm looking back there. Not quite sure.
The tech zone is coming up.
Coming up still, yeah.
Yeah, should be coming up now. 49 kilometers into the race.
All right. Here is Anneke Langtel just making a little bit of ground up on the left-hand side to make sure that there isn't an attack coming from the front there. Jessie Nixon. Jessie, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Very good, very good. Looks a glorious day to be out on the bike.
Yes, very nice. A little bit of a chilly breeze. Well, a little bit more than a breeze. But yeah, nice morning so far.
Tell us about the rider in front of you. Do you know quite well?
Yeah, that's my big sister that I get to follow today, which is amazing.
Yeah. And your big sister's partner's husband sitting next to me here, he just wants to know how she's doing. Charisse, is she there? We can't see her there.
So the water point now is a little bit tricky. There's a bit of chaos. So I think some riders got separated. Charisse is a little bit further ahead in the single track at the moment.
I like that message. Thank you very much. If you get to speak to her, wish her good luck. Try to stay within this group. This is a good group to hang out in. And yeah, look at this.
Jessie, just can you give us a little background on the troubles that Haley Preen and Bianca Hoare have had this morning?
So I only started a little bit later this morning, but it's definitely going to affect their ride, because with this wind, is like massive headwinds in some sections. So without a group to help them get up, they're going to be having a tough battle.
Right, yeah, that's never true when spoken. Thanks very much, Jessie. We've just seemed to have lost connection with Jessie Nixon. Yes, it is Jessie's big sister up there, Isla Stowe, riding with Charisse Willett. So it's all in the family here in the Absa Cape Epic. Lovely, lovely stuff. I said that was the last batch. It's 8:23. Here's another batch heading off from the start. Maybe this is the very back end of the Absa Cape Epic. Bear in mind, if you look at that clock, they are going to be starting an hour and 20 minutes, 25 minutes after that lead batch. Those are the real heroes and heroines of this of the Absa Cape Epic, because they will spend so many hours out on the trails there trying to fulfill their dreams, reach their goals, and finish today's stage, let alone the Absa Cape Epic. A little look at the splits after 27 kilometers in the RMX women's category. Yeah, Cannondale ISV Sport, Facilis and Calderon were going nicely, but all together pretty much top 7 teams there. There's a bit of a gap to the second of the Cannondale teams, leading a bunch that included the Outsters Dito Merida team, as well as Songo Kolisi Foundation of Cherise Willett and Isla Stowe.
Yeah, it looks like all those teams are actually together again. The split was at Waterpoint. And like we just got the information that at Waterpoints it can become quite chaotic sometimes. Teams that are not taking anything, teams that need to grab maybe a water bottle, some teams that actually change their hydration pack as well. Another tactic, you only maybe stop once in the entire race instead of like stopping 3 times for water bottles. It's all part of the game. And it can be quite chaotic, but it seems like there's more than just 3 teams together here. And the time gaps, 15 seconds is not a lot, but if you miss the train and the headwind is pumping, the gaps can get bigger and bigger quite quickly. But it looks steady here. Margot is at the front right now. Sophia in 3rd place. It looks like a good day for the women here.
I've just seen Sarah Hill and Aurelie Holbachs come through there at the back of that bunch. So it's all pretty much together. That's a very cool section built. And these trails are unbelievable around the Tigerberg Mountain Bike Club's trails. Really fantastic, the job they've done to maintain and create space. The landowners and the farmers in this region are in general massively cooperative in allowing trails to be built and allowing riders to ride here. But it must be said right now that what you see on the Absa Cape Epic and these trails they're riding doesn't mean you could just go and ride them at any day. You have to make sure they're part of a network, and if they are, there's no doubt a permit fee. Join the club if you must, but otherwise make sure that you find out from Tigerwood Mountain Bike Club, perhaps is the best source here, and find out what trails you can ride legally. Some of these lands and some of these farmers only open the trails specifically for the Absa Cape Epic. So if you do ride on those outside of this event, you might well get yourself in trouble with that landowner, but also create a difficulty for mountain bikers for the rest of the year, who might the landowners might get a little bit disappointed and say, no, we're not going to have you back here. So please do the right thing and make sure you ride trails legally. No rogue riding. So
there's now some of the men's teams that interfere, but they do try to go through the women's field right now, so that is also a little bit of a dynamic sometimes that can offset some of the riders. But yeah, it is hard to take them or keep them all apart. Looks like the women here, they're not waiting for each other, but probably the wind is pumping. Like that's also like you need to manage the effort, and if the wind is pumping too much, then just take down the pace a little bit, see what the other teams want to do. But it makes no sense for Margot and Samara to push a hard pace right now. Like let the other do some of the work as well.
It's a moving hydration station. Everyone's having a drink, a bite to eat, just making sure they keep their nutrition intake on point, and setting up 61 Ks to go. So a third of the way through the race as Aurelie Holbach, the Mauritian champion, multiple champion and a former mixed race winner here, just drags herself back up onto the wheel of her partner Sarah Hill, and a bunch all coming back together again on these open roads where it is exposed, and they may well be one of those climbs that never look like a climb, but when you're on a bike it definitely is a climb. And they're riding up, that's it. Holbach's back onto the bunch now. So,
and again, into the single track, if you are at the front, It does help you. You see the bridges, you have a longer view in front of you, you know exactly what's coming up. The closer you are, the less time you have to adapt your riding or avoid certain obstacles, that's for sure. But I think this is now the main that we're looking at, right?
Yeah, for the men from the batches further back, so they just changed the start order this year. With the elite men going first, normally it would be the elite women, but they put the amateur men, those category leaders, the masters and the like, in between the elite men and the elite women. So just a little bit of a change this year, but some of those slow ones catching up to them now.
It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong. It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year the cards are freshly shuffled and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.
The Absa Cape Epic is the most prestigious mountain bike stage race in the world and is commonly referred to as the Tour de France of mountain biking. This is the 21st edition of the 8-day full-service stage race traversing the spectacular Western Cape of South Africa. 2025 attracts the biggest ever elite field with national, world and Olympic champions riding in teams of 2, all striving for the unparalleled title of Absa Cape Epic winner. For the amateurs, just to complete the same 603-kilometre course with 16,500 metres of climbing is a huge accolade. It's day 1 today, and the riders enjoy a short, sharp time trial prologue course that will count towards their overall time. The prologue weaves around the Mirandal Wine Estate trails. It's short in length, but not on importance. The punchy course has steep climbs through the vineyards and technical manicured single track that requires every ounce of concentration. At just 26 kilometres with 750 metres of climbing, the final Stairway to Heaven ascent will be a decider in the dusty Durbanville heat. The Absa Cape Epic attracts many previous winners and many new combinations. The most decorated mountain biker of all time, Nino Schurter, is in attendance with new teammate Filippo Colombo. Schurter has multiple Olympic and World Championship medals and has won the Cape Epic twice. Colombo podiums regularly on the World Cup circuit and has raced on the road professionally. Defending champion Matthew Beers from South Africa also has a new partner, Keegan Swenson from the USA, riding for Outright Toyota Songo. Beers is a South African powerhouse and has won this event 3 times with different partners. This year, Swenson is in the hot seat, but with huge gravel success in the US, the team are primed. Obeah Liet Speed Company with Gail Geiger and Lucas Baum have remained the same since winning their first Absa Cape Epic in 2022 and always provide exciting racing. In the women's category, 2023 champion Vera Lossa and USA Marathon champion Alexis Skada team up for the 2nd year in a row. After some bad luck at the back end of the race last year, they are shooting for a win for efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. Toyota Specialized are a star-studded team, with the return of Annika Langvall, the 5-time winner of the Absa Cape Epic, who also has multiple national and world titles. The Dane is paired up with Argentine 2022 champion Sofia Gomez Villafan. E-Ford Chem champs Marga Moschetti and Samara Shepherd are without doubt contenders this year. Moschetti was a stage winner in 2018 and Shepherd placed third overall in 2024. This new pairing has a point to prove. Efficient Infinity Insure SCB SRAM settle into a good rhythm out of the start ramp, with their experience and communication paying dividends. By the 16.5 kilometre mark at the Toyota Tough section, shake, rattle and roll, the Namibian-American team are in a podium position. It's hot and dusty entering this stairway to heaven climb, but the pair have done their preparation and keep it together, crossing the line in just under 1 hour and 14 minutes, taking the bottom step of the podium. E-Ford Chem champ Marga Moschetti and Samara Shepherd seem to find their feet well, and the new pairing put together a consistent ride. The Durbanville hills are challenging and dusty, but they are rewarded with some silky smooth single tracks on their way back into Merendal. The French-Kiwi pair are a consistent second fastest at all of the time checks and maintain the pace to cross the line in just over 1 hour and 12.5 minutes to take second. Toyota Specialized are the last women's team to leave the start at the Merendal Wine Estate. They want to stamp their mark on the race and prove their dominance. By the halfway mark, they have a 50-second lead and can now keep it safe. The communication between the Dane and the Argentine pair seems to be effective, but they do cut it fine. Crossing the line just 3 seconds ahead of second place, Toyota Specialized secure the top spot on the podium. The women's podium sees Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM in third. Second goes to the excited E-Ford Chem champ team, and the win is taken by the legendary Toyota Specialized, who will wear the orange leaders jerseys for tomorrow's stage 1. In the men's prologue, the split times buffeted back and forward over the hot and dusty afternoon. The all-South African team of Mark Pritzen and Wessel Botha from Honeycomb at 226s put together a belter of a ride. Smooth flowing dynamics and brimming motivation, the locals have the ride of their lives and cross the line in 1 hour and 49 seconds. Scotsram MTB Racing are definitely one of the favourites for the overall, but the Swiss combination of Schurter and Colombo also have cross-country pedigree. This is their first Cape Epic together, but the combination seems to be fantastic. They take turns pacing through the prologue course, crossing the line in 1 hour and 5 seconds, taking a very solid second place. The Italian Willia Vittoria team of Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto leave the start ramp for their very first time. It's all new for them, but this relatively short 26-kilometre prologue course is perfect for the cross-country specialists. It takes them 10 kilometres to find their feel, but once they cross the floating bridge, they go from 5th in the split timings to 1st at the Toyota Tough section. Then it's full gas to the finish line in Merendal. They are the only team to go under the 1 hour mark, taking 20 seconds from Scotsram in second. The prologue shows how unpredictable and competitive this untamed race is. Honeycomb 226s finish in third, Scotsram MTB Racing in second, and a well-deserved win to the cross-country specialists, Willia Vittoria. The all-Italian pair, Braido and Avendetto, are proud owners of the yellow leaders' jerseys for stage 1 tomorrow.
Merendal Wine Estate is the venue for stage 1. It was the prologue venue as well, and for 8 years it hosted prologues and the grand finale. Never before has it hosted a marathon stage. Hello and welcome to day 2, stage 1 of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic as it enters its third decade. 21 years now it is coming of an age, this wonderful, wonderful race. Dorsberg in the distance was yesterday's early challenge. They will be tempted by it this year, but they won't go to the top of it today. It'll look at them as they skirt around its outside and then head down onto the trails. A day of real challenge today, 96 kilometers. 2,700 meters of climbing, and these riders will be challenged all the way around. It's wonderful to welcome once again a man who knows this race inside and out, and he knows so much about what is happening in this race. Benno Willett, welcome Benno.
Thank you very much for having me back on air. It has been a beautiful morning. The sun is out, but with the sun also the wind. We already the lead halfway through the race. pretty much. There was already quite a bit of drama.
Yeah, plenty going on, but this is from earlier today, and the start of the elite men at 7 o'clock on a coolish morning in Durbanville as they headed off. The yellow jerseys, Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto of William Victoria. They were the, not surprising because they are cross-country specialists, but they certainly are riding superbly in their first Absa Cape Epic. In the red there, the Absa African jersey wearers, Mark Pritson and Vessel Wood of Honeycomb 226ers, who were in a way a little bit of surprise because this team in Buko, Chemchamp, a wheel problem for Marco Hubert. So Luke Kursen, their number 2 team rider, stopped to help out, and they were able to get back and chase back because that happened very early on. The pace was quite high already as the sun was rising. Also a problem for one of the Team Honeycomb riders, not their leading team. This was one of their masters teams, and he had to fix a mechanical. Back on and on his way. So there are there's early drama in this race as ever. Meanwhile, the early slopes of the Vineyard climbs, and Lucas Baum put himself at the front for Beer-led Speed Company, and soon enough his partner Georg Egger, the 2022 champions, were where they've been for many stages on this event over the years. Behind them, Scotsram MTB Racing, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. They were starting the day 20 seconds behind the leaders on the overall. Fast, technical, dusty, dry descent. And the riders just loved it. Fabian Rabenstein jumping over there, the Italian champion. Little shove there for Luca Braido just to get out the way of David Vallaro. And on they go. So plenty of drama in this race at high pace. The early part of today's stage is relatively forgiving, fast and fairly flat. The teeth will come to bear themselves later on in the stage, over the last third of the race when the big climbs happen. This is the chaos and mayhem that happens at the water points, the tech zones, shouting for bottles, reaching for bottles, dropping bottles, picking them up, hydration, off they go. They don't want to lose touch with the group. Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson, they have time to make up today, starting the day 2 minutes and 33 seconds off the overall leaders. Early days though, first marathon stage, and plenty of opportunity to catch up. The a fall there, that's what can happen. This is a really tricky section where the trails, the farm tracks have dried up, the tractors have created ruts, and the riders maybe just slide off the edge of a rut and down they go. Didn't look too serious though, thankfully, and they should be back up and riding. Through the Fair Cape dairy trails, and the familiar ones they are, as these riders strung out a long bunch. The early pace, eventually they all came back together again in the men's elite race. The women's elite race were just 3 seconds separated. Toyota Specialized, Annika Langthal and Sophia Gomez-Viefan in those Chivita orange leaders jerseys for the Aramex women's race, and E-Ford Chemchamp, Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd. In third place was Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. So that team is also very much a team to be reckoned with. Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. Dusty, and sometimes the shadows can create trouble for the riders, not being able to pick up maybe a hole or a line or a very heavy dusty spot as these riders charged along the trails. And we had drama in this women's race as well. 18 teams setting off this morning, and one of the teams affected was the Titan Honeycomb team of the Absa African jersey, whereas Bianca Hall and Haley Preed, who had a puncture and had to stop and repair that and chase back onto the group. And that does expend a lot more energy and dig into your resources that you might well need later in the day. And that resulted in them having to stop and fix the puncture, which looked like it was on. In fact, it wasn't a puncture. It looked like some wire that had got caught up in the drivetrain. And that is a peril, and that's one of the hazards of riding through the farmlands here. These farmers work all year round, and pieces of wire and other debris lie around the roads, and they can cause havoc with a drivetrain. Causing havoc at the front, Sophia Gomez-Viefan, and she was alongside her was Monica Calderon on the left-hand side and Margot Muschietti in the French champions jersey on the other side, setting the pace. But the group all together here at the early stages of this ride, except one of the riders from the Canadale ISB team stopping at the back there. A little bit of a climb, and so the gaps start to open a little bit there. Vera Lossa digging deep and staying in contact with the leaders there, the European champion, Rosa van Doorn as well. And a wonderful shot of a former champion here, teaming up with a 5-time champion, Sofia Gomez Villafan. The ultimate queen of the gravel scene in the United States is bringing her class and her pace here to the Absa Cape Epic once again in what many feel is a dream combination with the returning Annika Langveld. The European champion, Rosa van Doorn there of Buff Megamo. They had endured a tough day on the prologue day yesterday, losing some nearly 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 56 seconds to the leaders, but it is an 8-day race, and they know there are plenty of opportunities to regain lost time from that prologue, let alone from this day. Plenty of watching going on. Muschietti and Samara Shepherd were playing a game here, making sure that, or keeping a watching brief on the leaders in the orange jerseys there, maybe looking, sensing an opportunity to put in an attack, but it wasn't to be. They kept in that group and they stayed there, but there was no question that Muschietti was staying very close to the front here, the French champion in some great shape, as is Samara Shepherd in the white there, the New Zealander, as they snaked around through these big maze fields. And then those shadows, well, they caused a little bit of a problem there, taking a little bit too narrow into the corner was Sofia Gomez Villafan and one of the Canadale riders. Down they went and they had to chase back. So that was an early drama for the race leaders, the pair of Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez Villafan. Never mind, they've done that all before. They were back on point very, very quickly as Lossa and Skada there were very much in the frame. So the familiar faces, the major protagonists moving to the sharp end of the race. Yet more drama for the Titan Honeycomb team. Bianca Hall looks ahead and sees Hayley Preen head down the road and then come back to help her puncture. Quick bomb in. She doesn't quite get it all sorted, but it's enough to get them back on the road. A drama for the Absa African jersey wearers. Preen on her bike first, and there's the Absa Cape Epic debutante Bianca Hall on her way. All happening inside the first hour and a half today. There's never a dull moment on the Absa Cape Epic, Benno. This is what it's all about.
No, it's incredible how many things have already happened that early on in the stage. On paper, it looked like a very small, easy stage.
But it's not, is it?
It is not. No, definitely not. The first technical descent, as we saw earlier, that fast section, all those water things, crossings, and we're doing those, so the riders are doing those with like 40 k's an hour into the sun, very little visibility because of the dust and everything. And from there on, we just go farther into it.
There, the Hoogekral, Kontemannskloof, Hillcrest, all very familiar trails to those of you who know this area. It's very close to the urban areas of the Western Cape, and they will be exploring most of the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club trails, some 200 kilometers of them. All right, 96 kilometers of them, but it is a seriously challenging day today. 4 chain rings today, that's how tough it is, and backloaded with some very big climbs at the end of the day to put them to the test. The Lombard's Terror is a technical descent that will be today's Toyota Tough section, and the King and Queen of the Mountains will be the Rhino climb just after Water Point 2 towards Kontemannskloof, and that'll be a little prize of 15,000 Rand for the first man and woman to the top of that climb. This is stage 1 of the Absa Cape Epic, the first big marathon stage, the first big tester for all 750 teams. Now we're on the road with our leading men's team here, and just resetting. We can see the yellow jerseys in there. There's red jerseys. They do stand out, of course. And it looks a little, well, they're coming back now. You see riders starting to make their way back in here. So they will. There's Thiago Ferreira right at the back there, and his partner David Bellaro in the brownish shorts. So
at least 6-7 teams that we have an eye on right now. Very close together, more than halfway through the race. By now there must be close, or if not even past already water point 2. Yeah, definitely. So they're aiming up towards the king of the mountain, queen of the mountain soon. Yeah, lots of tactics, but yeah, still a big bunch together.
So William, Vittoria in the yellow jerseys are the men who sort of can control it if they want, and they can. They've got a 20-second lead over Scottstram, MTB, Scherter and Colombo, and Honeycomb 226 is in third place. So what's the yellow jerseys tactic and plan today on the first big marathon stage?
Well, as we heard before, the wind is pumping out there. And with the yellow jersey, all you want to do is protect your position. You're not going to be the ones trying to open up gaps when it makes no sense, especially when the wind is pumping. You let the others do the work. There's other teams that are motivated to win a stage. There's the African jersey within this group as well. They may aim for the yellow jersey. So when you have the leader jersey, when you are in the yellow jersey, your riding style, your tactics, that's actually water point 2 that we see right now. A lot of, mechanicals can happen. You see a couple of riders are stopping there. The others are going through. They most likely grab some more nutrition from their team and off they go again.
Anna Beulah Farm, a beautiful stopover. You can visit there and enjoy their wonderful organic vegetables and food. They're really beautiful, but these riders are flying through here on these dry and dusty trails. Simon Schneller on the right-hand side here from the Bulls Mavericks, and just ahead of him his partner Axel Rudel Cortina. And this bunch starting to establish itself as the lead group. Not sure the gap to the next group behind them, but they are working on this drag up the Anna Beulah climb. That was halfway up, a little bit of a climb, and then they'll head towards Contermans Kloof over the top of this. Schnell, of course, winner of the grand finale stage in Stellenbosch last year with his erstwhile partner Urs Huber, bit of a legend, of course, and a former winner of the Absa Cape Epic. So 48 kilometers in, and that's where that water point at Anna Beulah Farm was, and it is a top 8 teams down to the Bulls Mavericks. So interesting here. Let's see who's missing that should be there. Tapato Singer, they had a problem a little bit earlier. Simon Stiepjan and Fabian Rabensteiner, so they've lost some time. And Buff Megamo 1 find themselves in a bit of distress there. So that's going to be of some concern to that team.
Yeah, you can definitely see all the ones that, well, the top 8, they're very close together. The 4 seconds, that's nothing. That's just coming out of the tech zone last, but that stands for nothing. The others a little bit farther behind. They had a mechanical beforehand, but it seems like they did not have to stop too long. Maybe they were actually with the group. Maybe they changed the wheel. Or changing a wheel will definitely take like up to 40 seconds easily. So the time splits are after the tech zone. So hopefully, they can still make it up to this group. 40 seconds seems a lot, but anything is possible. And again, we only 49, 50 Ks into the race. So almost halfway to go still.
Yeah, Martin Stosek and Bart Alleman at Buff Megamo team will not want to lose too much time. He was quite prominent at the sharp end early on, the Belgian champion. But no doubt he will find his way back towards this group. Simon Schneller just hanging a little bit off the back wheel of his partner here, but no problem at all. They'll concertina back together again. Prominent here as well, the New Zealand team, Milta Q NZ Cycling Project. Cameron Ben Oliver, two newcomers to the event. Wonderful to have them here. Ben was runner-up in the Road Race Championships of New Zealand earlier this year, and Cameron is the New Zealand Marathon champion. And Southern Hemisphere riders, perhaps in the middle of their season, rather like South African riders, have arrived here in good shape, a good racing shape. Not that the others aren't in good shape, but it's a slightly different kettle of fish. They've probably spent more of November, December in good climbs, riding and racing. And the Europeans will be training. They've done some early season races in Andalusia and the Med Epic and various others. But that takes them just maybe a little bit longer to get back into the racing scene here.
Yeah, quite a few of the European teams also made it down here to South Africa before December, January. Even lots of the cross-country teams were here. It is the perfect place to get over the European winter. You have the perfect riding conditions all year around. Even the South African winters are never as hard and tough as they are in Europe. So yeah, the preparation starts early on, and knowing the terrain you're riding through is key within this event. So it is important to make the effort and come out here early, or at least get to a place where you can ride those long hours that you need to do for something like this.
On your game here on the single track, Kondermanskloof, they're heading towards Hoogekral on the left. They would have ridden there on the prologue yesterday. And on the e-bike, Stefan Saam on our Bulls Media e-bike. Morning, Stefan. Beautiful morning for riding. Wind still blowing out there?
Yeah, still wind out there, but not as fierce as in the beginning. So the group is kind of chilling a bit. It was a hectic start, lots of drama. So many flats on actually nice single track. So that's the payoff riding in a big bunch. You don't see where you're going really.
A teammate of former teammate of yours, Simon Steepjan and Fabian Rabensteiner had a problem there. Obviously riding different bikes and different equipment. What was their issue?
I think it was just a tire issue. Like they blocked it and off they went. I saw them stopping in the feed zone, changing something, probably just the front wheel. And we'll close up back again to this group.
Yeah, they're coming there. We just caught a glimpse of them. They're closing in now, Fabian Rabensteiner. They'll be on your wheel shortly. What about the Buff Mega Mode team, Bart Alleman and Martin Storsek? They're not in this group, are they?
No, they had similar issues with the puncture, trying to plug it, but sometimes maybe the hole is just too big, and you have to make a different plan. Maybe put 2 plugs or some tape or something. So let's hope they can also continue the racing and catch up again, because they look good.
Yeah, the punctures, quite a lot of punctures this morning. Why? Well, I mean, I know it's mountain biking, but
yeah, like I have this theory, maybe.
Oh, we just seem to have lost Professor Stefan Saam and his theory there about
we're gonna miss the theory now.
We'll have to get back to him and find out.
Yeah.
Are you with us still, Stefan? Ah, no, this is
earlier.
Okay, we've lost Stefan, and now we're on board with our other media e-bike, Jessie Nixon, as she follows the elite women on their race in the Aramex elite women's category. And Jessie is with us through this wonderful Renosterveld. Lovely trails, aren't they, Jessie?
Yeah, it's super windy still. Like in some little sections, it's sorry, I'm trying not to fall over, but yeah, it's super windy in some little valleys, and then like this valley you went to now, it is more sheltered. But as you can probably see, it's very dusty, quite rough from all the riders doing the same route.
Yeah, so Jessie, the composition of this group in front of you, is it still all the teams, or are there some missing here?
There is a bit of a gap now. There's still quite a few men's groups trying to make their way through the field as well, so it's making it very messy. Because it's only single track, so not much space to overtake.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation, that, isn't it? Having some of the men come through here. Are they behaving themselves?
More or less. There's some elbows here and there, but yeah, I can understand.
Yeah. Everyone's racing here. Everyone's in it to do their very best and give everything out there. So the race at the moment in this women's race, we've got 52 Ks to go. Still over half of the distance to cover. And they're biding their time here. But I know you're at the back of this group here, but the Marga Musetti-Samara Shepherd combination are looking very strong here. They've only got 3 seconds on this. You know this area well. Some of those late climbs, do you fancy that might be an opportunity for a team to get away?
I definitely think so. Based on how teams are working a little bit later, I think now kind of we halfway-ish. I think some teams are getting some fatigue. So we'll see how everyone holds up.
All right, Jesse, brilliant insight. Thanks very much for the input out on these wonderful trails. Jesse Nixon, who is on that Bulls Media e-bike, and whose sister Isla Stowe is, well, he took over that seat from her sister Isla last year, and Isla's racing here alongside Cherise Willett, whose husband is sitting alongside me, giving his wonderful insight into the racing. I'm not sure if Cherise is still in this group.
I saw Isla just a second ago. She's maybe 4 riders up.
Ah, there we go. Yes.
So I think Cherise must be ahead of her. Yeah, good times. Now it's all about trying to stay within this group. This is the leading group. If you can stay with them, the speed is high. You can hide away from the wind, let the strongest teams play the tactics at the front, and then you just try to stay in there as long as you can. Single track, everyone is riding super fast. I'm very surprised that, yeah, staying on an e-bike with those guys, still being able to talk. Jesse, heads up to you. Well done. Thanks for the footage there. And yeah, you can see they're flying down those trails, and incredible footage we get currently from the e-bikes.
Jesse comes from skills royalty in Cape Town, so no problem at all with dealing with these trails. She's amazing, wonderful to ride. Oh, that'll work from one of the men here. So yeah, the men in amongst the women here, it'll be interesting to hear the insight. I mean, yes, they want to get past, but there is no way past here.
No,
You've
no,
got to bide your time and ride.
You have to wait for your gap. Like you have to have patience. It's the same for everyone. It's a bit of draw of the luck, but at the same time, everyone wants single trails. But at the same time, sometimes when you come into a situation like this, it is what it is. So I think today's stage has 55% of single track. I mean, that shows how many hours, minutes you're gonna spend on that. It is beautiful riding. But you just have to be patient. You wait for one of those open sections and you go by, and you try not to interfere with the elite woman, with the other race categories.
Well, at the Anna Bueller water point, the water point, this is number 2 actually. Might be number 1. No, I think this is number 2. Anna Bueller water point, and the team's leaving there, and they look at those olive groves. They look at that. It's the wind is really pumping, and it looks like they're riding into it.
Yes,
at the moment,
straight into it.
Yeah, so that's going to take a toll on the riders today. As the day progresses, the wind is going to be a factor, and perhaps the heat as well. But at the moment, it's looking very, very calm and mild. So there is the elite men's race underway now. This is the sharp end of that race, and no doubt about who's on the front. Albert Elliott Speed Company, Lucas Baum and Georg Egger, the yellow jersey, Rhino, and then it is the Scott Stram MTB pair of Schurter and Colombo and Schurter in that order, and then the red jersey of Mark Pritson, and then Marco Hubert and his partner Tristan Nokier is in there as well. They're all stringing back. Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson are in there. We just saw Keegan Swenson, those white jerseys of the distinctive outright Toyota Songo team. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. This is the big group, actually.
It's a very big group, and there's a battle for 2 jerseys, African jerseys in there as well. The gap between those 2 teams is also just 3 seconds. From yesterday, so it's a very small gap, and there's still the biggest climb in front of them to come. You know how well Tristan can climb. He proved himself just a couple of weeks ago in one of the toughest one-day races here in South Africa, the Mbuko race. So it's going to be interesting. The climbers will start positioning themselves at the front. Yes, you can see how he's moving forward. He knows about that opportunity that's about to come. at the top of the Rhino climb, that's also where the king and queen of the mountain prize is sitting. So another one to give you a little bit of extra motivation, pace for the team dinner for stage 9 at the end of the race, whatever it is. But yeah, you can see Tristan knows what's coming, and that's his strength, and he's not going to be shy to show what he got.
Well, Stefan suggested they'd be back soon, and here they are. This is Steven Stevjan on the left and Fabian Rabensteiner on the right. A team that was scratched together the night before the prologue due to withdrawals from both riders' original partners, and so they got together and said, let's do this thing. And they've got 18 years of experience together there, so plenty of it. See the Bulls teams in there, Simon Schneller and Axel Rudel Kortenat. BH Coloma in there, David Valero on the far side of Matt Beers and his partner Thiago Ferreira. There's Beers and Keegan Swenson, the defending champion, and his American partner, sitting on the wheel of Mark Pritson. He's just looking over his shoulder at the moment. Yeah, Pritson just marking the move of Tristan Norkier, because they are the race within the race. There's Norkier in the front, and then Marco Hubert. They are the two complete African teams in this bunch here, and just 6 seconds separate Honeycomb 226 in second place overall, but first place in the Absa African jersey, and Ibuko Kemchamp, Hubert and Tristan Norkier. There's a little bit of a tail starting to wag at the back end of this group.
Yeah, Rabenstein and Stibar, they had to stop at the last water point to change the wheel. So that definitely must have been the gap of the 40 seconds, but they made that up quite quickly. You will pay for it, and that's also, I guess, why they are at the back end of this climb. They have to find their pace, their rhythm again. Manage the effort that they just put in to get back on this group, but there's a big climb coming, and there's no hiding anymore. So aerodynamics do not play a role in this. Of course, as long as the wind is pumping, you keep an eye on that. But you see Tristan is already like preparing his pace going up that hill, and he's not going to slow down. He's one of the guys that gets quicker towards the end of the climb, but not the other way around.
Just catch a glimpse of that long shot there, just behind the motorbike. Bart Alleman leading that group to come across with his partner, Martin Stosek of Buff Megamo. But Alleman's looking good. He just looks over his shoulder, and they want to come and join this group on the climb, up the Rhino climb. King of the Mountain at the top of this climb returns as an additional, there's an additional $50,000 that was added to the prize money fund for the Absa Cape Epic this year. Wind and gradient, it's all there in the Absa Cape Epic, and you wouldn't want it any other way. That's the way. That's what it should be.
That's why it's called the toughest mountain bike race in the world, and then there's no gift given. Every single kilometer needs to be deserved.
There's a problem
to be ridden.
Sorry, Benno, but this is a bit of a problem. Wessel Buerta looks to be in a bit of distress. Mark Pritson is sitting here at the front, and Wessel Buerta is sitting at the back there, drinking and taking on as much as he can. He's starting to lose touch here, and Pritson's got to be very careful here.
Yeah,
he's marking the move by Hubert and Tristan Norkier.
Yeah, they got the jersey, the African jersey. They know that they want that they will try everything to stay within it, but I think this is actually the move that the others were waiting for. This could actually mean that if they don't stay with this group, they're not going to catch them, or it will be very hard to catch them towards the end. And I mean, 3 seconds is nothing. So that could be a very decisive moment within this race for that jersey.
Well, the gravel road tilts upwards, and the main protagonists on stage 1 of the Absa Cape Epic get down to business here on this big climb. We're over halfway through the stage. It's the Rhino climb, the King of the Mountains climb. And Tristan Norkier and Marco Hubert are the men in the blue there for Mbuko Kemchamp, setting the pace. Just behind Norkier is the Absa African jersey of Mark Pritson. However, his partner is stranded a little bit further back. Likewise for David Valera, Serrano's partner in the blue, and he's in the black helmet. His partner is Thiago Ferreira, is also just a little bit off the pace, but they won't mind that. Pritson is banking on his partner Vesselboer getting it right. Line choice key here. Look at that rocky terrain, rough terrain. Heads down. They've got to really focus here. One wrong line, one wrong little pedal stroke, and they could be just stopping off their bikes and the brake will go.
Quickly, the handlebars touching each other, like you see here, like it splits up, but there's only one really good line, and that's the one you want to be on. If you get pushed off it, immediately wheel spin, you may have to uncleat. Those are the moments. And it actually, yeah, you see the guys in the back struggling more and more. You don't have space to move. You can't get out of the saddle. Like even Nino here has to uncleat, get back on it. And this is a very, very tough section to go up. And it's steep. Look how steep it is. Like, this is definitely worth the king of the mountain here and the queen of the mountain going up here.
The rugged, rough terrain of the Western Cape bears its teeth on stage one of the Absa Cape Epic here as the big men tackle the king of the mountains with 37 kilometers to go on the first marathon stage of this Absa Cape Epic. Real battle there. And down the other side goes Tristan Nortje and Mark Pritson. Well, Pritson will be, has to be aware of where his partner is, Vesselboer, because that is a big factor for the man in red. He does not want to get distance. He looks over his shoulder now and drifts up alongside Tristan Nortje. Tactics and awareness about what is going on up there. He might be having a chat there with Tristan Nortje. Well, they all know each other very well. Vesselboer has ridden for the Buko team before, so we'll know him well. But there is the long line. Difficult to make out there where he might be. Nosterveld of the Durbanville Hills. Stunning it is, and cut through it, these wonderful trails. World's finest mountain bikers getting a chance to explore it and show their wares and show their skill. That climb was tough.
Yeah, very much. And maybe it's a tactical move now for Marco Pritson as well in the single track to bring the pace down a little bit. Could be now. Maybe he's aware that his partner is not right within this group. Yeah, that's the race tactics full on here. Absolutely. Another climb is just starting now. Yeah, there must be some
second half of the climb. It is the second half of that Rhino climb, I think. So they're heading up this climb here, and this is a key moment of this day's race. This is going to be a pivotal moment. Pritson is now trying to go to the front there and maybe try and just slow it down a fraction. Let his partner regain this group here. Beers is there, but Svensson is just drifting a little bit off that group. There he comes.
Oh, it's right there. Yeah, he's still within this group.
The early part of this climb has just shed a couple of teams here, not the bulk of them. They're still in here, the yellow jerseys, the red jerseys, the top 5 or 6 teams. Oh, Svensson just off his bike briefly there. Back on as they bend to the task of the Rhino climb. The yellow jerseys, Braido and Avendetto of Willia Vittoria are there. This is the impact of this climb here. And one of the bullsmen there, I think it's Axel Rudil Kortenat, also just slipping off the back and having to regroup. You get an idea of how tough this climb is by the pace they're going here.
By the pace. I mean, those are the pro elite riders going up that hill, and the pace probably do like 12 k's an hour, if even. Like, this is a very steep climb.
Thiago Ferreira here on
They're
the
digging deep.
left-hand side. They're going very, very deep. It is a brutally hard climb, this. And just before we came back to Stefan Sam, he caught a glimpse of Gael Geiger going to the front of the group. There's Ferreira sticking deep here. You can see the group going away, and you know you've got to go deeper now. You've got to get back on that group to stay with it. Not far from the top of this climb. And he's hanging in. It's Simon Schneller on the left-hand side. And Keegan Svensson, Matt Beers' partner. The man in front of the Bulls rider is Valero Serrano, who is Ferreira's partner.
Yeah, quite a few of the athletes changed chain rings from yesterday to today, knowing that this climb is going to come. You're not gonna push the biggest gear up this mountain. You want to be sure that you don't burn your legs. So most of them went from like a 40 to a 38, or from 38 to 36, something like that. I can imagine. It's a long way up. It's going straight up to the antennas here. Open, still possible to overtake, but everyone is on the limit. Everyone is going as much as they can, with keeping an eye on their partners.
Yeah, that lower section that was so rugged and rough and loose, it took a lot, it demanded a lot of concentration, skill and strength. This is slightly more forgiving in terms of its road surface, but the gradient will get steeper and steeper, as they and you now can see as they come towards us and make their way up this climb. This is what it's about. This is the first really challenging climb of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic, for sure. The major protagonists in the elite men's race are making their way to the summit of the day's King of the Mountains climb, the Rhino climb. It's come in two parts. It's hit them hard. The first was a rough and very loose rocky terrain with some steep gradients, and it leveled out a fraction. Now they're on the second bit as they look up and they'll see the mass at the top of this big climb and know that that is the goal. Gael Egger on the front there with the yellow jerseys behind, and the distressing sign for Mark Pritson, who's the red jersey tucked in behind the yellow jersey there, is that his partner Wessel Buerta is quite a way back behind this group there and on his own there, which is not a good sign for the Honeycomb 226's team. And this is Herman Ferree and Rousseau Becker for the Titan Racing team in a group further back down the road and working hard to just mitigate their losses and make sure that they don't get left too far off the group here. Loic Blanc of Switzerland and Robert Chalamet of France are also in that group. Group split all over this mountain.
Yeah, it's very spread out. Still, you can see each other. I mean, it's going straight up. Like you can see all the way to the top. Maybe another couple hundred meters to go to the top. You can see the flags at the top, how the wind pumps up there. A couple of spectators up there as well. Marshals that will tell us hopefully soon who the king of the mountain will be out of this group, but it needs to be the team of the top, and so we'll
the second rider of each team will determine that.
Will determine that. Like it's not the one rider, it's the team. And it's very important to keep it together.
At the moment, the yellow jerseys are looking good as Gael Geiger from Germany, the old Berlin Speed Company man. Look at the loose terrain weaving around as they try and find the best lines and just keep stable and keep moving. It is so hard. Here comes Nino Schurter on the outside here, dicing and digging deep to try and push for that King of the Mountains. The yellow jerseys are there. Gael Geiger is going there. Colombo is a little bit in that group. Pritson is distance, and Lucas Baum is distance. There's Matt Beers. He's still in there. Tristan Norkier, who started the move down the bottom of the mountain, is distance as they go over the top. And it looks like Nino Schurter got over the top there. And
Filippo is in fourth, I think.
Might be there. So that is the first of the Absa Cape Epic 2025 King of the Mountains. Big drama as they went over the top of that climb. Wonderful to watch these The top riders in the world dig so deep and fight so hard for the prize at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, could also be the right move to split up this group. They have been riding quite a few teams, 8 teams or more together until this point. Now you can see that they are quite split apart. Some of the riders, they lost their partner, is a little bit behind them. So this is a very, very crucial moment within this race.
Very, very windy by all accounts up there. The helicopter pilot's doing a wonderful job, and Goosen, fantastic job up there, because it's not easy flying around in these conditions, but keeping control and composure, and bringing us the images as best they possibly can. As they drop off now, they were looking up and thinking, do we have to go up to that mast? Not yet. So they head down on the trails on the near side. Well, drama, and it's certainly split the main bunch up. This lead group is still fairly intact after that climb. They all dug deep. We saw Mark Pritson then, once they got to the summit, drop back and go and find his partner, Vesselboerter, and try and nurse him along, I think. Well, hoping that he will catch him.
Yeah, it's hard to see right now where they are. Yeah, you can see Nino right at the front.
I think in a way Nino knows the single track's coming. Never mind the king of the mountains. He wanted to be first.
Yeah, exactly. He probably knew about the single track, and that was his bigger motivation than the king of the mountain. That's the parts that he's so good at, that he loves, and he doesn't want to be stuck in the dust. As you can see, like, those trails are very dusty, and the farther back you are, the less you're gonna see. So if you can be the first one going in. Oh, look at this. That's split times.
Yeah, split time at 56.5 kilometers. We're guessing that is at that King of the Mountains. So William Victoria as the team over there first, Luca Brado and Simone Avendetto. Then it's Scottram MTB Racing, Albie Elliott Speed Company, Torpedo Singer, that's Steve John and Ravensteiner. Then Mbuko Kemchamp keeping themselves right in the right spot here. That is Mark Hubert and Tristan Nokia. Outright Toyota, Beers and Svensson, 28 seconds down. Remember, they started 2:33 down, the defending champion and his American partner. Papara Kenda, Bulls Mavericks and Klimatizia Aubert. Not in there are the Absa African jersey leaders, because yes, Pritson was up there, but his partner Vesselboerter was off the back, and the time will be taken on his time there. So as it stands now, Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia are the virtual Absa African leaders on the trail. Look at them sweep down here. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. And the 3 men on the front are all the very highest order of cross-country racers. They will be absolutely loving this.
Yeah, Filippo is also right. Yeah, all 4 of them. All 4 of them are also going to Brazil within the next 2 weeks. So that's also just around the corner. And looking at this, they're all in very good shape.
Yeah, Brazil in a few weeks is the first, well, they're back-to-back rounds of the UCI World Series, the World Cup cross-country series gets underway. We can't wait for that to happen, but before they do that, they have to finish this job. And, well, therein lies a whole nother story for these 4 riders, how they approach the 8 days here. Nino was talking about it at the press conference before. Never before has the World Cup been so close to the Africa Cape Epic. Hence, perhaps not that many cross-country races here, but these 4 certainly will be, and they will be wanting to be on the podium in Brazil, if not winning it there.
Yeah, definitely. And you have 10 World Cups this season to prove yourself, but you only have 1 Cape Epic, meaning that those guys know what the Cape Epic can mean for you as a career, and also what it brings to you as an athlete doing that sort of effort that early on in the season. So yes, maybe the first 2 World Cups are not their highest priority, but this shape and the form that you take out of this race, and also the marketing value that you get by being here, and the fun. Look at this, the fun that you get riding all those trails. It's all worth the effort, and that's why those teams are here doing what they do the best, and that is racing at the highest level and proving themselves that maybe they are the ones that try to untame the untamable race, you know. Look at them.
Yeah, Nino Schurter, then Luca Brido, Simone Avendetto, Filippo Colombo, Gail Gega, and Lucas Baum. 3 teams on the front here. A little bit of a gap now further back. Hillcrest down below there. They're heading down there, but beautiful trails here. And these 3 teams may have put a little bit of distance. They wouldn't have put a lot because it's at a descent, but they've done enough with their brilliance in the cross-country expertise to put a gap in. Remember, Lucas Baum is a former world junior champion in cross-country, so he's not shabby at all.
No, probably not. But those 3 teams, yeah, I think they got quite a bit of a gap now. Nah, there's other teams coming up again. But you can see, after that big climb, doing the single track, they're already back in taking nutrition. And like the nutrition part here is also crucial because you're going towards the end of the race. Within the biggest stress, that's one thing you cannot forget about because you're gonna pay the price if you take it too late, if you take it in the wrong moment. There's more climbs coming up, so that's always something that you need to keep in mind.
Yeah, just a look here, and Mark Pritson still looking over his shoulder, and Jakob Hartmann behind there, but there's still a lot of work to be done for Wessel Buerta. And Marco Hubert, yeah, chasing hard, trying to get back Marco Hubert, number 17, one on his jersey. He's had a great start to the year here. Tristan Nokia for the Buko Chemchamp team. A lot of racing, a lot of good results. But this was their solitary goal. Everything was narrowed down to focus on the Absa Cape Epic and a performance here that would set them apart. And that would be to put an all South African team on the grand finale podium at the end of the week. Hasn't happened yet. They are desperately hoping it can be them this year, and there's no reason to believe that they can't. With so much preparation, good preparation, but obviously so much can happen. Already they've had a mechanical today. Marco Hubert had a puncture, and thankfully their second team, Rudy Kuhn and Lurt Gussen, were able to lend a hand there. Steiner in front there. So that is Ravensteiner and Steve Jan up there. Hubert sitting behind them. So there's a bit of a gap to that lead group. Here they go.
Yes.
So that'll be Nokia and Pritson will be the next 2 riders, both without their partners. It's Tristan Nokia in the blue.
And frame now. Looks like Luca. Luca is at the yes, could be Luca at the front.
Yeah, it was very clear when they came, they turned off the other bit of single track. Nino Schurter just pulled over to the right and said, okay, you guys can have a turn on the front in the yellow jerseys and have a bit of fun yourselves now.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't mind. Now it's your turn.
Now it's your turn.
And, you know, we talked about, and you brought up the point, as we flick back to the ladies coming through. Anna Buehler here at the water point, and Sophia Gomez-Vierfahn and Anneke Langveld. Now, these are the only 2 riders we can see right now. Look at that wind.
Yeah.
They're going to deal with that climb now. That is their next challenge. It's from here on a very, very long drag with the wind and then that climb up the Rhino climb. So,
it looks like they have a bit of a gap. That's now Samara and Margot coming through there with the others. Definitely the women's field split up a good bit.
Jetty, there is the other half of the E4 team, Argamo Jetty. So there's a little bit of a gap here, and it is the Toyota Specialized team who put themselves in front by, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 seconds. Yeah. So Sophia Gomez-Vierfahn and Anneke Langveld using this climb now to try and prize open an even bigger gap. Well, it's even bigger than we thought. 38 seconds to the Canada ISV Sport team, Calderon and Facilis. I think it is in that team. And beg your pardon, Corticas. Monica Calderon and Tessa Corticas. And then E4 Kemchep. So the gap has opened in the Aramex Women's Elite Race with the race leaders in those Chivita orange jerseys taking the attack to their rivals today. Only 3 seconds separated them from second place at the start of the day. E4 Kemchamp, who Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd were 3 seconds behind. And that has been opened up now a little bit more. Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen in the African jerseys, who's through the water point. Take on as much as they can, bring the core body temperature down and the nutrition.
More nutrition. Again, like it's a long stage. The temperature is going up. There's a long climb coming up as well. So you wanna take everything you need right now. You don't want to hit that climb with a full stomach, but you need enough energy to push it through. Same with the water. Most likely, you just take enough to get over that climb. Once you're up there, there's only one other climb to come before the last water point, 73 kilometers into the race. So also the amount of water, the amount of weight you want to carry up those steep hills will be measured by the teams, by the riders. Yeah, looking at Sophia and Annika, yeah, they're right there at the front. And we even see a little bit of wildlife going across in the distance.
Running in the distance, it came running, and thankfully there was a fence on the near side, but it disappeared up into the fields there. Get a little bit by the helicopter. 2 hours, 20 minutes of racing, and Annika Langfell and Sophia Gomez-Viefan are away. Look at the gap widening with every pedal stroke as they power up towards the climb. Back with our men. So let's do a head count here. Yellow jerseys in there. Second place, Scott Strammer in there of the Elliott Speed Company, not letting them go. And then fragments of other teams, although Ravenstein and Sivjan are there, but Norkia is on his own. Here comes Marco Hubert.
Oh, there's Marco.
So he's winched his way up to the back of this group, slowly but surely. There is Marco Hubert. Torrid day, tough day for the Mbuko Kemchamp team, but they are made of stern stuff. Marco Hubert from the Eastern Cape of South Africa, now based down in the Boerland in Wellington with that Mbuko team, whose base is a wonderful wine farm. And Tristan Norkia, also from that part of the world. He pulls over now. They've pulled, Norkia has stopped here briefly. That's a hydration station.
Yeah.
So that is let's say an informal but formal part of the race hydration station. Just takes on some water to drink and to cool the body temperature down. Bring that down and make sure that he doesn't overheat, because it's that sort of day today. You do not want to get in your nutrition wrong. You don't want to get your body temperature going into the red. So, yeah, the Aqua Sky are the new official water partner of the Absa Cape Epic. And they also have that opportunity to try and make history by eliminating all non-essential single-use plastics around the Absa Cape Epic this year, which is a fantastic initiative to try and mitigate the wastage. Look at the single track dust. Yeah, they're all in there. Ravensteiner and Steve John are having a good day.
Yeah, considering the flat tire they had earlier, the effort that they had to put in to get back on the group, they look very strong. Yeah, they're on the back end of this group, but at the moment there's no need to push anything more than they currently do. Looks like Georg is right there at the front. Very good pace. I think his nerves are cooled down a little bit. Was a bit unsure getting into the prologue yesterday, but it seems like they are having a good day today.
All taking on nutrition now. Drama, the dust, the excitement of the Absa Cape Epic arrives here in Hillcrest, flashing down at high speed.
Less than 30 k's to the finish.
Phenomenal speed at the whole stage today from the outset. It was a fast start because it was relatively forgiving in terms of the terrain and the conditions, but it's got tough, as they found out. through the fairly open gate and into the Western Cape's favourite, a vineyard climb.
Yes.
They never anything other than brutally steep and straight up the climb, but in this case, relatively short.
Short, punchy climbs. Again, something for the cross-country team, something that they very used to it. Different lines going through.
No, you're there. That's good work from Mr. Nokia, just handing over to Marco Hubert, making sure his partner is hydrated and looked after. So the missing team from here in terms of the race dynamic, that other race, the Absa African jersey, is of course the Honeycomb 226s, Britson and Buerta. Very apparent that Vessel Buerta was the man suffering in that combination. Beerliot Speed Company, Scott Stram MTB Racing, William Vittoria, the Italian pair in the yellow jerseys. Then it's the KTM or the Singer Topado combination of Ravensteiner and Steve Young, and then Buko Kemchap. They were fourth at the start of the day. They will improve on that, but they'll have to keep an eye on the Singer Topado, who were a minute and 11 seconds behind them at the start of the day. Just under 29 kilometers to go. The many beautiful venues, wine farms and farms that they can you can visit in these parts, thanks to the marshals and traffic authorities. Safe crossing. They'll be busy here most of the day, and the patience of the people of the Western Cape allowing the riders to go through. Hillcrest, and now they are into another vineyard, this time a descent.
Yeah, missing within this group is also outright Toyota Songo with Matt Beers. They must have fallen behind a little bit, hopefully no mechanicals, and yeah, Matt is someone well known to close gaps quite quickly when it's not too steep in the flat parts. He's probably the one that can close the gaps the fastest, so hopefully we get an eye on them as well, see where they are.
And Keegan Svensson, now they've got work to do. This is going to be a fascinating week for that pair. A first-time combination. Beers has won this event with 3 different partners. And the 4th, then Svensson. A little bit of respite on the smooth roads. Enjoy them, use it as much as you possibly can.
Yeah. Beautiful farm again, where they go through. Bit of green.
And again, the wonderful, welcoming farmers who allow the race, thousands of riders, to pass right through their working yards is incredible. That's one of the hallmarks of many mountain bike races, all mountain bike races perhaps in this country and around the world, because you cannot do this without their cooperation.
No, you need them. You need them to open up the doors, to be okay with, yeah, it's not just the day of the race, it's the preparation that goes in it as well. So you're going to be limited to your own home pretty much for a week at least to get everything set up. But after 21 years, the Cape Epic has such an iconic name, and everyone knows how important it is to have all those international riders coming for this event, but they're also coming out for the training camps, for everything else. And South Africa is such a welcoming country as it is, and if you come here, you're always going to have a good time, and you're always going to find a friendly face that will be there to share their own space, the landscape they have, and open up the farms for those events. It's incredible.
And some of them even end up living here when they come out here.
You can even
how long have you lived here for? How long has South Africa been your home?
Since 2015.
Okay.
Since 2015, we did try Germany again for 3 years. Couldn't make it work because it was also the COVID time and everything. And yeah, South Africa has so much to offer, and yeah, we love it. We love being here. I mean, look at those trails. Look at the opportunities you got, and those boys right now are pushing hard. You can see like. Closing up to this group right now is going to be tough because your legs by now. I think this is Matt Pierce.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Matt Pierce. Yeah, that's what we mentioned earlier. Like if there is a flat section, Matt Pierce is going to be the one that takes advantage and will try to close together.
But he's not going to do it with Keegan Swenson, who's looking. He's looking as though he's suffering there.
No, that's the thing. But that's also one of Matt's biggest strength. Like that is why he won the Cape Epic with 3 different partners so far. He knows where he can push, where he can be there for his partner. Look at him. He knows exactly, like out of
nursing him
behind.
back.
He's nursing him back. He's nursing him back. Like he knows exactly how much he can push, how much he can help. Yeah, he's just a very gifted rider and
human being.
Human
as well.
being.
Wonderful,
Human
caring
being.
human
Yes,
being.
exactly.
Yeah. Well, Gael Geiger is putting down a little bit of power here with Lucas Baum on his wheel. And to be fair, Geiger and Baum have been protagonists throughout the day. Really early on, they were up the front there, looking to make it hard. So they are doing all they can. Remember, they started today, Gael Geiger and Lucas Baum, just 90 seconds behind the lead. But that 90 seconds had them in 6th place. So much can happen. Team missing from this, and we haven't seen them all day, in the 5th place team overall, Milto Q NZ Cycling Project, the Oliver brothers, Cameron and Ben Oliver, started the day 1 minute and 15 down. We haven't seen them at all.
No, not at all. They had such a incredible race yesterday. I mean, they put themselves in the top 5. Today, yeah, haven't seen them too much. Again, like yesterday, prologue race, excited, motivated, but it can easily be that the effort from yesterday, you have to pay today. Cape Epic is not, we mentioned yesterday, not won on the prologue, but it can be lost, and also the effort of it. So again, maybe it's just one of the days where they're not right there at the front, but there's another 6 days after today where you can make up time. So
Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson just clawing their way back here. Look at the wind blowing. Lucas Baum on the left here. Tristan Nokia with him. There's Gael Geiger and Avendetto and Braido. This is this is the gold group of the Absa Cape Epic. And Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson coming to try and join that party. And behind them, the next group, slowly but surely clawing their way back into the frame here. It looks like one of the Klimatizia Orbea teams, Samueli Poro and Mark Stutzman, who've been also pretty anonymous today. The Bulls team are in there as well. So they are all trying to get there. Valero and Ferreira. He looks like he might be suffering there, the Spaniard, David Valero Serrano. Ooh, Gael Geiger, he's known as the power driver on the front here. Perhaps only Matt Beers can outride him on this sort of situation. And look at him now. He's putting down the hammer.
yeah, no, you can see the result from yesterday gave him so much self-confidence, and you see it immediately. Like, look at him. He's not shy anymore to be at the front. The wind is still pumping, but he wants to get home. He wants to get home as quick as possible.
And he knows, he probably caught a glimpse there of Beers and Swenson making their way back in here, and he's saying, we don't need them with us here. We can try and sort this out with us. There's one odd rider in there, that's Tristan Nokia, banking on Marco Hubert, who's having a really tough day to get back with him. What a beautiful sight it is. Table Mountain with the tablecloth just being pulled off towards the southeast, but a beautiful sight as these riders tackle the first big marathon stage of the Absa Cape Epic in the most glorious, glorious conditions. It looks beautiful from where we are, where you are. The wind is pumping, it is getting hot, and it is intense stuff out there. Look at this concentration, the focus, the effort from these very best riders.
Yeah, uneven numbers is not a good sign. That's, yeah, you always try to see where the other riders are, making sure that the gap is never more than the 2 minutes. Otherwise, you get that hour time penalty. That's the last thing you want. You can't make up that much time just because of a mistake. Yeah, look at this. Georg still right there at the front. Christian, last rider here in the group.
And the very elegant legs of Mr. Mark Leroux being flown by Louis Goosen Sr. On the top there, and young Douglas Leroux on the motorbike giving you those images. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Louis. Great images. What a place to be. Grandstand seats for this drama unfolding in front of you. So the European mountain bike marathon champion is Lucas Baum. He is wearing that white jersey with a blue band across it, and his partner is Georg Egger, the Germans who won this in sensational fashion 4 years ago and have made it their intended desire to repeat that victory this year after a couple of tougher years. Last year, Georg Egger fell ill and couldn't complete the race, but they're back now and firing. Egger had some questions about his condition coming into the race. At the Tankwa Trek, he withdrew due to illness, and he hasn't been quite on the form that perhaps Lucas Baum has been, but look at him go here. He is putting it all out there. Filippo Colombo on the first day on the prologue did give have Nino Schurter asking him to temper it down a little bit here. Nino's digging deep again here, and the yellow jerseys, Luca Rhino and Simone Avadetto. Well, unknown quantity in the Absa Cape Epic because they're making their debuts. This is the chase. This is the desperate time for the defending champion, Matt Beers. Not quite desperate as we're still early in the race, but Keegan Swenson is the man under a bit of pressure here as Matt Beers tries to cajole, nurse and guide him back onto his wheel and then up towards that lead group. He won't give up, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. You can see that. The front is currently fighting for the top 3 overall as well. Like there's a bit of change happening. Christian definitely needs to find his partner again. Marco, yeah. And now we're back at the women's race. Actually, we are getting a glimpse of Annika and Sophia.
On that climb, on the early part of that climb, yeah.
That's the early part of the climb. Can't see any of the other teams just behind them yet. So there must be a decent gap by now that they got.
Wow, haven't they just? They've opened up a huge gap at the back of this group, and they've ridden themselves out of the amateur group. In fact, this is Oliver Munich and Cameron Roach in the baggy shirts and baggy pants. In fact, Oliver Munich was Matt Beers' first partner at the Absa Cape Epic when Beers first rode it. I think they were about 22nd or so overall. He's had some interesting partners over the years, including Alan Hatherley.
Alan Hatherley as well, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Oliver's still going strong and tackling this wonderful event. Once again, he loves it. He loves riding his bike and still very much involved in the industry as well. A character of note and giving his all here to try and stay with that group up ahead.
Yeah, you never have a dull moment when you hang out with him. On the bike, off the bike, he's just one of those people that are full of positivity and yeah, always a good guy to hang out with.
Never out of condition. He is always
ready,
razor sharp to race, and just loves it. Knows nothing other than.
Yeah.
And it's
born
so cool.
skinny.
Absolutely.
I call him born skinny.
Absolutely. Yeah. He looks up that climb. I think he might be dreading the effort coming up, but it's all part of what makes this event such a major challenge and an achievement as you complete this event. Heads down on the climb, the wind whipping those jerseys.
I wonder if there's any of the women's teams in there too.
Yes,
I think that is, yeah.
So looks like Hayley Preen has picked up a hydration pack along the way there.
Yeah.
So that's the tactic you've been referring to. And it's, again, a sort of evolving thing over the last few years. Teams picking up, either riding to the water point with one on and dropping it, or picking one up at the water point. And here is Samara Shepherd with one on her back. And this is the bulk of that chase group in the women's race.
Yeah, that's the climb that we saw the other two earlier. So the gap must be, yeah, it's a decent gap. It must be at least a minute by now, if not even more. Looking at this now, the e-bike must be at the back of this bunch. The footage that we just got seconds ago with Oliver Munich there at the back end.
So Corticas and Calderon, also in there Moschetti and Samara Shepard. Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada are in that group, and there are the leaders. They are, yeah, we probably, oh, this is that really rough technical section. Yeah, very steep. We saw the men going up here, men double and fighting for lines and position. A lot easier path for our race leaders in the RMX women's category. In terms of there's no one else, it's not easy.
No, you can't.
It's not easy. It's so steep.
It's not easy at all. Like when the handlebars go left and right, you know that they have to balance their bike. They have to find the traction, be in the right gear. Easy cadence, as easy as it can be. As long as you pedal, you're gonna have your momentum, also your balance on the bike. So that is important as well. Like, and also you don't want the heavy gear in this stuff either. So the climb is long. You don't want to burn your legs. So you need to manage all of those things.
You just saw as they dropped into that descent, the dropper seat posts go down, and off they go. Yet another thing that in 2004, when Sauser and the company arrived here the first time, drop a seat post?
No, man.
No
You were
idea.
still on 26-inch tires,
brakes and whatever. Yeah.
All stuff that we forgot or try not to think about anymore because we're so spoiled with the latest technology we have on our bikes now.
Back with the men, and it is the eternal battle here to regain contact for Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson of the Outright Toyota Songo team. This is the summit of the next climb, and now the descent.
Yeah, Keegan just stretched his back a little bit. You can see like those steep climbs. He's also pushing quite a heavy gear, to be honest. And yeah, you want to stretch your back, especially to get into the single track. You need to be as loose as possible. You let the bike do the work so you can also relax a little bit more, get your heart rate down. Attacking in the downhills makes no sense. It just tires you out, and then it's too tricky. It's too loose to really risk it here. So those are the moments where you also need to let the bike do the job, let it run loose. And that's also where the bike setup comes in, where it is so important to have the right tires on your bike, the tire pressure as well, and then also your suspension. That's where you rely on your suspension. And those bikes lately, they all have up to 120 millimeters of travel. Latest technology, we're talking about AI technology on our mountain bikes. Now it's incredible the technology that went into those bikes, and that's where you rely on them. Like on the uphills, you're still the engine, but on the downhills, you can let the bike do the job. And yeah, all of those guys have insane technology skills, and their bikes are set up individually for each of them. So yeah.
Well, wonderful to see them flying down that descent on the in the company of Stefan Sam, the Bulls Media e-bike. Bloemendal awaits them, one of the great mountain bike destinations on the big private mountain bike routes, and hosts many races, cross-country races and stage races. So wonderful to have them part of the show. Likewise, all our other great contributors to this event in terms of the route. Coming off the mountain at high speed. Lombard's Terra is the technical terrain. Oh, down goes one of the race leaders. Might have been Rhino, just getting it wrong there. Nothing too serious. Back on his bike, a little bit of a gap has appeared, but just getting it wrong, dropping down onto that road. The most simplest of things can trip up the riders at the most inopportune moment. But he's all right, no problem at all. Well, I'll tell you what. Nino Schurter is having to work quite a bit harder than I think many expected.
Yeah, it's probably one of the first epics ever where he is on in the position he put many others before. Yeah, Filippo looks very comfortable there, but also Nino. I mean, it shows nothing. Yes, maybe the body language, but he's right there. I mean, we're talking about being the second team here right now, right? But there's a long way to go. But it is like you look at not just us, also the others. They will look at those little cracks and see there is a way.
With a goat, with the greatest of all time, you look for anything. Any little sign. You try and hope he might be suffering. Well, I can tell you what, that there is a little bit of a gap appearing here. Stefan Sam is with us here. It looks like a beer Liet Speed Company. I've lost touch a little bit here with this group, Stefan. Are they going to catch up? Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're going to catch up. It was just in this very steep and loose uphill that Lucas had to dismount the bike, and that made a little bit of a gap. But Georg Egger directly waited for him, and they're closing back down now. They're almost close to the leaves.
Did you see what happened to one of the yellow jerseys going around that corner?
Yeah, just cutting the corner, and then there's normally a ditch in South Africa, so you don't know that, and then you go over the bars. But nothing serious.
Yeah, nothing serious.
And it was
you don't know that if you do.
Simone Amandetto.
Avendetta, yeah. After in your first Absa Cape Epic, you learn these things, and that's what it's all about, learning your way around, eh?
Yeah. You do not cut corners.
Absolutely.
In
Steep
South
learning
Africa,
curve.
there's...
So what are they looking like here, Stefan, this group?
Oh, it's kind of chilled. It looked like Nino and Filippo, they were waiting for Speed Company. Maybe they want them back in the group to also help a little bit in some shorter flat sections. I think there's not much more to come. But it's always good to have more teams working against the wind.
Drop back behind you, Matt Beers and Keegan Swinson. Swinson seems to be having a tough day today.
Yeah, he looked a bit like he was struggling, pushing a high cadence up the gears. Normally not such a good side, so he was struggling. We will see. But Matt is such a champ. Like, he almost brought him back in the flat sections, but then it went into such a steep climb, and if you don't have the legs, then the best partner can't really help.
Who's got the legs here, do you think? This is a Toyota tough section. Lombard's Terror they're flying into.
Yeah, I think it's Filippo. Nino, Filippo, they look very comfortable.
Now we are watching them on the trails of Bloemendal Estate. Wonderful trails. Many who race and ride cross-country races down to the Western Cape. Here there's schools events that take place. They get to ride this. This is where they cut their teeth and learn about skill. And wonderful to see these world's best riders tackle it.
Yeah, and you can see here there's different lines for different type of riders as well. This is most likely the flow line, they call it. That's also what the school league is using for anything from 6 to 12 years old. Like they teach them tough here in South Africa, that's for sure, especially with rugby being the national sport, but mountain biking picking up every single year. Like the clubs at the schools are getting more and more kids on bikes, and we have all the infrastructure you need to do so. And the riders like Alan Heatherly, Candice Hill, and Luke Moya, they come from them. And again, like you have everything you take and you need to be a top class athlete.
Well, the Bloemendal trails are fantastic and a hub for these riders. And Nino using the jump to show. Well, he is the master. And just expressing that joy and the thrill.
He's definitely not tired of having fun, that's for sure. I said, racing keeps you young. Like, if you're a racer, you're always gonna it's in your genes, right? Like you never get old. As a racer, you never get old. If you enjoy riding a bike and then with those skills, like you're not gonna just. You're always gonna do it. You're always gonna do it. And Nino Schurter, I think he can be like 82, whatever. He's still gonna try for the whip.
Well, down Lombard's Terre in the turn, a tough section. The 13-year-old Nino Schurter is showing the rest of what he's doing because he's riding like it. It is so glorious to see a man of his brilliance, his skill, and his stature showing us that he has the joy to express himself on those terrains. Just marvelous to see. What a rider. So Bloemendaal awaits. Wonderful crowd. Look at that. The Western Cape mountain bike fraternity know they're on a good thing when the Absa Cape Epic rolls around every March and people block out the week. They take a week's leave, or they might just sneak out the office for a meeting somewhere and come and watch the riders come through. It's so easy to do if you're in the vicinity. 20 Ks to go, and we have 3 teams in the frontier as they close in on the third of the water points at the wonderful Bloemendaal estate. It is the Scott Fractie racing team of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, the yellow jerseys of Vilja Vittoria, of Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, and Oberliet Speed Company. Huge support for them through Gail Gega and Lucas Baum. Now, talk us through what's happening here.
Yeah, here you can see the teams are there with nutrition. The water bottles are getting handed out. They're most likely not going to stop here where the tents are. That's where the back marker is going to get their food and also water. They can fill up everything they need of those water stations. USN is there with their products and so on. The pro guys, they do not stop. They have their team members out there. Not at every stage, at every water point. It all depends a little bit how accessible they are, but here on the wine farm, easy enough. And no one had any mechanical issues. That's also where your spare parts would be if you need any of it. But the front team here, everyone got straight through. They got their water bottles. They do not lose more than 2-3 seconds, if even, actually, because they got everything they need.
And there's an agreement that we all do this at the same time, the same pace, and we allow a little bit of latitude to let riders catch up again.
Not
a little bit?
A little bit, maybe. You do not tack anymore, but there's also strategies there. Like some of the people, they do ride with hydration bags, and they don't even have to stop anymore. Their tactic is to skip one of them and yeah, maybe do that little bit of an attack. But now on a stage like this today, where the wind is pumping, and the group is small. There's 3. Like each of them can get on the podium. So you try to keep that group together. Attacking right now wouldn't make any sense. If the group is bigger or the wind is not bumping as much, then you may do. But right now they did the perfect tactics for all of them. And yeah.
Georg on his back, there's a problem. I think he might be. Keeps looking down at his drivetrain or his bike. He's all right, but just a sort of more than you would think, looking down at his bike. A little bit of a move up front there. And this is Simon Stipjan and Fabian Ravensteiner, the Italian champion in the distinctive tricolour, and wearing the hydration pack on his back. And they are closing in on this group.
Not too far. I wonder if they're in front of if they still need to go through the water point, or if they actually... Yeah, because there was a bit of a curve. Couldn't see.
Let's see if they come round there, but there's a bit of a split here with the Scott Schramm and Orbeas teams just split up. So Gail Gega at the back there, Lucas Baum, second rider. It's boiling up nicely to the conclusion of stage 1 at the Absa Cape Epic. The drama continues here to unfold as they close in here. 19 Ks, it flashes by. They've still got a bit of work to do though to get there as they snake through these wonderful trails on Bloemendal and Farm in the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club. My word. This is on your backyard. You wouldn't want to go to school or work.
No, I think we should make it a challenge that whoever has a meeting this week should have the Cape Epic as a background. So there's great Wi-Fi at every water point pretty much provided by Entity Data. So you should just set up your table with your computer and your background could be live streaming from the Absa Cape Epic.
Absolutely.
It's too close to home anyway.
Absolutely. Working hard to try and catch that group. Simon Steepjohn and Fabian Ravenstein are recovering from an early puncture. They are clearly on a good day considering that. And they are going flat out to join the fray, join the party in a race for a stage win here. Not only that, the Singer Topado combination could well move right up in the standings. They started today in 8th place, 221 down. Topado, Ken, the Doragoni and De Cosmo nowhere to be seen today. Orbea Speed Company were their closest rivals amongst this group here, and they were 50 seconds ahead of them. No sign of the New Zealanders, the Oliver brothers. Kemchamp, Mbuka Kemchamp aren't in this group. There they come. That's Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert. So if you look at that equation, Mbuka Kemchamp at the start of today were 70 seconds ahead of Singer Topado. So that 4th place is under a little bit of threat at the moment. Mind you, the Honeycomb 226s are definitely not in this equation at the moment. Mark Pritson and Vessel Buerta in that red jersey. Well, they may have to hand it over to this pair, Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia, because they are looking like they are well clear. And at the start of the day, there was only 6 seconds between the red jersey holders, Honeycomb 226s, and Mbuka Kemchamp in 2nd place. So that looks like it's going to change hands again. As it quite often does over the years. The fight for red over the years is one of the subplots throughout this elite men's category. And looks like Hubert and Tristan Nokia will get that today. Under the pylons and another road crossing to be undertaken. So this group, there we go with Steve John and Ravenstein are perhaps closing in.
They're actually closing in.
Last road crossing before the final circuit of the mountains. Yep. So the lead group about to be joined by a lead 6 to be joined by 2 more to make it 4 teams and possibly 1 more. Closing in. Drama in the women's race. The Aramex Elite Women's Race. Sophia Viafan and Annika Langthal have a mechanical issue here. And let's get a close look at this puncture.
Yeah, this is something you don't want. Yeah, still trying to fix it. I think she's looking for CO2, something like that. The spares are in her pocket, but they got it. They got it fixed. Not sure how much time they lost, but yeah, that's where mechanic management comes in. You do need to know your equipment. You need to know how to handle those situations. Again, teamwork. You get the spares out of each other's pocket the quickest way possible. Analyze what the issue is, and then yeah, try to get back on it. Doesn't seem like it was too much of an issue. Like they did not have to take anything out. The wheel was staying in there. Probably a tire plug, maybe. Yeah, it can be a thorn or yeah, anything. A bit of a nail, whatever it was. But they definitely had to stop, refill it with air, and off they are.
So they will have had preloaded bombs or CO2 canisters and plugs ready to effect the repair, whatever was needed. No panic at all. Richly experienced racers and riders, they know exactly how to go about this. Most importantly, from a psychological perspective and a mental perspective, not to panic, not to get too worried about it. It is part of racing. It is very much part of racing, and so you accept it. You almost welcome it in. You have to deal with it. Let's deal with it. And you go, or maybe you don't welcome it, but I mean, you embrace it. You have to do it and be calm.
No, definitely. And I mean, because of this type of racing, I mean, it also the development of the bikes is a huge part of it. Like in a race like this, you want to have the 2 water bottle cages on your bike. The Specialized team actually has a SWAT box now as well, where they can carry stuff within the frame. You don't need stuff like that or this option for a cross-country race, but you do want that option here at the race like this. You can store more spares in your frame. Everything is right there when you need it. You have a plan of like how you lay the things down. You have CO2s in there, tire plugs, chain links, all those little parts that you may need at a stage like this, where the water points are 20 or more kilometers apart. Like you cannot walk that far. Like your stage will be over if you cannot fix it. So the more you have on board, the easier it will be to sort out those situations. And yeah, those 2 ladies, those women are back on fire. They fixed the problem, refocus, and push hard again.
Yeah, the rivals, there's no sign of them. They'd made a move at the base of the climb after the Anavila water point, the second water point, and they opened up a fairly sizable gap going over to the top of that climb, the Queen of the Mountains, and they are on the Hillcrest, Hillcrest trails now, and still have what looks to be a fairly comfortable lead. Noticeable how Sofia Gomez-Viefan has been doing all the riding on the front, seemingly, that we've seen in this group.
Yeah, for right now, she's the one looking after Annika. She's, yeah, putting the pace down, being there in the wind. You can still, like in the bushes, the wind is still pumping. Like, yeah, it makes a difference. It definitely makes a difference. Of course, Sophie is a little bit smaller, not as much drafting behind her than the other way around, perhaps. But no, those are... They're almost at the top here. Not sure what the gap is. We can't see the gap right now, but they are in a comfortable lead right now, for sure.
Beautiful trail through the Renosterveld, the rare Renosterveld, endangered it is, and it's wonderful to see these riders snaking through this and on the way down. They have 32 Ks to go, and the men are probably around 15 Ks away from the finish. That's the gap between these two, but the chasing group behind this, going up the last climb, we saw had Moschetti and Shepard in it. They had Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarda and Calderon and Fasolis, those 3 teams, Canadel, ISB, as well as Efort and Efficient Infinity. So those are the teams that are chasing here, but at the moment it looks like the orange jerseys are in control of this stage. It's a quite remarkable story. Annika Langval's return to the race after stepping away from the sport 4 years ago. She's back in, and at the very sharp end in a flash. Talking about the sharp end, Filippo Colombo is right at the sharp end of the men's race with Nino Schurter on his wheel in the lead group of this men's race. Yellow jerseys are with them. The question is, in fact, I can tell you now that Egger and Baum are not here because the e-bike is right behind the yellow jerseys here. So it is clear that the team of Go Egger and Lucas Baum have suffered a little bit of a time loss now. How much it is remains to be seen, because Stefan Sam has gone round that corner down the bottom there and still no sign. We did see Ravenstein and Stidjan get across to this group just as we last saw them after Bloemendaal. And the thought was maybe Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia would join them. They're not there. In fact, look at the gap now.
Yeah, it's a big gap, huh? Those two will most likely they're coming. Oh, that's Ravenstein.
Yeah, Ravenstein and Stidjan.
I wonder if they had a mechanical, because they were looking comfortable in the group. That those two guys are catching up now, and the gap is quite big. So I wonder if there was anything out there.
So, very interesting development, and 2 bikes coming into frame there. Couldn't quite see who was on those bikes, but they are some way off this group here. Must have been a big attack from one of these 2 teams, I would suspect Scott Schramm. 20 seconds, the gap between these two. 4 Apex cross-country races. There's the group there. So it looks like it's like a white jersey of Baumanegger, and then maybe it's Kempton. Can't quite see further back down the hill.
Yeah. But still relatively close together, quite a few teams. I think that's what we just saw now is maybe 2 minutes separating all those teams. But Rabenstein making their way up. He's riding with the nutrition bag. Definitely not having to stop anymore, making it all the way to the finish. And then that is
Baumanegger
right behind them. Yep.
So Lucas Baum has dropped behind Georg Egger and said, right, you go. As Ravensteiner, 3 stage wins in his career at the Absa Cape Epic. Steve John, just the one with Martin Fry in 2021 over the years. And then further back, it's Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert. And then it could well be the Klimatizia team behind them there. It looked like Samuel Poro and Mark Stutzman pulling themselves back into the picture here. So there must have been, there must have been an explosive attack from those leading 2 teams, and there is Tristan Nokia giving you a graphic sign that it is Marco Hubert who is having a torrid day today. Really, really hard day for Marco Hubert. And that's what happens in the Absa Cape Epic. You help each other when it gets tough, and this is what's happening here. Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson. One rider is having a tough day. The other has to be careful and help him through it, nurture him through it.
Yeah. It's all about the partnership that you have within this race, right? So looking after your partner, helping them out, it's key in this event. And all of those teams, they do such a great job. Matt, immediately, as soon as it gets more flat, he puts himself in the wind. He get on his wheel. Team Bull's having a decent day, still up there.
Axel Rudy Cordona in the front here, the sign of the former French marathon champions on his armbands there, the tricolor, and the Simon Schneller. Very, very experienced. I mean, you still talk about Simon Schneller being the young man. Little conversation here between Avendetto and Breider. They're almost elbow to elbow. You sense that it would have been a conversation, because whatever they say, the Italians, there's every chance that Colombo and Schurter would have some understanding of what's being said there.
Oh, yeah. Filippo actually speaks Italian at home, Swiss Italian, so he understands everything they say. Of course, there's different dialects, but yeah, we'll see how the tactic for the finish is going to look like. Like, are you trying to stay together with your partner? Are you going to pit them in between, and you hope for the better sprint on the second rider? I mean, we have seen it all within this race. So look, there's a small attack coming from, is it Luca at the front? But then, two Scott riders blocking the way. Both lines are occupied. So yeah, it's tactical now. They know how close they are to the finish, and everyone wants to have a stage win, and the more the better. And yeah, this is going to be interesting.
That was that conversation, you feel, that just quick little chat. Let's use this climb to see if we can just get away from them. But it's easier said than done in that conversation. Georg Egger, Lucas Baum are suffering now at the tail end. They have been aggressive throughout the day. But up that Rhino climb, it was Egger who was on the front setting a good pace, but he's taking shots now up this rocky climb. And it is at least William Vittoria, who put their heads down and try and open up a gap.
Yeah, they got a bit of a gap, not much, but a little. Could be enough to take it to the finish, but the finish is still downhill, and we all know how Filippo and Nino can go down there. So dropping them on a single track, don't think it's gonna happen. But yeah, they got a bit of a gap. 5 seconds sometimes is enough to get away.
Yeah, it is Luca Breider on the front, and his partner Simone Avendetto, who is trying to hang with that pace. Breider is a very, very experienced racer, but at the World Cup level, no question about that. As His younger partner, Simone Avendetto, scrambles to stay with the wheel, and behind them, Colombo and Schurter. Well, they know that, you know, there was a sign yesterday that Schurter was the one who was perhaps suffering, so let's put the hammer down, see if he can stay with us on this climb. And Colombo's having to just ease back and nurse him through.
He's nursing him through. Oh, look at all the other guys. It's a loose climb. It's a very loose climb. As soon as you, that's Tristan, I think.
Marco, I think it is. Yeah.
Marco, yeah, you're right.
That is something you will very, very rarely see. And the only reason you'll see that is that Marco Hubert is so deep in the hole at this stage, on this stage, that he cannot manage to get up there. That is a desperate sign for the Mbuko Chemchamp, man. So sad, so disappointing for him. They have such high ambitions on this tour, this Absa Cape Epic. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. Recovery is an amazing thing. You can get back and suddenly you find your legs again. But that, very, very sad to see.
Yeah. But they're most likely in the African jersey.
Yep.
It's a small little...
The upside.
Not a small little win for today. It's actually a great one. But yeah, they probably thought they can be farther ahead, maybe getting into third overall, but that's most likely not going to happen. Just now, the front is moving. They're not waiting for anyone here.
Well, they put the hammer down to have the yellow jerseys, William Vittoria and Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto up that steep climb have put a sizable gap into Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo behind them. The yellow jerseys are doing it justice today, bringing the fight to the proven race winners here at the Absa Cape Epic. They're not done yet because it might have been a little too early. Have they got the legs to take them to the finish? Remember, these are cross-country specialists, 1.5 hour maximum intensity and effort. They've been going now for close on 3 hours and 21 minutes, and they are still going absolutely flat out to try and extend their lead in that yellow jersey. Remember, just 20 seconds at the start of the day, and they are really digging deep here. Last couple of turns to get to the top of this brutal climb. They can see that Nino Schurter is trying to find the wheel of Filippo Colombo.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can see the cracks. Like definitely, yeah, Nino a little bit on the back there. Third team not in the window yet, but they also not too far away.
Thanks, Stefan.
Well, we've seen rare things today. The likes of Marco Hubert having to scramble on his feet up that climb, and now Nino Schurter having to dig deep to regain the wheel of his partner Filippo Colombo, who is such a powerhouse this year, is Filippo Colombo. Schurter holding on for all his worth here.
Yeah, Filippo looks very relaxed. He sees the ones in front, but he also knows that they need to stay together.
Exposed climb, isn't this remarkable, up to those masts at the top of the climb here. And it's that tantalizing thing. They can see their rivals up there. And if anything can galvanize Nino Schurter, it is that.
Yeah.
He is the most ferocious racer, and he just loves winning almost as much as he hates losing. So he will make every effort to close this gap, and don't bet against him being in the frame when it comes to the finish down at Mirandal in a few minutes' time. Not long now. They will be heading down the other side of the Bloemendalen climb and finding themselves in the dice for the stage win today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to close the gap now on the downhills. We all know how good they are, but I mean, they're fighting against some of the other best cross-country riders here in the world as well. So, yeah, closing gaps at this level is not easy. Up or down, it doesn't matter. So
they've dropped into the trail there. Here comes Colombo, and then Nino Schurter will be behind him. Meanwhile, Avendetto and Brido are tearing it up down this trail.
Yeah, they probably had maybe 10, 15 seconds at the top, probably, more or less. And then, yeah, let's see how the gap gets now on the downhill. It's going to be very interesting to see. And it is hard to go super fast on those trails, like you can see. Like it's quite loose. And you also don't want to make any mistake. We had quite a few punches early stage in this race, so you still need to be careful. Your tires do not get better towards the end of it either. So yeah, this is fast. This is lots of fun, but also plenty that can throw you off.
Now we go back to our women's leaders in the Aramex Elite Women's category. Remember that there was a puncture to Annika Langveld's front wheel a little bit earlier as they were heading down towards Hillcrest. They got that fixed fairly promptly, and look at them go here. It is heading up to the the mountains.
They actually won the.
They did win the Queen of the Mountains.
They did win the Queen of the Mountains, so they already passed that point.
Yeah, they long. Yeah, that was that climb that they extended the lead after the water point and got to the top of the climb there. Yeah, so now they are well in control of this stage at the moment, despite their mechanical issues they had a little bit earlier. And Annika Langveld, who's now gone to the front of this little group on the climb. Another of those brutally tough, deceptive vineyard climbs. Slopes of the mountain, looking out towards the cool Atlantic air. Wonderful for the vines. And probably not too bad for the riders today. Yes, it's hot, but it's not that bad. This is Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada going on the chase. They seem to be on their own, the Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM pair. And going very smoothly. They're a team who've ridden together last year as well. And Alexis, the United States Marathon champion, also cross-country champion. And Vera last year, the preeminent marathon racer in the world, finishing the year as the winner of the overall World Marathon Series title under the UCI. So very much a formidable force in the marathon distances. Got a lot of work to do to shut this lead down, because 27 Ks to go. Langveld and Gomez Viefan are looking very, very comfortable right now. The amateur men's teams just ahead of them. They did start ahead of the elite women, and this could be one of the honeycomb teams. As I said, they've got two. Yeah,
one of the honeycomb teams here.
Yeah,
going by now. Annika still in the lead.
Don't let them go past. You'll watch them go past and have a word. And Honeycomb have two teams in the top three, the open category. Meanwhile, the yellow jerseys.
Yeah, they brought the gap down. Seems like it.
It's tantalizingly close.
Yes, it's close.
They
Very
know.
close.
One more effort, we can break them, and then they don't. And then they've got to go one more effort to see if we can break them. Meanwhile, they're breaking themselves. They're hurting themselves as they go onto this climb.
Yeah. And looking at the dust, I think they have a tailwind now. Yeah, a bit of a tailwind. Like the dust goes with them. By the look of it. So if Filippo feels strong, should be able to close the gaps. There's a gap.
Oh, through the vineyards, the closing few kilometers of what has been a thoroughly absorbing, dramatic and entertaining day's racing. If you go back to those early kilometers through the Klipheuvel, flat and fast, and with the wind, they were going at a cracking pace. And then the teeth of the back end of the stage bit hard, and it has shattered this lead group. And two men have emerged at the front with a bold attack on the last major climb. They're still climbing, though. It is Luca Braido, and on the front, Simone Avadetto of Willia Vittoria. The yellow jerseys in their first Absa Cape Epic, and my word, are they making it a memorable one. They are putting the multiple world champion, two-time winner here, Nino Schurter, and his partner, Filippo Colombo, under real pressure. But look at that gap. They're coming back. They're coming back.
They're coming. they're not going to settle for second just yet, that's for sure. As long as they can see them, as long as they not out of reach, yeah. Nino can suffer, that's for sure. He's not going to give up. If there's an opportunity, he's going to dig deeper than anyone else just to get it.
And hasn't he got a worthy partner here in Filippo Colombo? What a job he's doing now to drag him back as Avendetto digs deep, and it's loose and dusty and soft. Not the easiest to climb up that. It's not easy.
This is hard terrain to go. This is hard terrain. Every time you pedal hard, the wheel just slips that little bit extra energy. Those guys, they digging deep right now.
Oh, Colombo punches it up over the top. There is Schurter into the vineyards. A little bit of respite, a drink out of his way bag to get some hydration going for the final few kilometers, 10 kilometers remaining. There's still a way to go. It's such a hard stage, this, as every stage is at the Absa Cape Epic, but stage one particularly over the years does not take any prisoners. They make sure that the riders know they're in for a tough week after the prologue. 26 Ks now seems light years away. The effort around Mirandal, this is the real deal.
Yeah, the 2,750 meters of climbing are not coming for free, especially with the wind pumping the way it does. Hopefully at some stage the headwind turns into a tailwind, especially when it gets towards the finish. It's always a bit of extra motivation, and yeah, at some stage you just want to get it over and done with. And yeah, that's always nice when the wind is on your back.
Wouldn't they love it now? Because well, they've got it a bit, but the soil and the sand is gripping those tires and sinking deep into it as Lucas Baum with those flat bars, and behind him is Gael Gego, who suffered today but was a protagonist early on. They love to ride aggressively, and it was good to see them do that. Behind them, Ravenstein and Steve John. And Samueli Poro is still intact with the Klimatitsa or Bayer and his partner Mark Stutzman. So they are still in the frame for a potential podium place today. They've got to try and catch this pair in third place. No sign, sadly, of the Mbuko Kemchamp pair, Marco Hubert, Tristan Nokia. Tristan Nokia, they are in the emergency ward at the moment. Nokia is the nurse-in-chief there, looking after Marco Hubert, who really has suffered today. Ravensteiner, the Italian champion and a seasoned Absa Cape Epic racer with Simon Steve John. And then Mark Stutzman and Samueli Poro. Poro and Ravenstein, of course, have ridden this race together quite a few times. We're part of the same team. Yep, looks as though it's gone out a little bit more here. Little bit. Seconds, that's all. Avendetto and Brido. Avendetto is certainly doing a lot of the work at the tail end of this stage now. Luca Brido was the man who initiated the attack, but he looks over his shoulder. Not always a good sign. Suggests that you might just be starting to feel the heat from behind. Matt Beers is digging deep at the moment, together with Keegan Swenson, who's had a torrid day. Just ahead of them, Tapara Kenda, FSA 2, Jakob Doragoni, and Gioli De Cosmo. Welcome to the party. We saw you had a great prologue, and they're coming on strong towards the tail end. They passed the defending champion. Swenson digging deep. Tough day for the outright Toyota Songo pair.
Yeah, you can see well on their jersey how dusty it is out there. And all that dust also goes into your lungs, everything. Like the farther back you are, the more exposed you're going to be. And you really have to also make sure after the stage to clean up everything. Like also, I know that lots of those guys are inhaling in the evening, making sure that they clean everything out. It is very important to look after yourself.
That's important. Who does the laundry in the team?
That's a good question. Yeah, the Absa Cape Epic also offers a laundry service, and I must say they're also doing a phenomenal job. Like you book that package, you drop your stuff off, you get your own laundry bag. I mean, yes, the pro teams they most likely have it all organized by the team, but even for the amateurs, like that is another service that you can have here at the Epic, and that it's. I mean, you're not going to travel with 6, 7 different cycling kits, so having a washing service is such a benefit for everyone.
Well, this is a titanic battle. It's wonderful to watch the very best cross-country racers duking it out on this stage. Stefan Sam is on board on the Bulls Media e-bike behind the yellow jerseys here. Stefan, what a fight this is, isn't it?
This is just so amazing to watch the guys attacking at the right moment, and even if they don't make it, like what it looks like, then it's just a brilliant show of their talents and of their strength. Like you first have to close the gap now.
Absolutely, they're really doing justice to those yellow jerseys, and behind them, and that gap is very, very small. We are having a close look now at Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter. Nino just working. He really knows how to suffer, doesn't he?
Yes, absolutely. You could see he wanted to go, but the legs, maybe it was just a moment that he had. And now he's back in the rhythm again, and he sees the guys in front of him, and of course, he wants to be there. And probably on the next downhill, I will just go back behind Nino, and so they can do their thing and try to close up, because I don't want to be in the way.
As they say, move the cars out of the way, because the gap's closing.
Go for it, Stefan. Okay.
There's Stefan.
Okay, boy.
There is Stefan, yeah, just watching them go through, and then he will drop in behind Nino Schurter. I mean, what a privilege. I mean, just saying that, wow. You're riding behind the greatest rider of all time. So they hit that hydration, USN hydration point at the very peak of this climb. And they will have a sight of the finish down below, a long way down below, a long way still to go, and a lot of downhill technical riding just to keep focused. They're fatigued, nearly over 3.5 hours riding. You have to stay on your game here.
No, look at this. This is super fast. In between the two fans, it's loose stuff. Everyone that rides in front of you can pick up or move another rock again. So this is very dangerous terrain as well for the bike. What's happening here? Oh, Nino is overtaking Filippo, and they're actually very close now. Look at that. I mean, it was a short. Nino is incredible. Out of the saddle, he sees the guys at the front, and here he is. Like, you never ride someone like him off. You do not do that. Like, I think that is actually the energy he feeds from. You ride him off, he will show you different. And that's exactly what's happening here now.
Phenomenal riding by Nino Schurter. He's made the junction, and Filippo Colombo, he said, go to the front, put the hammer down a bit, put them under a bit of pressure. I'm just going to hang on the wheel here of Luca Brido. What a ride. You cannot rule out this champion. That is why he is the greatest of all time. He's right in this picture now for the stage win, and potentially that yellow jersey that they will be eyeing out. Dorigoni and De Cosmo here for the Chopard Kenda FSA 2 team are going well. They're having a very, very good day. What an opportunity. Look at the riders coming up the other side, looking at the race going down next to them. Well, they'll be keeping half an eye on that, I would think. Watching them flash by and thinking, I wonder when we'll get there.
Yeah, the other riders on the other side, they have a long way to go still, a very long way to go. They're probably just maybe halfway over. And I mean, those guys, they did what? 96 kilometers in 3 hours something, like way below the 4 hours, most likely. And they flying down that hill. And again, like, yeah, the terrain is so technical here, and we're waiting for them to come down. Yeah, we see them here now, still together. I think Nino is still in 4th position.
Yeah, the classic tactic, putting your man up front there, having the two in between. So it is a really fascinating battle between two very classy teams here. One making their debuts here in the shape of Victoria in the yellow jerseys, and of course Scottstram MTB, such a rich heritage here. 2 wins.
Oh, Nino is passing.
Yeah, there he goes.
For one.
Flowing to take that corner at the bottom there. You can see the wind blowing away.
Yeah,
That's not helicopter draft, that is the wind. Top of the off the wheat fields and into the top of the vineyards now. Bloemendal, at least Mirandal, is not too far away. They'll have one little kicker to deal with as well before they get to the finish.
Yeah, that's fast. That's fast descending, braking again, making sure you're not wiping out on those loose corners, not taking the inline too sharp. There's wires, there's ditches, but like we heard.
The fight is on for the third place here. Barely Speed Company have it now, but 24 seconds is not much. Samueli Poro and Mark Stutzman are chasing that, and then Tupado Singer is that pair that was stitched together just before the race, Rabensteiner and Steve Jung. So the race is on for third place. The race for first place, well, it's these two teams who are dicing it out. You can see in the top right of your screen, that is the race finish. So they've got the Burry Thunder climb. Into the finish. Who's it going to be? Well, the way Nino Schurter chased down there, you get the idea that that man wants this stage. There are the Aveliot Speed Company team of Lucas Baum and Gao Gega.
Yeah, there's definitely some conversations happening right now. Like the last opportunity you may have to share your team tactics with your partner. It's all open still. Who's going to win this stage? Like, this is going to be such a tactical game.
Rhino just looking over his shoulder to make sure that it wasn't anyone chasing down him. It was, in fact, Stefan Sam. He's not chasing him. He's just with him on the e-bike. Loose terrain, rough terrain, fatigued riders. All the recipe for danger. Poro and his partner go down there. Then it's the there's Rabenstein and Steve Jung. So little change there. The Tuparo Kenda pair. I beg your pardon. The Poro Stutzman pair chasing now. Schurter and Colombo.
I expect Nino to cross the finish line first, and then Filippo is going to be the second one playing in. It's maybe some tactics. They're not going to shake them off, but you don't know. You don't know. It's look at this. They positioned themselves so well. They're both together at the front. It's going to be hard to overtake. You have to take some risk if you still want to get by. And if it's just one rider, it's not enough. It needs to be the second rider as well. So Scott's Ram team is in perfect position right now. The speed is super high. They're doing like some 40 k's more coming down here.
Not even Stefan Sam would get past them on his e-bike, I can tell you that.
No.
They've got that road to cross. They're onto it now and snaking into the grounds of Mirandal, and they are closing in. It's a while to go still, but the finish is going to be thrilling. Two teams in it. Scottstram MTB Racing's Schurter and Colombo. Well, they looked for a while as though they might see it all disappear up that last brutal climb, but a monumental effort from the fighter extraordinaire in Nino Schurter, who was the one suffering. See, they're saying something to each other there. They're saying that you go and do a bit of work. You're the yellow jerseys.
Yeah, exactly.
And so they do, almost forcing them to the front. Simone Vendetto and Luca Braido by slowing down. It's a tactical game here.
It's very tactical now, very tactical. There's nothing like a stage win, that's for sure. If you're in yellow and you can take the stage win, that's the best out of all. But yeah, my prediction is that Nino will be the one crossing the line first, and then it's all up to Filippo to decide.
Little surge on the paving here from Scottram MTB, Schurter and Colombo. They look over the shoulder. What damage have they done? Oopsie, they've got to turn off that and head onto the dirt at a very, very sharp pace. Here's the little drag up towards the race village.
Yeah, it's so close. They can see the finish now. Like, that's where the extra energy will be unleashed, that's for sure. And you see, like, Nino is not done yet. Like, he is not done yet. He's hanging on to Filippo's wheel. Filippo is riding so strong, but also the others, they don't want to let that go. I don't think they just settled because they are in yellow.
Yeah, each combination has one rider who's suffering a little more than the other, and so they're managing those. And now it is Nino who goes onto the wheel of Filippo Colombo. He will put every effort in this, desperately wants the stage win. And look at the gap starting to open up here. It wasn't long ago that was the gap, but the other way round. And now it is Scottram MTB putting in a massive effort on this drag up this climb.
Yes, this is beautiful racing, beautiful racing. And again, it just shows how strong Nino can be when you put him under pressure. He's a diamond. Those things are formed under pressure, and that's when he shines the most. And yeah, also those two guys have been racing so strong at the front all day long. And it's only a matter of minutes before we see who's going to be the winner of today.
Well, it's not just the stage win today that is up for grabs. No. It's the yellow jerseys. 20 seconds is all that is between these two teams. So if they're not going to get the stage win, then Rhino and Avendetto just want to make sure that they remain within 20 seconds of this pair if they cross the line behind them. But that remains to be seen. They've upped that last little drag there and powering towards the finish. I can tell you what, when Filippo Colombo gets off his bike at the finish today, it will be the first time he's left his saddle. He's hardly looked, got off his saddle, got out of there. And he's been incredible. What a partner that Nino Schurter has got for him here. And well, we always talked about anyone who rides with Nino has got a great chance of winning. Well, now his partner's marginally stronger than him. You feel that this is a dream team. Look at the effort from Avendetto and Luca Rhino to try and close that gap. Maybe the stage is gone, but can they hold on to the yellow jerseys? The first Absa Cape Epic for them. They would love to take them into the time trial tomorrow that takes them from Mirandal to Fairview and Spice Route. There's the race village blinking at them from the distance on the left-hand side there. They are longing to get there, but at the moment it is this pair who have it all to lose because the yellow jerseys are drifting off the back here. Huge effort by this pair. What a race they put on today.
Yeah, very much. They're digging deep right now, trying to catch up, keep the distance less than the 20 seconds, of course, otherwise they're going to lose the yellow jersey. A little bit of nutrition, still trying to get some water in. Last little effort.
His brother Daniele also a highly skilled and accomplished cross-country racer. Now the effort put in by Scottram MTB is they're just taking it a little bit off the gas there. They've got to be careful because there's no taking off the gas here from the Willia Vittoria pair. Simone Avendetto, the younger of the two, 25, with his 32-year-old partner just behind him and focusing on that back wheel of Avendetto. Always looking over, just making sure Avendetto looking over, making sure he's there, and in the wheel.
Interesting to see that they most likely ride without a power meter. Not sure if I see correctly, but it doesn't seem like it. Something we will definitely find out later today, as a lot of those riders have power meters. There's actually a bit of grass, you see, sticking to the drivetrain.
Yeah.
That could make a difference. Maybe they do need to stop quickly to get that out. There was something stuck in there.
Oh, yeah. Is that he would have been able to look down and assess how bad that is if it's going to impede him. Now, that last little drag, that climb. It's make or break time now, through the gate and into the Mirandal lands. And up and over. There we go.
Trying to
He's
get it
gonna
out.
try and
got
get it out. I
yeah.
think they've succeeded. There we go.
Just sitting there.
Yep.
Loose climb once again.
Once again, as I say, that's it is a hallmark of these first few stages, the loose nature of these climbs. Yeah, it is like that, but as they get deeper into the race, the trail nature, the nature of the surface changes a bit as well.
Yeah.
But loose, exposed climbs.
And you feel so bad for the back markers, like, oh, those are the climbs you do not want. If you have to get off your bike that late into the stage, like you can most likely guarantee that you're gonna start cramping. This is not going to be very helpful for the back markers there, and especially because you see the finish already. You see the finish, but you're not there yet.
Well, I can tell you, I feel that yellow jersey is changing hands today unless these two can put something extraordinary in over this final kilometer or two, because Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo have put a masterclass together today in how to suffer and how to race to win, and they are working beautifully together. Riders supporting them as they come through past the vineyards and snaking down the single track down the road. Look, there's that gap. They're entering it. There's the yellow jersey.
Yep.
You feel they've got a sniff of the finish here at Mirandal. Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter, and that's all they need. They have eyes on that finish line, and they will hold nothing back. They will not know how far back they are, the Italians, Rhino and Avendetto, so they will be wasting no energy and concerning themselves with that. All they will be focused on is that finish line and getting the stage win today. And the bonus for them is the yellow jerseys. Sharing the work there regularly now. Both are suffering, no question about that. There is the race village. So the finish is nigh for stage one at the Absa Cape Epic. And second day of action, and my word, has it been action and drama all the way. Dry and dusty and dramatic it has been, but it has culminated in a battle royal between the Scotsram MTB racing pair and the Italian pair, the cross-country specialists. Just thought maybe there'd been a slip. There may have been a little slip there, but Colombo and Schurter have shown their tenacity, have shown their class and their fighting qualities. Is he going to do a whip? No. Then you know Nino Schurter's had a tough day out there, but a tough day for him still means a winning day for Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. Scotsram MTB, what a day, what a ride by two champions. They take the win on stage one at Mirandal in the 2025 Absa Cape Epic. Supreme champions, supreme performance.
And the clock is ticking for the yellow jersey. Let's see what it comes down to.
High fives it is. What a day. That man is exhausted. Here they come. The chase is on for the clock. Is the yellow jersey gone? Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto. William Vittoria chase for the line now. 20 seconds is what they need. They only need 1 second, but it may well be gone as they cross the line now in those yellow jerseys. What a dramatic finish. What a dramatic day of racing. And they are still chasing towards the line. Well done. So, Schurter and his partner Colombo. What a day. And there's 12th stage win for Nino Schurter. And the scars, the dirt is all over it. Let's go to the finish line at that.
What's the difference in G7? 11 seconds. 11, thank you.
I'm really good.
Nino, can we have a chat? What a day, what a day. You are in the GC lead by 11 seconds. You guys were like animals out there today, reflecting the spots on your bicycles, the cheetah spots. You guys attacked, you got tenacious, and you brought it home.
Yeah, it was a tough day. As expected from the beginning, really hard through those more flat bits. And then to the hot spot, I felt really good, and we took the hot spot as well. But then towards the end I struggled a bit. But Filippo is so strong. I thought him to have such a good partner. And I think Luca also started to struggle towards the end, so we took our chance. Second last corner I crashed. Proper adventure, but it was good.
This is Absa Cape Epic at its very best. Benno Willett on the broadcast just talking about how incredible the racing was today. It was on fire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on fire. I think it's, yeah. Also with Luca and Avendetto, I think it brings a bit of a more aggressive racing. It was good.
Congratulations.
A long way.
Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Let's get across to Filippo.
Thoughts from Nino Schurter. Still chatty at the end of a brutally hard stage. 3 hours and 51 minutes and 31 seconds that gapped back to Rhino and Avendetto. So they have the lead by 11 seconds. Lucas Baum and Gail Geiger across the line, 2:04 down. Samuel Poro and Mark Stutzman of Matitio Beer in fourth place today, and just 10 seconds behind them. A wonderful day for Fabian Ravenstein and Simon Stevejohn of Chapado Singer. They have put it together a great ride today because they did have a puncture earlier in the day, and they've come home in fifth place. So it's going to be a big shake-up in the general classification today. Beer Elliott Speed Company mitigated their losses, did well. They put the pressure on early, and they've managed to come home in third to be on the podium in this stage. This is Keegan Swenson at the back here, and Matt Beers of the outright Toyota Songo team. And the defending champion has managed to nurse his partner well through a very hard day for Swenson, who stands up and stretches his back one more time as he turns towards the finish. So what a day of racing.
Huh? What a day, and what a finish to this first long stage of the Cape Epic. No, incredible. Like so many mechanicals early on in the race, like already threw so many off, but yeah, a lot of them made it back. Even in the wind, like the conditions were rough and tough for sure, and even riding off Nino Schurter wasn't a good thing to do. Like again, like at some stage he seemed to suffer. Maybe the wind was out of range, but not for him. Coming back the way he did, Filippo, outstanding ride, but also all the others. They really fight to the end, and yeah, how much change we got in the GC classification, it's incredible. And it's only stage one.
Yeah, I think we're going to see plenty of change in the general classification as Dorigoni and De Cosmo bring it home for Tapara Ken FSA, Jakob Dorigoni and Joli De Cosmo. Good day for them. They've put themselves in the frame. They were at the start of the day 2 minutes and 19 down in the 7th place. And they've held firm on that as Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson bring it home. A big day for the defending champion and his American partner today. The gap back to the leaders. Well, we'll wait and see what the impact has had on them in the standings today. What a day here for the Mbuko Chemchamp pair, because Marco Hubert looked down and out. He really did as he walked up the one time there, but they dug deep and he's found the resources, the deep reserves, and has been able to bring it home together with Tristan Norkier. We'll give him a fist pump of congratulations. Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson 5:14 down in 7th place today, and Mbuko Chemchamp 5:59 down. They will be the new wearers of the Absa African jerseys. Team Bulls Mavericks will come home in 9th place. Axel Rudel Kortener and Simon Schneller. Faces darkened by the dust and the mud. The dust and mud today. And well, there's David Serrano, Valero Serrano, and Tiago Ferreira, PH Coloma. Encouraging day for them. They will, they're marathon specialists. They will find this race to their liking today. They've got plenty left in the tank, I'm sure, for the rest of the week. And that will be our 10th team in. So top 10 home and hose in just under 7 minutes today.
Top 10 are all managed to get to the finish now.
Cool, breathless stuff. It's a marathon stage closing on 4 hours, and yet it just flashes by because of the drama and the dynamics that have gone on throughout the race. If you throw back right away to the beginning of the stage, where Gail Gega and Lucas Baum were putting down the heat early on in those flat stages, flat parts, and then they started to suffer up the climb, or he put the hammer down up that King of the Mountains climb. And that perhaps they paid a little bit of a price for that, Gail Gega. Bart Alleman is guiding Martin Stosek home here today, and the Buff Megamo team will come home in 11th place today. Belgium and the champion of the Czech Republic. They're done and dusted for Stosek and his partner. Andres Silvolt and Jakob Hartmann making their way towards the finish as well. And Silvolt and Hartmann of Singer KTM Racing finished just outside the top 10. A little indication there from Silvolt that we're turning a sharp right, and they'll head to the finish. These riders started out this morning, 7 o'clock this morning here at Mirandal on a cool, breezy morning. The breeze is still there. I think the temperature's rising all the way through the day. So thousands of riders behind this group of elite professionals will be not even halfway through this stage today, having started some of them an hour and a half after. The world champion's stripes on his arms, that indicates that the German champion was once the world champion, Andreas Silvolt. He brings Jakob Hartmann home for Singer KTM in 13th place today. What a day of drama on stage 1 at the Absa Cape Epic here at Mirandal. Thoroughly enjoyable and entertaining. So the teams rolling in, that might be the red jerseys there of the erstwhile African Absa African leaders. And this is the second of the Climatitio Bear teams: Miguel Munoz Moreno, Luis Francisco Perez Martinez. So, Spanish pair. 2 teams for Climatitio Bear. And bringing it home now. This is the Craig Oliver and the Ben Oliver pair. The New Zealanders. Champion all in white, although predominantly brown now. They have lost a lot of time today, that's for sure. They were in 5th at the start of the day, and 1 minute and 15 behind. They are now a long way further back. The New Zealanders, Ben and Craig Oliver. Sid Science look like they are bringing this home. Rolling into the bridge towards the finish. Big Science pair of Arno de Toy and Keegan Bontekoning. Good day out for the South Africans. Well, they will be putting themselves in the frame for the African jersey, having in mind that that will be on the shoulders of Mark Hubert and his partner Tristan Nokia. Mark Pritson and Wessel Buerta lost a lot of time today. Buerta suffering up that first big Rhino climb. Found himself really on the back foot today. What a day of racing we've had here, and man, watching the racing from a distance, unfortunately, because he knows what it's like to be at the sharp end. Quick look at the GC standing, the stage standings here before we cross to him. I'll introduce him UTM shortly. 31 seconds, the gap to Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto at the end of a dramatic stage after Braido and Avendetto attacked on the last of the really big climbs. Got a gap that they thought might be enough, never enough against a man like Nino Schurter with a machine like Colombo as his partner. Baum and Egger were third today. They did well to limit their losses on the back end of the stage after being aggressive on the King of the Mountains climb. Poro and Stutzman, 2 minutes and 40 seconds down. Kimetizia Aubert solid, and workmen like Fabian Ravenstein and Simon Steve John had a puncture today. So much experience in that team, 18 epics between them, and they are very much in the frame. Dorigoni and Gioli De Cosmo have kept themselves in the frame. 5 minutes and 2 seconds down for Tuparo Kenda FSA 2. That's how the stage one results look in the top of those standings as the teams flow in towards the finish line here. And the Toyota Specialized team are dragging themselves towards the finish line here. Johan van Zyl and Travis Stedman, a solid day by this pair. Well, there is Mirandal, and it is now time to introduce our colleague Benno. He's a man who knows this race well. Hans Becking. Hello, Hans.
Good afternoon or good morning still.
Yeah,
it feels like afternoon. I've been already out on course all morning, and it feels like the day has been passed. But
yeah, you Europeans aren't quite used to starting races as early as we do in South Africa, but the day by lunchtime is almost a full day. But what a day of racing we've had today. I don't know how much you've seen out in terms of the actual racing, but the cross-country boys putting it out there. Great example.
yeah, it looks very Italian up front there.
Yes, it does.
I was at the moment where the race exploded this morning on the Rhino climb, and it's just amazing to see how hungry and how aggressive Scott was racing, even to get the hot spot. They were full out, and yeah, it was an intense day. And then after I was in the third feed zone, where I saw that the teams are still like close together and still chasing each other. So and seeing this finish line is. I'm blown away by the action we had already on stage number one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the tone. It's been set at a very high bar. So Braido and Avendetto 11 seconds behind Colombo and Schurter going into stage two. So change in the yellow jersey. Lucas Baum and Gael Gega, you probably on that climb, they were on that Rhino climb, they were quite aggressive going up there.
Yeah, I think they started really fast. I think Georg had a good first part of the stage, and then I saw Lucas a bit more behind on the top of the Rhino climb. But yeah, they just probably pinned it down the hill, and I think a good confidence boost for them coming in the podium, and they will show their strength later on.
They will indeed. What about your team, your teammates?
Yeah, I just saw them coming in. The second team
and Martin. Yeah. I think just outside the top 10. But there's lots of time to pull that back. This is the marathon stages of their strength.
Exactly, and it's only their second day they're racing together, so they're reading each other body language, I guess, and testing each other out. And yeah, like you said, a long week to go, and let's see how they're doing, and also let's see how our girls are getting through.
How are you doing? Standing watching all this.
I'm actually enjoying a bit. It's been really cool to see it from the other side, but it's been a difficult moment as well.
Frustrating. Let's go to the finish, and Max is speaking to some of the races from earlier today.
Filippo, an incredible day. The attacks at the front were on fire. You guys managed to keep Luca and Simone close to contact. That last big climb, you put in a big effort.
Yeah, I mean, we went here to test a little bit the climbs, and we knew that the final 15Ks were super tough. So yeah, after Bloemendaal, I just paced up a little bit. Then they attacked us. But yeah, with Nino, we keep a super good high pace. And then yeah, once I saw Luca struggling the final 5K, I just opened the gap another time, and yeah, it was good.
Going up towards the last climb, it got quite technical, very bumpy, lots of rocks. You guys managed to close that gap, and you didn't even wait. You went straight past them.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to control the descent. I know if you are in the front, you can pick your line, and you can avoid especially some flat tires and stuff. So yes, I just move up and then yeah, could kick up to the finish.
Into the yellow jersey now, you've got an 11-second buffer on Luca and Simone going into tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to be in yellow, and yeah, gonna see still like six super hard days, so it's still long. The race is still super long.
Amazing racing, well done.
Thank you.
We stayed together all the race, and I'm Simone. We try to do a gap 15 kilometers to the end, but we struggled a bit. I was kaput, and when the Scott guys are coming, I was totally kaput. In the last part, in a part with the wind in the face, I was with some meters, and yeah, I fell away.
We saw the racing today. It just got better and better and faster and faster. You guys just seem to just elevate the level every single time when the chasers try to start coming back. You must be happy with that result today, putting a lot of time into the rest of the general classification.
Yeah, it was a really tactical race today. There was a lot of wind, so it was not easy to manage it, but I think we did a good work till the end when yeah, I was without energy, but that's it.
Well done. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
Let's get some on it. But an amazing battle today.
Yeah, it was a nice battle, and we enjoyed it. We felt quite good. We struggled a little bit in the end, but yeah, how you say it, still yeah, they are just in front of us, and we could make a little bit of gap on the guys behind. So we are happy for how it went.
Stage 2 tomorrow, we go into the time trial. Have you guys made any big changes to the bike setup going into tomorrow? What is the thought process?
No, I think it will be quite similar. Maybe just put a bigger chain ring and yeah, try to stay a bit more aero because it should be quite flat. So yeah, that's it.
You and Luke have known each other for a long time. Your combination is really good. Your communication is good. Your body language is strong. How was it out there today? Did you feel like you were connecting really well with him?
Yeah, we spoke a bit during the race, you know, for always know if everything was good. Then yeah, we spoke a bit. He also said that he feel good, so we tried, and then it was a good stage.
The Absa Cape Epic is very different to any other race in the world. And is it everything that you've heard of? Is it everything that you've expected it to be in these first 2 days in 2025?
Yeah, it's a nice atmosphere, a nice race, and yes, everyone say that the real race starts on Thursday when you start to be tired. So yeah, we will see the next days.
You should never underestimate the terrain and also the heat. There were some big climbs coming up, so I told you already this morning. Yeah, I mean, I felt super good towards that first big climb, and I think at some point we also had the plan to kind of destroy the others a bit, coming from the front, but this worked out super well a few years ago, but I think this time the starter field is too stacked, too good. But in the end, yeah, the disaster was not too bad. We lost a bit of time, but we had a good day anyway, and the others are super strong, so we're looking forward to fight them again.
Lucas third on the GC, 3 minutes 14 behind the lead at the moment. That last climb up to the mast, the field just shattered apart. It looked technical, it looked tough. What was going through your head at that stage? You were just managing the damage there?
Yeah, like Georg said, in the beginning we were a bit overconfident, I think. I had pretty good legs. For some reason, for half an hour I had some cramps. Towards the last climb I felt pretty good again. I could hold the same pace as in the beginning. But then Georg had to suffer a bit. So I think we have to synchronize a bit more and ride a bit cleverer. Yeah, I think, like Georg said before, the field is too stacked to really make a difference in the beginning, in the first 2.5 hours. I think we just have to play the game like everyone else, hide a bit and make it count in the end.
Tomorrow there's no place to hide. It's the race of truce. It's the time trial. Efficiency, you've spoken about it a lot. Tomorrow could be your day.
Yeah, looking forward to. I mean, it's our day. No one can profit from us. It's just our raw power, and I think it's going to be a nice one tomorrow.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, interesting inside thoughts from the riders at the conclusion of the men's elite race. Well, not conclusion, there's still riders out there, teams making their way to the finish. But now we are on board with our media e-bike, I think with Jesse Nixon, and it is on board with Vera Loss and Alexis Skada, who are in second place, the Efficient Infinity SCV SRAM team on the road at the moment, and they are trailing the Toyota Specialized pair of Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Viefan by just under 5 minutes. It may be more, maybe less. That was the last check at the Bloemendaal water point at 73 kilometers. Up the top of that climb, it's nasty, this, Hans. This is Gomez-Viefan and Annika Langveld doing a great job today.
They really do, and this is exactly really a nasty climb. It's really steep, and you already did the Rhino climb. You're going down, you have some less steep climbs, and then a nice flow section, a feed zone, and then you have to go up to this monster again.
So is this the part you were talking about before we went to the interviews about it's quite nice sitting and watching go up these guys?
Yeah, this is the moment I don't envy the guys or the girls on the bike at the moment.
But a really phenomenal performance by this pair. They seem to make their move in and around the water point at Annabula, the second water point before the Rhino climb. They started to open the gap there, and they've just opened it slowly but surely and escaped the clutches of their rivals. We reckon it's close to 5 minutes, Benno?
Somewhere there. Should be around 5 minutes, the gap that they currently have. Still quite a bit to go. We saw yesterday in the prologue that this team out of it, otherwise it would be just another brutal climb going straight up that hill. Yeah, it's nice to see what they managed to build on that little section here, but the effort is the same, right? The distance is not the same, but the distance is the same, but the effort to get up there to the top, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Longer way, same effort. You can see the switchbacks still loose. You need the traction. You need the traction to go up there, and you cannot hide. Luckily, the wind doesn't seem to be bad here in this section anymore. The grass is
It is there, the wind.
Is it still there?
It is there, the wind.
Is it there?
You were up there.
I was up there on the other side where they come up the Rhino climb first, and there was windy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that as well. And I think now, I think also now it's getting warmer as well for the girls.
Yeah.
It was quite chilly there this morning when the men passed, but now it's going to be warm as well.
Last few efforts, and you can see how steep that is. Again, looking at it from up above here, does it no justice at all. You just have a look at the position of Viefan, Gomez and Langveld on that on the bikes, and Sofia Gomez-Viefan is in great condition coming into this race. So is Annika Langveld. She's staying with her, but Sofia Gomez-Viefan has had a great year last year on the gravel series in the States. She's the preeminent rider over there, and Annika Langveld, well, 7 months ago was giving birth to her baby daughter. So phenomenal athlete. Some relief for our race leaders as they drop into the single track. A little bit of down, a little bit of shade, out of the wind perhaps for a little bit for the Toyota Specialized pair, Sofia Gomez-Viefan and Annika Langveld. They have a very handy lead of around about, if not a little bit more than 5 minutes. The last check was done at 73 kilometers. They're a little deeper into the race now. That was at the Bloemendaal Trail Park and Waterpoint, and they had a lead of 4 minutes and 56 seconds over Efficient Infinity SCV SRAM, Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. Buff Megamos, Rosa van Doorn and Janina Wurst are in the frame now. They're in third place when last checked at that Waterpoint, 6:51 down, and just about half a minute ahead of the South African pair of Titan Racing SC Honeycomb, Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen. First time out, your Buff Megamo team, Rosa van Doorn and Janina Wurst, doing nicely?
Yeah, they're doing very well. I think they put a lot of pressure on themselves, especially yesterday, and with all the crowd. Cape Epic is quite overwhelming if you come here from Europe to see all this, and the plan was to go easy and just find their pace, find their rhythm, smooth into the race. They did that yesterday, and today I'm super happy to see that they're fighting already for the podium.
As we watch with Alexis Skada and Vera Losse here, you touch on how different this Absa Cape Epic is to anything else that you all ride, and it can be, I mean, quite a shock in a way.
It's intimidating. It is, yeah.
You feel it that way.
Yeah, especially as a newbie.
Yeah.
In our team, the Cape is one of the biggest races, and we at dinner we're talking about it. In other races, at team presentations we talk about it, and the girls are with us, but they never did it, and now finally they have the chance to do it. So they are on their toes.
and there's one thing talking about it and telling them about it and saying this is what you're going to experience, but that can prepare you some of the way. But when you walk into it, sit down at the news conference on that couple of days before, and suddenly the focus is on you, and then the thousands of people at the start, I suppose it does get can be unsettling. So yeah, that easy way to ease into the prologue, make it easy.
I think from the team we didn't have any expectations for them. We just want them to come along and just enjoy it and experience. I can have everyday hours meeting with them and try to prepare them for everything, but I think the Cape is a race where you have to make your own mistakes. You have to learn from it. I prepare them as good as I can with everything I know about the course, and like the girls now, I think the second team, they are, I think Specialized is going down the Bloemslaan. It's one of the most beautiful single tracks. So I did it on training. I showed the girls, for example, yesterday the video of the downhill. So this I can do, but it's like managing your bad spots, and that they have to learn themselves.
Absolutely, they have to go through the experience by themselves, and they'll be able to come back in the future, should they do that, with that layer of experience and knowledge under their belts. This is the Absa Cape Epic, and this is a brutally hard climb in the last 12 kilometers of the stage today. This is how tough stage one is. It's 96 kilometers, 2,700 meters of climbing, and Vera Losse and Alexis Skada here digging so deep to drag themselves to the top of this climb. It is brutally steep and rough and loose, dusty and dry, windy and hot, everything that makes the Absa Cape Epic the untamed African mountain bike race, and the race that defines them all, because you get through this and you get through smiling at the other end, because it is a massive achievement just to finish this race. Never mind be on the podium and win it and to wear jerseys and the like. The thousands behind there toiling away there, not even close to halfway through the stage. It is such a challenge. Do you think of that? We're sitting with Benno Willett and Hans Becking alongside me. Hans is, I think, a 4-time stage winner? 5-time stage winner, beg your pardon, Hans. Sorry about that. But not racing this year. But, give a thought to spending double the time you spend out there on the route?
Yeah, I think it's rough. I think especially the heat. We are finishing when it's like getting hot.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, and also we have our mechanics and physios waiting for us, doing everything, and we just have to do our siesta and recover. So yeah, I have massive respect for them as well. They spend so much time out there, and yeah, it's brutal.
Having said all that, it is your own choice to push the enter button and say, I'm going to take this on. And that's the beauty of it. It does challenge you. You know you're going to be under intense pressure. Now, we're focusing on our race leaders in the RMX Women's Elite Race. And this is the trail that Hans just loves, eh?
I absolutely love this trail. There's some jumps in it, and if you pin it perfectly, you pick up so much speed. I can tell you they're going to go right up, left, right, and then up again. So I can always ride it blindly, so it's very beautiful. Tigerberg did an amazing job there.
When did you last do this trail?
Yesterday morning, before everybody kicked off. When it was 7:30 in the morning, I left the hotel when it was dark, and I did it twice.
Oh, fantastic! But and had you done it before? Had you prepared for it in terms of preparing for the Epic?
Yeah, the plan when I was still racing,
yeah.
with Wout, we were here in the beginning of February for a 2.5-week training camp, and then we buy a permit at Tiger Brag, and we try to do all the trails just to know the area. And then me and Wout were just loving this trail, and we couldn't get enough of it. And I think the official training that we had to do, like our intervals and doing some asphalt thing to spin the legs, was completely off the table. So we just went up and down, boomslang all day.
Yeah, boomslang, lovely trail. Right, we are now focusing on the podium for the men's elite race today, and what a drama, what a spectacle they dished up, the very best in the business, and they brought it home in spectacular fashion. In third place, the Albia Leert Speed Company pair, the European champion Lucas Baum and Georg Egger, the 2022 champions, left it all out there, as they always do. They know one thing, and that is to just go full out. Lucas Baum said maybe they did go a bit too hard early on, but they'll probably do the same again tomorrow. In second place, they were the yellow jersey leaders by 20 seconds going into the stage, the Italian pair. Maiden journey around the Absa Cape Epic, William Vittoria, Luca Braido on the left, and Simone Avondetto. And they gave best in a seriously entertaining race over the last 10 kilometers to Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter, who dug so deep after being under real pressure, having been attacked on the final steep climb up to the mast. They came back and took the stage and took the overall lead as well. But what a dramatic stage racing, and a race win for Scott SRAM MTB, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. Huge drama, and well, you wouldn't expect anything less from a man like Nino Schurter to fight back from that scenario. We'll see them now. Quick as a flash in the Chivita yellow zebra striped jerseys once again. It's familiar territory for Nino Schurter. He wore that jersey after the start last year. He and Sebastian Finney, they had it for a few days. Well, they know what to do now. He's got a strong partner in Filippo Colombo, and they've got an 11-second lead over Braido and Avondetto. Nothing in the stages of this event.
The big contrast with Nino comparing to yesterday on the podium, his smile.
Yes, very
yesterday he didn't look that happy, and today he's in the yellow, and he's a happy chap now, so that's good to see.
He loves winning, doesn't he? Yeah. And you sensed as he was attacked up that climb that, yeah, you can go now, but I am going to come back here. Dug very, very deep. On the trails again, and Hans is smiling again. Well, not as much as he would be as if he were on the bike.
Yeah, I move my head around the corner, so I'm trying to have some race dimension. Yeah, it's so much fun, but they have to go up again after this. So yeah, I think this is the second team. And they're going smooth down there. It's one of those downhills that you have to try to recover. It's like after 4 hours and 15 minutes in the race. In the beginning, you have still the energy to pedal after the corners to pick up the speed, and in this moment you just want to recover as much as you can. And now they go right up. There's a section with a lot of loose sand where it would be difficult maybe for the women to get up there, also for the men as well. I struggled there to get up yesterday, and then they go over the mountain and back home, but that's where they are after the rough section.
Steady as you like, the leading team, they're the specialized, Sofia Gomez-Viefan and Annika Langfeld, just making it steady. And that helicopter at the top of the screen is where the leaders are right now. That's Langfeld and Gomez-Viefan, and Vera Lossa and Alexis Cardo. Well, they'll know that. You racers all know that. You know where the helicopter is. It's preferably above you. Then you know you're in the lead.
It's a good point that you even see or hear the helicopter when you're still in the race. But in this stage with the different loops, it can be 5-6 minutes in front.
Yeah.
So that's mentally hard. They go up right now. It's asphalt to the top, or concrete, but it's very steep. I went up there with the car, and even the car was struggling to get up there. And it's a big Toyota with a lot of horsepower. But
what have you made at this stage? I mean, you've seen a lot of it. Is typical of stage ones at the Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, it's the stage where if you want to play a game in this race and you want to fight for yellow, it will be. You see it today. I think there's no hiding. There were some flat tires in the beginning I saw, and
yeah, quite a few.
Yeah, that will change maybe a little bit, but I think we now more or less know what to expect, which team we have to watch. And it's super cool to see Speed Company have a good day on the podium, which will boost their confidence, and knowing that they're on the right track and they can really play a role if they ride a bit smarter, as Lucas said it himself. And then, yeah, the cross-country stars, let's see how they do. And hats up for Nino, because I really saw him struggling up the hill crest, and then I saw him getting dropped and fighting back. Yeah. And as you're getting older, he's also from 86, like he's also 38 years old like me. And you can go fast one pace, but this short explosive things in this stage you heard a lot, but it's good to see that he pulls it through, and super excited to see. And I think it's going to be a really cool week of racing if this is the starter of the menu.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The hors d'oeuvre is pretty decent. The main course is going to be delectable. There's a little bit of an appetizer tomorrow in that time trial that throws an interesting dynamic into it.
Well, especially for Speed Company, I think tomorrow is the one day where you don't need any tactics, right? Like, you're going to go at your best from the get-go, from the start. So I think that's also something they're looking forward to. They've shown how strong they can be. Not always the best in playing team tactics or having the right conversation at the right time. Like today, they made a couple of mistakes again. But on a stage like tomorrow, they can really show what they got. But also other teams like Matt Pierce, it's probably the stage he's looking forward to the most. Maybe not Keegan, because he definitely needs to stay on the wheel. But yeah, this time trial adds a whole new dynamic to the whole racing format. So what's your prediction? How do you like that format?
If I would be racing, I would be nervous for this one, because there's no hiding. I think also the course, I think it's going to be fast. There's no exposure out there between here and Fairview. So yeah, I hope everybody has a good game plan, but then also you can go full out, and then you still have these 5 brutal days coming up. So I think you will see some teams that are saying, okay, tomorrow is going to be our breather. Are we going to take it a bit more easy? And some teams are going to say, like, tomorrow we're going to try to catch up time and be safe for the 5 days after. And for tomorrow, the wind will play a huge factor, I think. If it's going to be headwinds, it's going to feel like a 2 hours climb. And if it's still wind, it's going to be fast and exciting to see already for tomorrow.
Well, meanwhile, Sofia Gomez-Viefan and Anneke Langval are keeping a steady tempo as they make their way up this very steep climb. I'm not sure if Sofia is looking at the view of Table Mountain up there or looking for her rivals down the bottom, but it's an opportunity to do that because you're climbing very, very high. Look at that wind as well. Well, this is, of course, the pinnacle event of the epic series of events around the world, racing the world. Hans Becking, I think, did all of them last year, didn't you, Hans?
I did.
Including 3 FMB Wise to Wales events.
2.
Did you do 2 of those?
Yeah. 1 sober and 1...
Yes, all right. We'll move on.
Yeah.
Yes, I know you rode with Luke.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You had a bit of fun there, I know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he suffered. He's still suffering. But yeah, the epic series is the events you want to ride, and of course you ride 3 of those events and you attain legend status, and we are in the company of a legend here in Hans, and Benno's sort of an honorary legend because he's just been at all of them as well. So, but get out there and ride the epic series events because they take you to the most spectacular parts of the world. Well, this is the pinnacle of the Epic series here at the Absa Cape Epic, and Alexis Gard and Vera Losa reaching the pinnacle of this climb. Well, slowly but surely. It is a long straight drag up, hence the concrete road. Just a reminder of those Epic series events, the Four Islands Epic, 15th to 19th of April. So you've got to get a crack on if you want to ride that. Unfortunately, it's sold out, so you can't get into this year's event. The Andorra Epic Pyrenees is from the 3rd to the 6th of July in the high altitude of Andorra. The Spa Swiss Epic, 13th to the 17th of August, and there are some entries still available there. And the FMB Wines to Wales series events, 3 of those, 31st of October to the 9th of November. And that's seriously good fun, a 3-day stage race. So put your name in there, get in and ride the Epic series of events, and maybe come and join us here on the Absa Cape Epic. Once you've done those, you've become a legend. Well, there are some legends now getting to the top of this climb, and the amateurs riding past them on the other side there. That's what a sight, what a thought as well. We've still got to get back up there again.
Yeah, that was up there on the left side this morning, and it's nice. I'm super surprised to see Specialized working together so well. They are always in each other's wheel. They're always close to each other. I think they communicate very well. You can see that clearly, that they are never opening gaps or shouting to each other. So they look rock solid. It's really good to see.
And Alexis Gard on the right-hand side, the American champion here, and Vera Losa, the Namibian super strong marathon racer. There's a complete contrast. There's pushing up the one side, and the leading women heading at breaking speed down the other, loose, rough descent. This is a very different climb though, smoother and steady. Just keep the tempo, keep it ticking over here.
Yeah, it's one of those climbs that everybody, end of the day, is tired. There's not much really difference in tempo. You just get yourself up there, try to get steady, and as you can see, this down, it's just straight down. After there's some single track there, if I remember correctly, but yeah. You just want to get over there, and you see the camp here on the right side. It's a bit nasty because you can go quite fast straight to the finish line. And as Epic is known for, they make a small detour to mess with your head a bit, but I think the girls, they know they are doing a good job now, the Specialized girls that they are in front, and it gives you goosebumps if you know that you can win the States and you can just go flat out to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, it does. There's the camp there. You can just see it on the right-hand side. It's there. You know the finish is close. You also know you've still got some work to do, because your my computer will tell you that's for sure. So closing in on the finish are our women's leaders. Meanwhile, making their way to the top of the climb are the second team on the route on the RMX women's race, Vera Losa and Alexis Gard. Doing all they can to limit their losses to the rampaging Toyota Specialized pair up ahead, who, well, when last we checked, were over 5 minutes ahead. They've gone through the Towers checkpoint a while ago, 4 hours and 24 minutes and 17 seconds. This pair will go through there shortly, but you feel that gap from 4:56 at Bloemendaal down the other side has probably widened to Infinity SCB pair.
Yeah, I think for the third place we still have a nice battle. I'm not sure if the Buff Megamall girls are more or less 2 minutes behind at Bloemendaal, so maybe they can close in a bit for second place, and then for the third place they're quite close together. So
fatigue, you know, they're 4.5 hours on the ride here, these riders, and you're doing all you can to get to the finish, but you're fatigued. Concentration still has to stay high, particularly on those loose, fast descents. Focus all the time.
It's a difficult thing to manage, but yeah, I think Ben also knows, I guess, when you are in this flow and you're racing at this level, you just on the gas and so focused that you're I don't think the girls even know that if they don't have it on the Garmin that they're riding 4.5 hours at the moment.
Yeah.
Just counting down the kilometers, and if it's 5 hours, 6 hours, 3 hours, it's not. You don't really feel it.
The wind is still pumping up there. You can see all the flags are moving. Yeah, quite a lot. Now at least to get into the downhill here. But it's also not a downhill where you can relax. Huh?
No, it's working.
Very tough downhill where you have to be so concentrated. It's loose. And it was good to see Annika earlier. Like, doesn't seem that she was slowing down at all. Sometimes they say you get more conservative when you're a mom. It didn't seem like Annika was affected by that. The way she was descending that section there. She's just so strong in the uphills, but also now the technical skills. And she hasn't been racing at that level for so many years now, right? Racing the Cape Epic versus a gravel race on the technical part is completely a different story. And she's just managing it perfectly again. Back on the bike, big smiles as well. You could see yesterday after the prologue, she's like, man, I miss this so much. I'm so happy to be here right now. Takes a lot of sacrificing from the entire family, and often the preparation is not on point, but still, like seeing her smiling there, and also Thomas and Flora being there, being able to celebrate what mom just achieved. I mean, it's a whole new level.
So they're reaching the top of this climb. Alexis Carter, Vera Lossa, and the gap 5.5 minutes when they went through the checkpoint at the tower. So it's gone out a little bit by about 35 seconds since their last checkpoint at Bloemendaal. So just eking out that lead. Toyota Specialized and securing those orange jerseys on their shoulders as they make their way towards the finish. Jesse Nixon, I think, is with us. Jesse, you there?
Yes, I am.
Well, we've been talking about that descent and that little trail there. It's pretty rough stuff, quite a hectic descent.
Yes, it is rough. It's easy to go wrong as well because it's loose. Like, there's lots of big loose rocks around.
Concentration is key here. They're looking, Alexis and Vera doing well here to manage their deficit to the leaders, going well. Okay, Jesse, I think you better concentrate here.
Yes, please.
We'll leave Jessie to do her job, shall we? Okay. Yeah, it really is rough for Decker. One line there, you've got to stay in it, and one deviant rock, and yeah, it can be really treacherous. So yeah, and all these riders coming up here, they've got to go down there as well.
Yeah, and it's tricky. Like, it's not, you can choose your line very well, but if the rider in front of you just pick up one rock, it's there in your front wheel. There's you can be the best rider in the world, but then it's just
you can do all you can, and
or a crash or something like on that steep stuff, loose ground. Like, it's hard to brake. It's hard to reduce the speed. So no, that's very tricky. And fence left and right. There's no way to go. So you're very limited in your options.
Big respect for Annika. She's just loving how she's riding here. There's a tailwind section and there's no need to push, but you see she's just flat out. She smells the camp, the finish, the victory. I was surprised how relaxed she was before the race. I saw her from the background now, and it's like she's just like, okay, I'm coming here and I'm gonna do this race and enjoy with my family and make a small holiday. And on the other side, she's so professional, and it's yeah, hats off. And also, if you're getting older, I can tell that you're getting more. You take less risk in the downhill. You're a bit more careful. So, but she's just absolutely pinning it, and hats off, 100%.
A phenomenal athlete is Annika. Yeah, she spoke at the press conference about how a bit more relaxed she is now. Their life is about greater things and bigger things around it. It almost doesn't totally reinvent you as an athlete because you've still got the competitive side and the spirit, but it gives you a different perspective to it and a different approach to it. And for some people, it doesn't benefit their racing, but clearly it's working beautifully for Annika. Relaxed, comfortable. She's got a great partner and riding very well together.
this is the small climb what I talked about. The camp is on the left side. You can basically go straight and you're there, and then just they send you around.
They love doing this, right?
It's the Absa Cape Epic. What else?
If I find the guy who makes the course, we have a chat.
Well, we quickly just touch on this. You're not riding. Tough decision?
Yeah, it is. But it's the best decision. We are a professional team, and if somebody's, I am lucky that we have strong teammates that can fill up the place, and it's not fair for the team or for Wout that I'm saying I'm gonna ride for the win. If I don't have the legs, a long story short, I got sick in January, and I lost all my training from December more or less, and I'm just like 6 or 8 weeks behind to do a good Cape Epic. And probably I could do well 3 days, but then after 3 days my Cape Epic would be over, and so I stepped back, and that's fine. And now the boys are looking fine, but it's like it's sensitive, but I think it's the best thing. And yeah, we're professionals, and it's our job. And if you look at soccer, there are a lot of good players on the bench, and I can save my legs for the rest of the season. And in Wind the Wheels, I will be strong to destroy Luke permanently for this time.
So what's your next big highlight on the calendar?
The next Epic Series, like it's sold out, but I got the last spot. So
Well done.
Yeah. I have to talk with some people, but I got it.
But just tell Luke he's not riding that one though.
No, too many rocks for him.
Okay, sorry to you, Luke. Yeah, so would that be you and Wout?
Yeah, that is the idea now. If Wout don't destroy himself this 8 days. Okay.
Perfect.
Well, I can tell you what, this pair are charging for home. Fantastic side, isn't it? They've still got a bit of work to do. There's Dorsberg. They've got to go up a little bit of time there because this is the Absa Cape Epic. And Enrico Berger, the route director there, put it out there. You know who to look for. Just look at his name tag. He's the man with the route director. But you don't have to worry, actually, because you don't have to ride it this year. But yeah, creative use of every piece of landscape here, and slope and hill, up or down, is ensuring that these riders get to experience every inch of this road and this route. Through the vineyards, they'll cut back into the Mirandal estate, and Sofia Gomez-Vierfan is going along very, very well indeed at the moment with Anneke Langveld, as she has done, and so often does. Just sits on the wheel there, secure, strong, comfortable and confident.
Murray, they always rotate. You can see, like, they really work together as a team. They always rotate. They're never far from each other. They have good conversations going on. Interesting to see that Sophia only has one water bottle on her bike, so she must have left one in the last feed zone, and also not carrying any extra weight up the hill. If you know exactly what you need to take, you will drop one in the feed zone and only take whatever you need to finish the race.
They're racing very calculated.
Yeah,
very
much. I think she just gave a sign to the helicopter. Maybe the helicopter sometimes is also in your way, or maybe just needs to move over a little bit. Yeah,
Or she's telling Annika too that she's gonna crank it up a bit.
Crank it up a bit. Yes,
we almost there, Annika.
Yeah, and into across the road to go Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada in pursuit. The last checkpoint, 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Buff Megamo, Rosa van Doorn and Janine Vost in third place, 7:56 down, about 2:26 behind Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM in third place at that last checkpoint at the top of the towers. So they're growing into the race are the debutants, your teammates Rosa and Janina. And fairly new to marathon racing, Rosa. So
yes, and very young. Yeah. But I'm super happy to see that they moved up the second part of the race. They started a bit slower. I think they were 7th, 8th position in the beginning of the race. And now having their podium, it's we're not there yet, but it looks like they're gonna be on the podium, which is same story as Speed Company, a podium spot for the confidence. Yeah. It's very good. And
the one thing we all observed that since we've seen them here is this incredible excitement and energy about being here. Their eyes are sparkling, they're smiling, they're just, you know, we all love being at the Absa Cape Epic, but like everything in life, the second time round, third time round, it becomes
work.
It's work, yeah.
More normal.
So you're seeing it with those fresh, young, new eyes. Yeah. It was fantastic to see them do that. That's
Yeah.
so lucky. And that'll continue through the week because every day is a new step on that journey.
Exactly.
Yeah, they gave me a lot of energy by preparing. Like they are asking me questions like super basic things, but for you and me is normal things. And this how hungry they are for the race. And this started already before Christmas, so they were like super excited. And it's cool to see that they are like I think they can go faster like yesterday and today. But they take it smart as well because it's going to be a very long day and it's their first time. And so yeah, they're doing really well, and I'm super happy to see that. And it's not easy to fight with Toyota Specialized and Vera with all the experience they have. The only experience my girls have is that they listen to me and the team management and Mark, our physio. So it's difficult for them, but they're managing very well, and that's the part that you said, the passion, how happy that they are here, that works in their favor, and yeah, proud.
Saying that, how much were you guys involved? Did you guys have like specific team camps all together preparing them for this event? Like you said, you share all your knowledge, but they also need to figure certain things out for themselves, right? So, I mean, this is a big highlight for your team. You guys are such a team, always here with so many good athletes, highlight of the season as well. How far in advance did you guys started the preparation for this event?
Well, like I said before, we bring them here to learn. You cannot expect Rosa is early 20s to come here and fight for a win. So we talked about it, and we decided last year that they would come. And then we have Mark in our team that is doing the woman. He's managing the woman, and he could not be here, which is hard to manage him. So we have a lot of contact, and I'm the eyes on the ground here, more or less. We communicate every day, and they had been training in Calpe together, Rosa and Janina, to find the dynamic, to train a lot together, and it's paying off. And it's a team effort, I think, for the whole team, for Mark, and also for our sponsors to have the women here, because it's not very easy. But yeah, they're doing well so far, and I think if they keep it together, by end of the week we can even expect more.
Yeah.
Compliments to the team. You prepared them very well, and still 6 more stages to go after this one. And today it looks good.
Yeah, if we have the podium today, we reached our goals, and we are like nothing to prove left, and just go in free, and that's good.
Let them free and let them fly. They certainly will here. They right in towards the finish, a little way behind this pair, because they are closing in on the finish. Annika Langveld, and you would think that there was a team right behind them. We tell them it's the e-bike and they're not in the race, because they're just out of it every single meter. And there's an example of how you get to the level they do and how you win races. You take every opportunity you can. And this is a true champion. Once again, Annika Langveld just demonstrating her incredible class and quality as a race winner, as a teammate. Just drops down into that drop, a little right-hander, and they will turn now in between the trees and onto the lawns of Mirandal, and roll in towards the finish from the top there. Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Villafañe of Toyota Specialized, they have crushed this day, the stage one, in emphatic style, with a remarkable attack at around the second water point up the big climb up the Rhino, and they made it stick and they just made it grow. And Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Villafañe, Toyota Specialized, will win stage one, 2 out of 2 for Toyota Specialized. They are in charge once again at the Absa Cape Epic. Fantastic racing all together, very, very composed, years of experience, and once again another stage win, number 33 for Annika Langveld. She is quite remarkable. There are only 9 stages of all the stages she's won in the Absa Cape Epic that she hasn't won. And here's an example of a true champion, taking that opportunity, using the steepest climb to get away and they made it stick despite the efforts, the best efforts of their rivals. Vera Lossa and Alexis Skarda will be following them into the finish if all goes well to the finish.
Sophia,
let's go down to the
big
finish.
day today.
Max
You
is
guys
with
have put a
the stage
substantial
win.
lead into the rest of the field. We saw a puncture early on. Tell us a bit about what happened there.
Yeah, it wasn't, I mean, it was a small little hole that we stopped, aired it up, and then it kind of sealed. So, yeah, that was a little bit like, a little bit scared. And then I don't know if it made it to the live coverage, but I was served a really nice T-bone in the first, like, 5K of the race. Like a good hit to the ground. And, yeah, my brake lever was all messed up, so the downhills got a little scary. But luckily, I don't think it was too bad.
Annika, let's talk quickly. We talk about time trial tomorrow, but today was a little bit of a time trial for you guys once you got through those initial stages of the racing. That last climb up to the mast looked absolutely brutal.
It was a brutal climb. We managed to pace ourselves nicely, so that part was good. I mean, this race, you always say, like, you know, it throws everything at you when you don't expect it, and we had, like, a crash, a flat tire out there today, but, you know, you need to, like, tick those off because nobody gets through this race like in a totally smooth way. So we definitely got our share out there today. And you know, there's a lot of positive to take away from this because we could still win the stage. So I'm actually very happy and very proud of my partner. She was a rock out there. It was not a nice crash, and just at a really bad time where you could do absolutely nothing.
We spoke to the pundits, a lot of them saying, you know, the race starts on Wednesday, but boy, did the race start today.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Epic always does this. They throw a really hard stage for the first official stage just to really make sure you have the legs for the week. Yeah, I mean, we had a good time. We had good communication. I feel like we can just, like, read each other. And, yeah, I was definitely hurting on the last little bit. And there was that mega exposed climb that they made us, like, zigzag up the field. And I'm like, gosh, you guys are evil.
Annika, you still excited about being back?
Yeah, I am. Like I said, my goal for this week is to write myself into it because, you know, being away from the sport for 5 years, working in a dental clinic, becoming a mom, I need to adjust to this again. I mean, I'm excited to be here and I'm having a good time. So, yeah, I'm excited for this week.
See you on the dance floor tomorrow morning. Well done.
Yeah, brilliant. The winners of the stage, Toyota Specialized, Annika Langfeld back and winning as we ever expect her to be. She is a true champion, and now, as she said, working as dentist and a mum now. Thomas is on flora duty at the moment, yes. But I'm sure Annika will do a little bit this afternoon in between recovery and rest. But here come our second place team. Vera Lossa, Alexis Skarda, another rock-solid day from the Namibian and the American as they put to bed the second place on the podium. Good day out for this pair.
Yeah, they also rode very well. From the beginning, I think a lot of them rode by themselves. There wasn't as much bunch riding as it was with the men. It split up water point 2. We saw them, quite a few of them still together, but from there it started to stretch out. Sounds like there were also a couple of mechanicals that we did not see on screen. So it's going to be interesting to get the feedback at the finish line from each of them now and see if there was anything happen we couldn't see or if it was really just physical. So you do need to make your way through the race village afterwards as well to catch up on all those little stories as well.
Yeah, we did see them have the crash and that little puncture that after they'd got the lead fairly comfortably, Annika and Sophia at that stage, but they weren't to know that quite then. You never quite know. You always feel that the gap that we know is 5 minutes. For you as a racer, it feels like 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Turning into Mirandal onto the lawns, it is Vera Lossa and Alexis Skarda. The Namibian and the American. Jessie Nixon pulls over and finishes her day. Thanks very much. And the racing for this pair Losse and Skada. Well, they've done a very solid job again here. They've put to bed this stage. They've done the best they can do, and that is second to the Toyota Specialized pair. Fisher Infinity SCB SRAM, Vera Losse and Alexis Skada will cross the line in second place on the first marathon stage, stage number 1 of the 21st Absa Cape Epic, and secure their place on the general classification as well. Good riding by two very, very strong and experienced racers who are working well together once again this year.
Yeah, good team spirit, just quickly getting a hug from each other, reflecting on what just happened, the effort that went in. Yeah, it's good to see.
We'll watch the Buff Megamo team come in. Rosa van Doorn and Janina Wurst onto the podium. This young pair in their first ride around the Absa Cape Epic. They'll be getting excited now because they're on the podium.
They will. The roller coaster will start now.
Yeah.
I hope they don't miss the turn here.
Already a little fist bump there.
Yeah, but this is like podium in the Cape. It's
huge.
There will be tears involved as well. Not here, only at home at the fence as well. So that's cool. Yeah, and they're even smiling, and I know they're enjoying each other, so enjoying the race, the suffering. I see Janina,
Alexis, second place today, GC 6:03 behind at the moment. Today was a time trial day. I know you've got a time trial tomorrow, but you're going to have a really good feeling of what's going to be going on tomorrow based on today's racing, right? You guys were out there alone for a long time.
Yeah, the second half we were definitely time trialing for those climbs, but the first half was crazy group dynamics, and that was actually kind of that was a challenge. Like just fighting in the single track, and then like, you know, all the stuff that goes on with that.
Did you expect stage 1 to be this tough? I mean, the pundit said everything starts on Wednesday, but today was just on, wasn't it?
Today was a mean stage. It just kind of kept punching, you know. It was hard. Yeah, I think I wasn't expecting it to be as steep as it was, but we did good. I think we managed it well.
Vera, we looked at the profile, and again, when you look at a profile to what it's like in reality, very, very different. Today was a proper Absa Cape Epic stage.
Yeah, it was definitely proper, especially the last 15 kilometers were just mean. I mean, there's not really anything fun about it, just going steep up and steep down, no trails. But that's what the Absa Cape Epic is about, so yeah, we're here for that, I guess.
Let's talk quickly about early on, because early on when you leave in that UCI women's group, everyone is vying for the start. You've got to be so careful, especially with today where you had that initial first climb. If you weren't in that group going over the top of that into the flats, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, but everything came together after the climb. I thought after the climb we might be a smaller group, but because the wind was so hectic out there, nobody wanted to work in the front, and then everybody just came back, which makes it quite difficult in the trails because you really have to be positioned well there. And yeah, if the people in front of you leave a gap, then it's easy to mess it up. So yeah, it makes the tactics interesting, but it's also cool to see a deeper women's field this year with lots of strong, also international riders. So I think the racing is still going to be exciting this week.
Alexis, anything happen out there that we didn't see on the TV perhaps? Did you guys have a good, smooth day in general? Anything we need to know about?
Oh, it was a long day. I'm trying to think of everything that happened, but what's that?
I love this area. I bought a plot.
Yes.
In the Toyota Tough section. Yeah, my arm is quite sore, but I'm sure I'm a tight Namibian biltong. Nothing gets me down so quickly.
Just got back up. We didn't lose any time.
No.
Well, congratulations today. See you again tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you.
Vera Losse, Alexis Skada, yeah. Vera had a little bit of a fall in that Toyota Tough section. Yeah, those sort of things, you sometimes forget about them because you just get up and carry on racing. But quickly, because we've just seen Rosa van Doorn and Janina Wurst come through, and Hans Becking very excited about that. What a great ride for these two young women.
Absolutely, yeah, super proud of them. Maybe the time gaps looks big for the people at home, but believe me, they are riding for every second and enjoying it, which is the most important part. And if you see all the names up front there, they are decorated strong riders. So.
Let's hear from them right now.
Yeah,
we saw yesterday that you guys were conservative. That was the game plan going into the time trial. Today you guys showed lots of dominance. You showed your character. You showed what you're capable of. That's got to be lots of confidence going into tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. And we did a lot of teamwork. And
Yeah, I don't know. We also enjoyed so much the downhills and everything, and Africa is amazing. And also this race, it's so cool.
Tougher than you thought it would be today? Speaking to both of the first and second women's teams on GC, they both said super tough today. They didn't think, looking at the profile, that it would be this tough.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think after 2 hours we had the flat, so we need to put some air inside, and we lost the front, but the other ones are crazy strong as well, so also happy for them.
Janina, tomorrow we go into the time trial. We know you time trialed a little bit today as well, so now you've got some sort of idea what's happening. Are you looking forward to the stage tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely. We tried some time trial last week, so hopefully the hard work pays off.
Any changes to the bike setup for tomorrow going into the time trial? Different crank, different gear set? What's your thought process?
An aero helmet, no, and also a bigger chain ring.
Good luck, we'll see you then.
Oh, the energy, the excitement of the youngsters, fantastic to see. Right, now, time to catch our breath and rewind to the day that has been in the men's elite race as they charged away from the start here. Quite ridiculous how fast they leave the start chute nowadays. 20 years ago, they just ambled off and settled down, had a chat, a cup of tea, and then began racing. Early problems, though, for Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia. Hubert had the issues. Their second team, Rudy Kuhn and Lutfus, were there to help them. One of the Honeycomb vets teams, the Masters teams, also issues for them. The amateur men starting between the elite men and the women, back up and racing in that early morning light, and that fast and furious rough descent does bring early risk in this light with that dust, but everyone seemed to get down there safe enough and got to the bottom of the hill safe and sound. But it was frantic and furious early on in the men's race, everyone hammering along as best they could as the Buko Kemcham pair chased all they could to get back. This is how frantic it is. Feeding time at the zoo, and madness as they dive in, grab the bottles and head out. No one wants to get left behind here. You do want to get your nutrition and your bottles, tuck them in, and get back onto the peloton and ride as fast as you possibly could. This was the Masters category, and we'll see a little fall here. Riders hitting those dried out, rough and hard ruts. And if you get on the wrong side of them, you can slip out very, very comfortably. On the Rhino climb, the big King of the Mountains climb, Gail Geiger feeling strong and throwing down the gauntlet. Nino Schurter reacting, Lucas Baum suffering, as was Vessel Buerta. Matt Beers in the group there, but Keegan Swenson was taking a few shots a little bit further back. Over the top, Nino Schurter into that wind. Look at the wind pumping like mad at the top there. But Schurter showing he's up for it. He's got the legs. Colombo was there in the mix, as were the yellow jerseys. They were having a fine day. Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto defending that yellow jersey. They only had 20 seconds in hand, but they were up for it. At this stage, though, Keegan Swenson and Matt Beers starting to suffer, losing ground. They were chasing for all they were, trying to catch up, but it wasn't to be, because up front, well, Egger and Baum still in there, but only just here. Tristan Nokia was in here. No sign, though, because Marco Hubert was having a torrid day. Risk here, turning and then hitting the ditch, and down goes Simone Avondetto. Well, as our man on the bike there, Stefan Sam said, in Africa, you know there's always going to be a ditch after a corner like that, and well, Simone Avondetto now does know. Down the Lombard's Terror, the Toyota Tough, and who better to lead them down than the greatest of all time, Nino Schurter. Colombo, Braido, Avondetto, all on his wheel. But this man riding like a 13-year-old and just loving it, isn't he? A champion of the highest order. He's the king of the whip in the races, that's for sure. No one else does it better during a race. Then the yellow jerseys came to the fore and said, we are going to make you work for a stage winner. Colombo starting to wind up the tempo here. Behind him, Avondetto, Luca Braido, and look further back there, Georg Egger starting to suffer. Lucas Baum had talked about cramp earlier in the stage, and that started to come back and hurt him, because up front, the elastic had been snapped. And Scott Stram, MTB, and William Vittoria were away Behind them, the Ravensteiner Stiepjan combination, a new look team, was trying to get back there. But Schurter and Colombo working over the Italian pair here. Avondetta, they noticed that Luca Braido was under a bit of pressure and starting to suffer, so they decided to make him suffer more as they went up these last few kickers towards the finish at Mirandal, and it was Braido and Avondetta hanging for all they were worth, but it was no good because up front it was the win for Scotsram MTB, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. The clock was ticking. They needed just more than 20 seconds. They got it by 11 seconds. They won the stage by 31 seconds to take the overall win, or the overall lead by 11 seconds. A fighting, gutsy ride from Albea Leert Speed Company to take the third step on the podium and keep themselves very much in the picture on the general classification. The 2022 winners are anything but a done pause here. Kings of the Mountain, well, it is the pair from Scotsram MTB. They pick up that little bonus to celebrate today's achievement. Well done to Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, putting an exhibition of the highest quality of racing here against the cross-country specialists like them, Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto, and the marathon men are very much in the frame. Yellow again for Nino Schurter and his partner Filippo Colombo. It's not done yet. You keep an eye on this pair. It is going to be fantastic racing. Time trial to come. They've got an 11-second lead. The big guns, those with the big engines, are going to be relishing that time trial. So to our Aramex UCI women's category, and they set off today with the team in the lead by just 3 seconds. That was all it was that the Annika Langfall, Sofia Gomez Viafan combination had. Well, the pitfalls of riding in the farmlands, wire in the drive chain for the unfortunate Toyota Honeycomb pair in the African leaders jerseys, Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen. They got back in contact again, but there were plenty of incidents and accidents today. Sofia Gomez Viafan, rock solid. 6 Absa Cape Epic wins overall between the pair of the Toyota Specialized team. Always keeping an eye early on. Moschetti and Samara Shepherd were keen to look for an opportunity. Well, this might have been it because Sofia Gomez Viafan went down there. Monica Calderon alongside her, but back up quickly, Gomez Viafan, and very soon up with the leaders. Also in there, Infinity Insure with Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarda. More trouble for the African leaders. Bianca Hall having to put a CO2 bomb in to fix a flat on the rear flat, but they were back up and racing ever the races and challenges. Beautiful single track as we followed. Some of the men's teams got involved in the race, but that didn't prevent, after the second water point, an attack by Sofia Gomez Viafan and Annika Langfall, and away they went in the time-honored fashion in the Toyota Specialized team. They applied the pressure on every tough incline. The tougher the route, the harder they went. They opened that gap, and it increased 1 to 2 to 3 minutes as they took the Queen of the Mountains at the summit. An extra little bit of pocket money for the Toyota Specialized team. The views of Table Mountain, well, they were forgotten soon because a puncture for Annika Langfall, calmly and efficiently repaired. Efficiency, the key for this team today. They did everything according to plan. And the second team on the road at that stage were Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarda as they chased for all they were worth. But they were losing time all the way through these beautiful trails, the Boomslang amongst them, up on the slopes of the Tygerberg Hills. All for the victory was Annika Langfall. She has 32 stage victories to her name in the Absa Cape Epic, and she was gunning for another. But Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarda were doing all they could because they knew behind them the youngsters, the Buff Megamo team, were not going to leave anything out there as they tried to put themselves in a position to perhaps take second place, although third place would be ultimately their goal today. Scarda and Lossa, well, a seasoned team together. This pair riding together for the first time. They won the prologue. and they look as though they are seasoned campaigners as a combination. And Anneke Langval and Sophia Gomez-Viefan had a lead of now over 6 minutes as they closed in on the finish at Mirandal Dorsberg. A last few little testing climbs they had to deal with. This was perhaps the toughest of them all, as was this. It was all about hard climbing and grinding up through these rough and loose gradients, the likes of which these riders have become accustomed to at the Absa Cape Epic, because they know this is the toughest of the African, the mountain bike stage races, and they're putting themselves in great condition to deal with them. But then the reward is trail like this, absolutely beautiful. Up the cement road they went, no problem at all. Sophia Gomez-Viefan and Anneke Langval, as they closed in on the finish in the UCI Aramex women's race, and they knew they had the race in their hands as they crossed that bridge and surged towards the finish line. Another efficient and brilliant ride by Toyota Specialized. Langval is back together with Sophia Gomez-Viefan. Second place for Vera Lossa and her partner Alexis Skada, and a delightful finish for two young debutantes in the Absa Cape Epic, Rosa van Doorn and Anita Vos of Buff Megabo. They find themselves on the podium. The stage one results in the men's race, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. Never write this pair off, particularly Schurter. He might be heading towards his salad days, but at 3 hours 51 and 3, they have got all the endurance you like, and the competitive spirit runs deep through those veins. They win by 31 seconds from Rhino and Avendetto, and Baumanega on the podium on the third step to put themselves very much in the frame on the overall. Poron, Stutzman, Steve John and Ravensteiner, Doragoni and Cosmo. The Italians all over the top 6 here. We have 6 of them in there, and some more still. This is the GC looking to stage number 2, the time trial. It is Rhino and Avendetto, 11 seconds behind Schurter and Colombo. Lucas Baum and Gail Geiger, 3 minutes and 14, will be feeling emboldened and confident after today's ride. Ravensteiner and Steve John scratched together a day before the race. Here they are, just off the podium in the 4th place. Poron Stutzman, a former partner of Ravensteiner, he's in the mix there. Marco Hubert endured a really tough day today, but he and Tristan Nokia will be in the Absa African jerseys yesterday, because Wessel Buerta had an even worse day, as he and Mark Pritson of the Honeycomb 226s lost time in the Absa African jersey. Anneke Langval and Sophia Gomez-Viefan, a 5 minute and 42 second lead over Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada of Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. Rosa van Doorn and Janina Wurst in 3rd place. They'll head into only their 3rd day in Absa Cape Epic riding, with a small lead over the Canada ISB Sport pair. The experienced Monica Calderon, a stage winner here before, and Tessa Kortekas, the Dutch rider. Bianca Horn, Haley Preen, they have a hold on the African women's leaders jerseys, and that fight is going to be intense. So those teams very close together. If you look from 3rd all the way down to 6th, a real battle going on for the podium places there. That's how it looks. Anneke Langval and Sophia Gomez-Viefan, a 6:58 lead. Rosa van Doorn and Jena de Vos, and they're the fight coming from behind from both Canadale ISB Sport and Titan Racing SE Honeycomb. It is 2 days down in the Absa Cape Epic. The prologue is done and the big marathon stage done, and it is Haley Preen and Bianca Hall, Titan Racing SE Honeycomb, who have a hold on the Absa African jerseys. Let's hear from them after stage 1.
Just over under 15 minutes behind first place, but a good day for you. It was a hell of a stage.
Yeah, no, our game plan was to keep it smooth and controlled, and we did anything but that. The first 10 Ks, Haley got massive wire wrapped around her wheel, so that took a while to pull it out. But luckily she stopped in time, didn't rip off the derailleur. And then we chased all the way back, caught on the back, and then as we caught back, the one buff chick crashed. I crashed on top of her. So Then we had to chase back again, and then got a puncture. And then we were like beginners in the tech zone. Oh my gosh. But then, yeah, I'm stoked how we rode. Like, we then caught back on. So, yeah, we worked really well together, which was cool.
Hey Lee, I still see smiles on you too. I mean, today was brutal. I've seen some of the top teams come in and they are hammered. And you guys look like you're pretty stoked and happy about life.
I'm pretty tired. Those last 5 kilometers, I think, were the longest 5 kilometers of the whole race. But it was quite cool because we were far back and we just kept chasing back and literally caught riders one by one. And they had a bit of like swapping positions, but it was a really cool race.
Let's talk a bit about the start. We saw all the UCI elite women going off the start line, a big bunch, everyone vying for the front. It's difficult to keep your wits about you because you know what's coming. You know you've got to be at the front when you get over that first big hill.
Yeah, I think also stage 1, no one necessarily knows their positions yet, so everyone's fighting for positions, which makes it really tough.
Boxing, oh my word. It was hectic. I'm not used to that, like pushing, shoving, swearing. I was like, chill guys, we can all go over the bridge one by one. Yo.
Let's talk quickly going into tomorrow. Obviously, a little bit of an individual time trial today. Any changes to the bikes, bike setup, cranks? What's happening? You got something secret? Are there any bush mechanics, any African-style, farmer-style mechanics from you, Yankee?
Yeah, no, we're going full-time trial tomorrow. So like aero bars, 40 chain ring. No, keeping it simple.
See you on the start line tomorrow. Well done.
Really having fun together. Two riders who are riding together for the first time. In fact, they were only stitched together a couple of weeks before the event when Danielle Detoy decided she wasn't going to be able to race with Bianca Hall. So Hayley Preen put her hand up, and I think they make a good combination, a very strong combination. They'll always fight and have some good fun on the bike. Talking about fight, it sounded like quite a fierce little battle in that women's race early on. So we're getting to the end of our broadcast on stage 1. Yeah, Hans Becking, thanks very much for joining us. Thoughts on the time trial, final thought on what might happen tomorrow. Who might win it tomorrow?
I think Matthew Beers. He's going to smash it.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Beers and Svensson hanging on. And
exactly. And the woman will be the same as today.
Okay. Anneke Langville and Sophia Gomez via van Benno. I mean, if this is, as I said, if this is day 1, hang on. This is going to be some week.
This is going to be a very interesting week, but they show great form, very strong at the front. They're most likely going to back it up tomorrow again in the time trial. But Cape Epic with the mechanicals we saw today early on in the stage where you do not expect any mechanicals. It was actually weird to see that there were so many that early on. There wasn't anything, but one of those wires, anything can happen. So 5 minutes can be gone easily with any mechanical. So the race is still wide open, 6 more stages, time trial coming up tomorrow. So we're not just done yet, so much more to come.
Absolutely, it has been a phenomenal day of racing here as Mirandal delivering its first marathon stage race here. A stage at least of the Absa Cape Epic. We've had prologues and we've had grand finales into this beautiful estate, but never before have we hosted a full marathon stage. And the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Trails, congratulations to the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club. You guys rock. Really fantastic trails here. Hans Becking is coming back every year just to ride the Boomslang Trail, that's for sure.
It's sad to leave, eh? It's an amazing place.
Yeah, lovely, lovely stuff. So well done to all the landowners and the trail builders and maintenance done. It is serving the Absa Cape Epic well. And remember, there are thousands still out there, and they will still be coming in in 3 or 4 hours' time. Spare a thought for them as you go about your day. They started out early this morning and they put in the work, and they'll be rewarded with a finish here today. But that is just one small step towards the big grand finale, which is over those mountains, under those clouds on the far side there in 7 days' time. So we're going to take you on that journey. Tomorrow, we'll take you to Fairview and Spice Route on that time trial. 66 kilometers, just under 1,000 meters of climbing. It's going to be red hot racing. You know where to find us. Cheers until then.
It's just a swim, bike, run. A seed planted on the shores of Hawaii, growing to become a rite of passage on the southern tip of Africa. 20 years. Through the winds and the rain. Beneath the African sun and under the moonlight. 20 years of pain, triumph, tears, and glory. 20 years of the greats. 20 years of homegrown. 20 years of determination, of grit, of fussbait, of them, of you, of defying the impossible. It's just a swim, bike, run, but it has changed us and this city forever. Isuzu Ironman South Africa, African Championship, 20 years inspired.
It's a Cape Epic, it's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year the cards are freshly shuffled and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.